Welcome, dear friends, to a serene evening of enchanting tales. As the gentle whispers of spring fill the air, we are truly grateful that you've chosen to spend this lovely evening with us. We hope your day was filled with the vibrant beauty of blooming flowers and the warmth of the sun. Now it's time to unwind and let the world outside fade away. Let go of any worries and embrace the tranquility of this moment. Our stories tonight will whisk you away to magical and peaceful realms, where delight and calm await. Settle in, relax, and let your imagination flourish as we begin our journey together. Story 1. Leo had always felt the forest humming. Not with bees or wind, but with something deeper, a vibration beneath his boot soles as he gathered firewood near the village edge. His grandmother called it Earth Song, a secret music only quiet hearts could hear. But today the hum thickened into a warm pulse, tugging him past the old oak boundary where children were forbidden to wander. Ferns brushed his cheeks like shy fingers, and the air smelled of damp moss and mysteries. That's when he saw it, a fallen log cradling a stone the color of twilight honey, swirling with veins of silver light. It glowed softly in his palm, humming in harmony with the forest's hidden rhythm. As Leo traced the stone's luminous patterns, roots erupted from the soil like waking serpents, weaving into an archway veiled by ivy. Beyond it, sunlight dappled a path through trees with bark like polished jade, their leaves chiming like crystal bells. The Glimmerwood. Grandmother's tales were true. Heart drumming, Leo stepped through. The forest sighed in welcome. Butterflies with stained glass wings led him to a clearing where a brook giggled over rainbow pebbles. There, hunched over a cluster of glowing mushrooms, was a creature no taller than Leo's knee. Mossy fur covered its stout body, twig-like fingers prodding the fungi, while large, liquid eyes reflected the canopy's emerald glow. A wood-sprite, guardians of decay and regrowth, grandmother said. But this one whimpered, a thorn wedged deep in its foot. "SHHH," Leo whispered, kneeling. The sprite flinched, baring needle teeth. "I can't help." With trembling hands, Leo used his pocket knife to ease the thorn free. The sprite's whimpers softened into surprised cheer-ups. It patted Leo's wrist, then scurried to a hollow tree, returning with an acorn cap filled with dew that sparkled like liquid starlight. For kindness, it rasped, voice like rustling leaves. "Drink." The dew tasted of cold springs and wild blueberries. Suddenly the forest's whispers clarified, the creak of branches became words, the rustle of ferns, laughter. He could understand them. The stone in his pocket flared, warm against his thigh. "I'm Leo," he said. The sprite bowed. "Twill." Twill led Leo deeper, where shadows grew thick as velvet. A gnarled bridge spanned a ravine, its planks rotten. Below, a river roared, its waters ink-black and frothing. "Nightwash River," Twill chirped. Its touch steals memories, cross-quickle. A howl cut through the trees. From the gloom emerged a wolf with fur like storm clouds and eyes like cracked ice. It snarled, fangs gleaming. Leo stumbled back, but Twill hopped forward, chattering fiercely. "He says you're trespassing," Leo translated, the stone's magic flowing through him. The wolf, Griva, snapped. "This wood bleeds, your kind cuts its heart." Leo's chest tightened. Villagers had been felling trees beyond the boundary. "I didn't know," he breathed. Griva prowled closer. "Ignorance is no shield." Desperate, Leo pulled the glowing stone from his pocket. Its light spilled across the bridge, revealing Griva's scarred flank, a long gash festering and raw. "You're hurt too," Leo murmured. Griva flinched. A human trap. Without thinking, Leo reached into his satchel for the honey poultice his grandmother used for wounds. May I? Distrust warred with pain in Griva's eyes. Finally, she gave a stiff nod. Leo cleaned the wound, applied the poultice, and bandaged it with soft linen. As he worked, Twill hummed a low, vibrating tune that made the nearby moss creep over the bandage, knitting it tight. Griva's growl softened into a rumble of surprise. Why help an enemy? Grandmother says wounds make us fierce, but kindness makes us whole, Leo said. The stone pulsed, casting light on the bridge. Where it touched, new planks of living wood sprouted, sturdy and bright. Griva's ice-blue eyes warmed. Cross, she grunted. But heed this, the Glimmerwood weakens, find the heartseed. Beyond the bridge, the forest changed. Colors muted, the chiming leaves fell silent. Trees stood skeletal, their jade bark ashen. Twill whimpered, clutching Leo's sleeve. The blight, he whispered. Even the air tasted stale. Leo's stone dimmed, its hum fading. Days blurred into a journey of creeping dread. They foraged sour berries and drank from dwindling streams. Once Twill vanished into a thicket, returning with 3 plump, golden nuts. Munchus nuts, he chirped. Eat one, strength returns. Leo cracked a nut. Its sweetness burst on his tongue, warming his bones. He offered one to Griva, who accepted with a curt nod. The wolf's gait grew stronger, her eyes less haunted. One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow tree, Griva spoke. Long ago, humans and Glimmerwood were kin. They shared the heartseed, a stone like yours, but alive. It balanced both worlds, then humans grew greedy. They stole its fragments for power. She nudged Leo's pocket where his stone glimmered faintly. This is a piece of it. The blight spreads because the heartseed is dying. Leo's breath caught. How do we save it? Return the fragments to the seed's cradle, Twill piped up. But the last shard is guarded by the Shadowbriar, a creature of fear and thorns. The blight's heart was a valley choked with vines black as obsidian. At its center stood a stone pedestal, cradling a pulsing orb the size of Leo's fist, the heartseed. But it was cracked, its light guttering like a dying candle. Around it coiled the Shadowbriar, a tangle of barbed tendrils with a single, blood-red eye at its core. It struck fast. Vines lashed out, snagging Griva's leg. She howled, thrashing as thorns bit deep. Twill darted forward, singing his moss song, but the vines slapped him aside. Leo scrambled back, the stone blazing in his hand. Think. Grandmother's voice echoed in his mind. Fear grows in darkness. Shine your light. Leo closed his eyes. Not on the monster, on the heartseed. He remembered the forest song, the chime of leaves, the brook's laughter, the rustle of ferns. Focusing, he poured that memory into the stone. It flared brighter than dawn, and a beam of pure, golden light shot toward the Shadowbriar's eye. The creature shrieked, recoiling. In that instant, Griva tore free. Twill scrambled onto Leo's shoulder, humming fiercely. Together their combined song, Leo's light, Twill's growth, Griva's fierce protection, pushed against the Shadowbriar. The vines writhed, but the light bored into its crimson eye. With a final, ear-splitting wail, it unraveled into smoke. Panting, Leo approached the pedestal. The heartseed flickered weakly. He placed his fragment against its largest crack. Silver light blazed, sealing the fissure. The orb glowed, warm and steady. Ripples of life exploded outward. Color flooded the valley, vines greened, trees stretched skyward, flowers burst through the soil in a symphony of scent. The blight vanished, replaced by a chorus of birdsong and chiming leaves. Twill danced on the grass, giggling. Griva nudged Leo gently. You mended more than the seed, little human. The journey back was a celebration. Sunlight drenched the restored Glimmerwood. At the archway, Grieva nuzzled Leo's hand. The forest remembers friends. Twill pressed a moonchest nut into Leo's palm. For remembrance, Leo stepped back into his world. The village seemed smaller, quieter. But when he placed his hand on the old oak, he felt the Glimmerwood's hum, strong, clear, and welcoming. That night, as stars dusted the sky, he sat by his grandmother's fireplace, the moonchest nut gleaming on the mantel. "Tell me a story, Leo," she murmured, her eyes knowing. He smiled, warmth blooming in his chest. Once there was a boy who heard the forest singing. Outside, wind rustled the trees in gentle agreement, carrying the scent of moss and magic, and the unbreakable thread of friendship woven between worlds. And Leo knew whenever he listened, the song would always guide him home. Story 2. The twin sons of Krylia were dipping below the jagged purple mountains when their escape pod slammed into the whispering woods of Veridia. Inside, Kalen, a slender being of shimmering silver circuitry and glowing blue optics from the technocratic world of Synther, struggled to disengage the safety harness. Every movement sent sharp jolts through his delicate frame. His ship, the Stellar Weaver, had been caught in an unexpected ion storm, and this verdant, unfamiliar planet was his unintended sanctuary. Nearby, a soft rustling disturbed the giant, bioluminescent ferns. Tessali emerged, a being woven from the very life of Veridia. Her skin resembled mossy bark, her hair a cascade of shimmering vines, and her large, luminous eyes held the deep green of ancient forests. She'd seen the fiery streak across the sky and felt the tremor through the planet's subtle song. Curiosity laced with caution drew her to the impact site. Their first meeting was a symphony of misunderstanding. Kalen, perceiving Tessali's silent approach through infrared sensors, raised a humming energy gauntlet. "Identify yourself, state your designation and threat level." His voice, synthesized and precise, echoed harshly in the tranquil twilight. Tessali flinched, vines curling protectively. She didn't understand the harsh sounds, only the aggressive posture. To her, Kalen's metallic form and sharp angles screamed predator, a stark contrast to the flowing, organic shapes of her world. She responded with a soft, melodic trill, a calming signal used among Veridiankin. Kalen's logic processor's word. Unidentified biological entity employing sonic frequencies. Potential pacification attempt, advising caution. He remained rigid, his glowing optics fixed on her. Tessali cautiously extended a hand, palm open, revealing intricate patterns that pulsed with a soft, green light, a universal gesture of peace on Veridia. Kalen scanned it. Biochemical patterns detected, unknown composition, non-hostile posture statistically probable, but inconclusive. He lowered the gauntlet slightly, his rigid stance softening a fraction, though confusion reigned. How could peace be signaled with light and sound, not secure data packets? Days passed in a tentative dance. Kalen, stranded, needed resources to repair his pod's communication array. Tessali, fascinated by this strange, cold visitor, observed his struggles. He tried to scan the nutrient-rich sap from a Glimmerwood tree, only for his analyzer to jam, overwhelmed by its complex organic compounds. He attempted to navigate using his internal star charts, but Veridia's unique magnetic field rendered them useless. Frustration crackled around him like static. Tessali watched him stumble, watched him stare helplessly at a cluster of juicy starlight berries, his manipulators unable to grasp their softness without crushing them. A pang of sympathy stirred within her. She approached slowly, humming the calming trill. This time, Kalen didn't raise his weapon. He tilted his head, optics dimming slightly, a sign of processing, perhaps fatigue. Tessali gently plucked a berry. Holding it carefully, she extended it towards him. Kalen hesitated. His scanners confirmed it was edible, but the act of accepting sustenance from an unknown entity went against protocol. His energy reserves, however, were critically low. With a whirring sigh, he extended a delicate manipulator. Tessali placed the berry onto it. The sweet, cool juice burst as he consumed it, a sensation entirely alien yet surprisingly pleasant. He looked at Tessali, his optics flickering with something akin to surprise. Nutrient intake, acceptable, gratitude is implied. Tessali trilled softly, a sound that seemed warmer this time. She pointed towards a cluster of smooth, blue stones near a clear stream. Smooth stones, good for tools, strong. Her words, translated through Kalen's rudimentary language matrix, were simple, but the intent was clear. Thus began their fragile collaboration. Kalen needed specific minerals to repair his transmitter. Tessali knew the land, the hidden veins of crystal deep within the singing caves. She guided him, pointing out safe paths through the treacherous crystal quagmire, her deep connection to the planet sensing subtle shifts in the ground that Kalen's sensors missed. In turn, Kalen used his precision tools to carefully extract the minerals Tessali indicated, tasks impossible for her softer, root-like fingers. He learned to interpret the subtle shifts in her bioluminescence, a dimming for caution, a brighter pulse for excitement. She learned the meaning behind the whirs and clicks of his internal mechanisms, a high-pitched whine for frustration, a softer hum for concentration. Their greatest challenge came unexpectedly. A violent meteor shower, debris from the same ion storm that felled Kalen's ship, rained down upon the whispering woods. Jagged rocks screamed through the atmosphere, impacting the forest with thunderous booms, igniting fires among the giant, resinous trees. Panic surged through Kalen's circuits. Catastrophic environmental event, probability of survival decreases exponentially. He sought shelter beneath a massive, overhanging rock shelf, his sensors overloaded by the chaos. Tessali was not beside him. He scanned frantically. There. She was near the edge of the clearing, trying to coax a family of small, furry Floribats creatures who nested in the endangered Glimmerwoods towards safety. A large chunk of flaming rock was hurtling directly towards her section of the woods. Tessali, evade. Kalen's synthesized voice cracked with uncharacteristic urgency. Protocol screamed at him to stay under cover. Survival probability. Logic. But seeing Tessali, so vulnerable amidst the chaos, triggered something else, a cascade override in his core programming. Friendship wasn't a variable in his survival equations, but it had become one. He surged forward, his metallic limbs whirring. Ignoring the searing heat and the terrifying impacts around him, he reached Tessali just as the flaming meteorite struck a giant tree nearby. The concussive blast threw them both backwards. Kalen instinctively wrapped his arms around Tessali, shielding her with his own body as splinters of burning would rain down. The heat scorched his outer casing, sending warning alarms blaring through his system. When the immediate danger passed, Tessali looked up, her luminous eyes wide with shock and concern. Kalen's usually pristine silver frame was scorched and dented. Smoke curled from one shoulder joint. Kalen hurt, she whispered, her voice trembling. He shifted, releasing her. Superficial damage to external plating, core systems, functional. He looked at the terrified Floribats huddled nearby, then at Tessali. You prioritized non-essential biological entities, illogical, high risk. Tessali gently touched a scorched mark on his arm. They are Viridia, like me, like you are here now. Her simple words resonated deeply. He had acted illogically too. He had prioritized her. Working together in the smoky aftermath, the dynamic shifted. Kalen, his casing still warm, helped Tessali tend to the injured flora bats, using his fine manipulators to carefully apply cooling mud poultices Tessali prepared. Tessali in turn gathered rare, fast-growing moss of mending, applying its soothing gel to Kalen's damaged plating. He felt its strange, cool tingle seep into his structure, a biological remedy for a technological wound. As they worked, Kalen shared stories of Sinther's crystal cities and the cold beauty of logic that governed his people. Tessali spoke of the whispering woods, the interconnected song of the plants, the deep, wordless understanding shared by Viridia's children. Kalen began to understand that her irrational actions were born from a profound connection, a different kind of logic rooted in empathy. Tessali saw past the metal and circuits to the being beneath, one capable of courage and sacrifice that defied his own programming. Finally, with the minerals secured and Kalen's casing patched, though bearing the mossy scars of Viridia, they returned to the escape pod. Kalen worked tirelessly, Tessali assisting by holding tools with her vines or humming softly, her presence a quiet comfort. When the communication array crackled to life, a wave of relief washed over Kalen. Sinther rescue coordinates flickered on the screen. He turned to Tessali. "My people, they come." The words felt heavier than he expected. Tessali's bioluminescence dimmed slightly, but she smiled, a gentle curling of her vine-like mouth. Kalen goes home. Good. He looked at her, then at the vibrant, living world around them, now so familiar. He thought of her calming trills, her patient guidance, her fierce protection of the flora bats, her gentle touch on his scorched plating. He thought of his own illogical, necessary leap into danger. "Tessali," he said, his synthesized voice softer than ever before. "Sinther is home, but Viridia is where I learned about connection, about friendship." The word felt new and essential in his vocabulary. Tessali trilled, a warm, bright sound. Kalen, friend, always part of Viridia's song now. When the sleek, silver Sinther shuttle descended, two very different beings stood side by side. Kalen explained Tessali's vital role in his survival to the bewildered rescue team. As he prepared to board, he didn't offer complex data exchanges or formal farewells. Instead, he carefully placed one smooth manipulator against Tessali's bark-like palm, a gesture he'd learned meant connection on Viridia. Tessali pressed back, her bioluminescence pulsing warmly around his metal fingers. "Remember the song," she whispered. Kalen's optics glowed steadily. "I will carry it, always." As the shuttle ascended, leaving the vibrant greens and blues of Viridia behind, Kalen looked out the viewport. Below, a tiny figure waved, a soft green light pulsing in the twilight. He didn't feel the cold logic of Sinther's approach. He felt the lingering warmth of shared berries, the echo of a calming trill, the memory of sheltering arms and gentle moss, and the profound understanding that friendship wasn't about being the same. It was about bridging the vastness between stars and forests, about finding harmony in difference, and discovering that the most essential connections often bloomed in the unlikeliest soil. The soft hum of the shuttle blended with the remembered song of the whispering woods, a lullaby of unlikely companionship that would forever warm his circuits, a quiet melody of home found far beyond the stars. Story 3. The first snow should have melted weeks ago. Yet Frostfall Hollow remained locked in perpetual winter, its cobblestone paths glazed with ice that never thawed, its chimneys puffing smoke into a perpetually gray sky. Young Rowan, whose quiet nature often saw him observing the world from the shadowed corner of the village bakery where his mother worked, felt the unnatural chill deeper than most. It seeped into his bones, whispering of something profoundly wrong. The usual cheerful bustle of spring preparation had vanished, replaced by hushed voices and worried glances towards the looming silhouette of Whisper Peak Mountain, its summit perpetually shrouded in angry, swirling clouds. Rowan's grandfather, Old Tom, was the village's unofficial historian and keeper of forgotten tales. One evening, as Rowan helped him bank the fire against the unnatural cold, Tom's rheumy eyes fixed on the storm-wreathed peak. "It weren't always like this," he murmured, his voice like dry leaves. "Whisper Peak held the heart of our weather," Rowan balanced it. "There's a tale, older than the oldest oak of the Skysinger's stone, a crystal pure as mountain air that sang with the winds and calmed the storms, held by the stonekeepers, folk who understood the mountain's breath." He sighed, the sound heavy with regret. "But that was long ago. Folks stopped believing, stopped listening. The path, it's lost." Tom's gaze sharpened, landing on Rowan. "You feel it, don't you, lad, the mountain's sadness, like a tune gone sour." Rowan did feel it. A low, discordant hum beneath the wind's howl, a vibration in the frost-kissed air that set his teeth on edge. It wasn't just cold, it was a deep, aching wrongness. That night, huddled under thick quilts, the discordant hum pulsed louder in his mind, mingling with Tom's words. The Skysinger's stone. A desperate resolve, fragile but bright, sparked within him. Someone had to listen. Someone had to try. Dawn was a mere lightening of the gray when Rowan slipped away. He wore his warmest woolens, carried a small pack with hard bread and cheese, his grandfather's worn leather water flask, and a stub of candle. The path towards Whisper Peak was treacherous, obscured by drifted snow and slick ice. The air grew thinner, bitingly cold, and the discordant hum vibrated through the rock itself, a physical pressure against his chest. Just as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him, a fierce gust of wind ripped his worn woolen cap from his head, sending it tumbling towards a sheer drop. Instinctively, Rowan lunged after it, his feet slipping on the icy scree. He tumbled not over the edge, but through it, into a concealed fissure hidden behind a curtain of frozen waterfall spray. The fall was short but jarring. He landed with a soft thud on a bed of thick, resilient moss that glowed with a faint, ethereal blue light. Disoriented, Rowan pushed himself up, gasping. He wasn't outside anymore. He was inside Whisper Peak itself. Before him stretched a hidden valley, a secret world cradled within the mountain's heart. Giant luminescent mushrooms, caps shimmering in soft blues, greens, and ambers, dotted the landscape like living lanterns. Warm, mineral-scented air, thick with moisture, washed over him, a startling contrast to the frozen world above. Strange, fern-like trees with leaves like spun silver rustled gently. A subterranean stream chuckled over smooth, obsidian-black stones, steaming slightly where it met the air. The discordant hum was still present, but muffled here, overlaid by the gentle sounds of dripping water and the soft sighing of warm air currents. It was breathtakingly beautiful, impossibly serene. His wonder was short-lived. A low, guttural growl echoed from behind a cluster of glowing amber mushrooms. Rowan froze. Emerging into the soft light was a creature unlike anything he'd ever seen. It stood about waist-high to him, covered in dense, shaggy fur the color of tarnished bronze, streaked with iridescent blue. Its limbs were thick and powerful, ending in broad, clawed paws. Its face was broad and flat, dominated by two large, intelligent eyes, the deep green of moss agate, currently narrowed in suspicion. Two short, curved horns like polished jet protruded from its brow. It sniffed the air, its wide nostrils flaring, and growled again, a sound like rocks grinding together. Rowan's heart hammered against his ribs. He remembered Tom's tales of mountain spirits, sometimes helpful, sometimes fierce guardians. He slowly raised his empty hands, palms outward, trying to project calm he didn't feel. Hello, I mean no harm, I'm Rowan, from the village below. His voice sounded thin and reedy in the cavernous space. The creature tilted its head, those luminous green eyes studying him intently. It took a cautious step closer, sniffing again. Then it made a series of soft clicks and rumbles deep in its chest. Rowan understood nothing, but the suspicion seemed to lessen slightly. The creature gestured with one broad paw towards a cluster of large, flat stones near the steaming stream. Hesitantly, Rowan followed. The creature, whom Rowan privately dubbed Boulder, for its sturdy build and rocky hide, settled onto one stone, watching him expectantly. Rowan tried again. "The weather above it's wrong. Frozen. My grandfather spoke of a skysinger's stone, that it needs a stonekeeper. I feel a hum, a bad hum." He hummed a few discordant notes, mimicking the feeling that had driven him here. Boulder's eyes widened. It stood up abruptly, making a sharp, urgent clicking sound. It gestured emphatically towards the far end of the valley, where the cavern walls rose steeply, veined with veins of glittering quartz. Then it pointed at Rowan, then back towards the village direction, and made a mournful, descending rumble. The meaning was clear: bad, stone broken, weather sick. Hope, fragile as a spiderweb, fluttered in Rowan's chest. You know about the stone." Boulder nodded its heavy head. It beckoned Rowan to follow and set off with surprising speed along a path worn smooth beside the glowing stream. The hidden valley unfolded as they walked. Rowan saw other creatures smaller, flitting things like phosphorescent moths and lumbering, moss-covered beings that blended seamlessly with the luminous fungi. They watched the odd pair pass with large, curious eyes, but didn't interfere. Boulder led him to a natural archway formed by two massive stalactites meeting stalagmites. Beyond it, the air grew cooler, carrying the faint, sourceless echo of wind. The path sloped upwards, winding through tunnels glittering with embedded crystals that caught the faint light, casting dancing reflections. Finally, they emerged onto a high ledge within a vast, cathedral-like cavern. The ceiling soared into darkness, but far above, Rowan could just make out a swirling vortex of gray cloud the source of the perpetual storm plaguing Frostfall Hollow. The discordant hum was loud here, a physical vibration that made his teeth ache. And in the center of the ledge, bathed in a shaft of cold, gray light filtering from above, stood a pedestal of seamless white stone. Upon it rested a crystal, but it was not the pure, singing crystal of legend. The Skysinger's stone was roughly the size of Rowan's head, its heart a deep, troubled blue, but its surface was marred by jagged, black veins that pulsed with a sickly dark light. It emitted no song, only that relentless, discordant drone that seemed to resonate with the storm above. It looked wounded, sick. Boulder approached the pedestal slowly, reverently. It placed a broad paw gently on the white stone, then looked at Rowan, its green eyes filled with profound sadness. It made a low, keening sound, like wind through a deep crack, and gestured towards the corrupted crystal. "The stone, it's ill," Rowan whispered, stepping closer. The discordant hum intensified, a wave of cold despair washing over him. He remembered Tom's words, understood the mountain's breath. He closed his eyes, pushing past the oppressive noise, trying to feel the mountain, the air currents in the cavern, the distant sigh of the hidden valley below. He took slow, deep breaths, imagining the warm, mineral-scented air of the valley, the gentle glow of the mushrooms, the steady chuckle of the stream. He thought of his mother's warm bread, the crackle of old Tom's fire, the hopeful faces of the villagers trapped in endless winter. He poured all those feelings of warmth, balance, and quiet hope into his thoughts, directing them towards the stone. He opened his eyes. For a fleeting second, one of the smaller black veins seemed to flicker, dimming slightly. The discordant hum wavered. A faint, pure chime, like a single drop of water falling into a still pool, echoed in the cavern, startlingly sweet. Then the black veins pulsed fiercely. The discordant drone roared back louder than ever, and a blast of freezing wind howled down from the vortex above, nearly knocking Rowan off his feet. He stumbled back, gasping, his hope dashed. It wasn't enough. Boulder caught him, steadying him with surprising strength. Its green eyes held not disappointment, but a spark of understanding. It rumbled softly, then pointed towards the path leading back down to the hidden valley. It made a gathering gesture, cupping its broad paws together, then pointed towards the stone. Help. Need others. The journey back down was filled with a new kind of urgency. Boulder led Rowan not just through the valley, but to specific places. They stopped before a cluster of the largest, amber-glowing mushrooms. Boulder touched one gently, then pointed to Rowan and hummed a low, resonant note. The mushroom seemed to pulse in response, its light brightening momentarily. They approached one of the large, moss-covered beings, slumbering near the warm stream. Boulder nudged it gently, rumbling and clicking. The mossy creature opened eyes like polished river stones, blinked slowly at Rowan, then emitted a deep, grounding hum that vibrated through the rock floor. They encountered the flitting phosphorescent moths. Boulder made a soft, whistling sound. The moths swirled around Rowan for a moment, their tiny lights flickering in complex patterns, leaving trails of soft warmth on his skin before darting away. Boulder was gathering allies. Creatures of earth, of growth, of light, and of air. Each one in response to Boulder's communication and Rowan's quiet, earnest presence offered something: a pulse of light, a grounding hum, a breath of warmth, a flicker of understanding. Rowan felt a strange warmth building within him, not physical heat, but a sense of connection, a resonance with the hidden life of the mountain. He wasn't just Rowan, the quiet village boy, anymore. He was becoming a conduit for the valley's gentle strength. Returning to the cavern ledge felt different. Rowan wasn't alone. Though the other creatures stayed near the archway, their presence was palpable, a subtle hum in the air, a soft glow reflecting off the crystals, a feeling of deep-rooted calm emanating from the moss beings. Boulder stood beside him, solid and reassuring. Rowan approached the corrupted stone again. The discordant drone assaulted him, the cold wind whipped his hair. But this time he didn't just think of warmth and hope. He closed his eyes and focused on the connections he'd forged. He felt the steady, grounding pulse of the earth creatures, like a deep, slow heartbeat beneath his feet. He envisioned the warm, nurturing glow of the mushrooms, a soft light pushing back the shadows. He recalled the gentle warmth of the moth's touch, like tiny sparks of encouragement. He felt Boulder's solid, protective presence beside him, a bulwark against the storm's fury. And he felt his own quiet determination, his love for Frostfall Hollow, his grandfather's faith, his mother's strength. He placed his hands gently on the cold, corrupted crystal, not trying to force it, not demanding. Instead, he offered the deep hum of the earth, the warm glow of the fungi, the gentle warmth of the air, the steadfastness of his new friend, and his own quiet, unwavering hope. He imagined these not as separate things, but as threads weaving together into a tapestry of harmony, a counter-melody to the discordant drone. He began to hum. Not a complex tune, but a simple, steady note, low and warm. It resonated in his chest. He poured all the gathered feelings, the earth's stability, the light's warmth, the air's gentleness, Boulder's loyalty, his own resolve into that single, sustained note. At first, nothing happened. The black veins pulsed angrily. The wind shrieked. Rowan faltered for a second, doubt creeping in. But then he felt it. A faint vibration beneath his palms. Not the stone, but the pedestal itself. It was humming back a deep, resonant tone that matched his own. The white stone was responding. Encouraged, Rowan poured more of himself, more of the valley's essence, into his hum. He felt Boulder shift beside him, then join in. Not a hum, but a deep, resonant rumble, like stones shifting in agreement, perfectly harmonizing with Rowan's note and the pedestal's vibration. From the archway, the earth creatures added their grounding drones. The mushrooms pulsed brighter, their light bathing the stone in warm amber, and the flitting moths swirled, their collective movement creating a soft, warm breeze that countered the icy wind. The counter-melody grew stronger, weaving together Rowan's human hope, Boulder's steadfast rumble, the earth's deep pulse, the light's warm glow, the air's gentle caress. It rose against the discordant drone, not fighting it, but gently enfolding it, soothing it. The effect on the Skysinger's stone was slow, magical. The jagged black veins began to flicker erratically. The sickly dark light dimmed. As the harmonious chorus swelled, filling the cavern with a profound, peaceful resonance, the black veins started to recede, like ink dissolving in clear water. They shrank, fragmenting, dissolving into wisps of shadow that were caught and dispersed by the warm breeze created by the moths. Where the darkness retreated, the crystal's true nature emerged a deep, serene blue, clear as a mountain lake under a summer sky, shot through with veins of purest white light that pulsed gently, rhythmically, like a heartbeat. The discordant drone faded, replaced by a sound so pure and beautiful it brought tears to Rowan's eyes. It was a song. A single clear, crystalline note that hung in the air, pure and sweet. Then another note joined it, and another, weaving together into a complex, harmonious melody that spoke of gentle breezes, warm sunshine, soft rains, and starlit frost. It was the song of balanced weather, the song of the mountain's true breath. The Skysinger's stone was singing again. Above them, the swirling vortex of angry gray clouds seemed to shudder. The howling wind died abruptly. The clouds softened, lightening from oppressive gray to pearly white. They began to part, dissolving like sugar in warm tea. Sunlight, true golden sunlight Rowan hadn't seen in months, streamed down through the opening in the cavern's ceiling, striking the newly purified Skysinger's stone. The crystal blazed, refracting the light into 1,000 dancing rainbows that painted the cavern walls with impossible colors. The song swelled, joyous and triumphant, echoing through the mountain's heart. The transformation was immediate in Frostfall Hollow. High on his ridge, old Tom gasped as the oppressive gray blanket ripped apart overhead. Golden sunlight, warm and life-giving, poured onto the frost-locked village. It touched the glazed cobblestones, and with a sound like 1,000 tiny sighs, the ice began to melt, revealing dark, damp stone beneath. Icicles dripped steadily from the eaves of cottages. The air, so bitterly cold for so long, softened, carrying the unmistakable, earthy scent of thawing ground. Birds, silent for weeks, tentatively chirped from snow-laden branches, now shedding their white burden. Doors creaked open, faces pale from winter confinement turned upwards, blinking in the sudden brightness. A collective gasp, then a wave of disbelieving laughter and joyful shouts rose from the village square. Spring, held captive, had finally arrived. Exhausted but filled with a profound sense of peace, Rowan turned to Boulder. The creature's green eyes shone with warmth and satisfaction. It rumbled softly, a sound like contented stones, and placed a broad, gentle paw on Rowan's shoulder. The message was clear. Well done, Stonekeeper. The other creatures of the hidden valley emerged cautiously onto the ledge. The earth creatures hummed their approval, the mushrooms pulsed with serene light, the moths danced joyful patterns in the sunbeams. The mountain felt whole again. Descending back through the fissure, Rowan felt different. The quiet boy remained, but layered over it was a new steadiness, a quiet confidence born not of loudness, but of deep connection and understanding. He emerged into a world transformed. Frostfall Hollow was alive with sound and movement, the gurgle of meltwater in the gutters, the chatter of relieved villagers, the vibrant green of new shoots bravely pushing through the softening earth. He found his mother first, tears streaming down her face as she stood in the bakery doorway, breathing in the warm, sweet air. She pulled him into a crushing hug, whispering his name over and over. Old Tom found them, his eyes suspiciously bright. He didn't ask for details. He simply looked at Rowan, then towards the now clear peak of Whisper Peak, and nodded slowly, a lifetime of knowing in his gaze. "The mountain sings true again," was all he said, his voice thick with emotion. Rowan never told the full tale of the hidden valley, boulder, or the sky singer's stone. It felt too precious, too sacred. He spoke only of finding a path, of listening to the mountain, and of realizing that balance needed many voices. He became the unofficial guardian of Whisper Peak. Often he would hike the lower slopes, not seeking the fissure, but simply sitting quietly, feeling the mountain's breath, the gentle pulse of weather flowing from its peak. He learned to sense subtle shifts, a skill old Tom nurtured, teaching him the old ways of observing wind, cloud, and animal behavior. And sometimes, high on a sun-warmed rock, he would feel a familiar presence. He'd turn to see Boulder, partially hidden behind a boulder or a cluster of ferns, its moss-agate eyes watching him with quiet companionship. They wouldn't speak, not in words. But Rowan would hum a quiet note, a fragment of the harmony they'd created, and Boulder would respond with a soft, grounding rumble. It was a friendship forged in the heart of a mountain, a silent understanding between a quiet boy and a guardian of stone and storm. The sky singer's stone, purified and tended by the mountain's hidden heart, kept its song true. Winters in Frostfall Hollow were crisp and white, springs burst forth with vibrant life, summers were warm and golden, autumns painted the woods in fiery hues. The villagers learned, through Rowan's quiet example and old Tom's retelling of the spirit of the legend, omitting specifics, to listen to the mountain again, to respect its rhythms. They became better stewards, understanding their place within the larger balance. As Rowan grew older, the memory of the hidden valley, the luminous mushrooms, the gentle creatures, and especially Boulder, remained a warm, glowing ember in his heart. He knew the mountain held wonders and guardians unseen, a secret world breathing beneath their feet. And he knew that true strength, the kind that mends broken weather and heals wounded stones, often lies not in grand gestures, but in quiet listening, in unexpected friendships, and in the courage to offer harmony when faced with discord. On clear nights when the stars shone like scattered diamonds above Whisper Peak, Rowan would sometimes step outside, look up at the silent, majestic mountain, and hum a single, pure note. And far below, in the heart of the mountain, a deep, contented rumble would answer, a gentle echo in the dark, a reminder that he was never truly alone. The song endured, a lullaby for the valley, a promise of balance, sung by stone and soul. And in Frostfall Hollow, tucked safely under the mountain's benevolent gaze, sleep came easily, wrapped in the deep, resonant peace of a world restored. Story 4. The village of Oakhaven nestled in a fold of the Elder Mountains, where the air always smelled faintly of pine resin and wood smoke. Its cobbled streets wound like sleepy snakes between sturdy cottages with thatched roofs, and beyond the last fence lay the vast, whispering expanse of Whisperwood. Most villagers respected the woods, gathering fallen branches and mushrooms near the edges, but few ventured deep. Among them lived a boy named Silas, known for his quiet nature and large, watchful eyes that seemed to absorb everything but give little back. Silas wasn't unkind, merely timid, his voice rarely rising above a murmur, his steps hesitant as if the world itself might startle him. He preferred the company of his grandfather, old Tom, whose gnarled hands and deep-set eyes held lifetimes of stories, and the small, sun-dappled garden behind their cottage, where hummingbirds hovered like living jewels. One crisp autumn afternoon, while helping Tom clear a tangle of ivy from the old stone well at the garden's edge, Silas's spade struck something hard and metallic. Brushing away damp earth and decaying leaves, he uncovered an object unlike anything he'd ever seen. It was a compass, but not the brass and glass kind the village cartographer used. This one was crafted from cool, dark wood the color of midnight, smooth as river stone. Its face wasn't marked with N-S-E-W, but instead held a single, large crystal, clear as mountain water, set within a ring of smaller, shimmering stones, deep amber, mossy green, twilight blue, and soft pearl. At its center, a needle spun slowly, not pointing north, but pulsing with a gentle, internal light. Tom, wiping sweat from his brow, peered at it. "Well now," he murmured, his voice a dry rustle of leaves. "That's a rare find, Silas, the Whisperwood compass. My own grandfather spoke of it. They say it doesn't guide you to places on a map, but to places in the heart of things, and sometimes to places unseen." He handed it back, his gaze thoughtful. "Keep it safe. Such things find those who need finding." That night Silas lay in his narrow bed, the compass cool against his palm beneath the quilt. Moonlight streamed through the window, catching the central crystal, making it glow with an ethereal luminescence. As he watched, mesmerized, the needle began to spin faster, then stopped, pointing resolutely towards his window, towards the dark mass of Whisperwood. A soft hum, like distant chimes carried on the wind, vibrated from the compass. A pull, deep and undeniable, tugged at Silas's chest. Fear, his old companion, whispered warnings, but beneath it surged a current of profound curiosity, stronger than he'd ever felt. Something unseen was calling him. Dressing quietly, Silas slipped out into the silvered night. The village slept, bathed in stillness. Holding the compass before him, its crystal casting a faint, guiding light on the dew-kissed path, he followed the unwavering needle into the embrace of Whisperwood. The familiar trees near the edge soon gave way to giants he'd never noticed before, ancient oaks with bark like carved dragon scales, slender birches glowing pale in the moonlight, their leaves whispering secrets in a language just beyond hearing. The compass hummed louder here, the colors of its surrounding stones flickering softly. The air grew cooler, sweeter, laced with the scent of damp earth, crushed ferns, and something else, something wild and ancient, like cinnamon and starlight. He walked for what felt like hours, yet time seemed fluid, stretching and contracting. The forest floor became a carpet of velvet moss, dotted with luminous mushrooms that glowed like fallen stars, soft blues, gentle greens, and warm ambers. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any in Oakhaven, drifted lazily through the undergrowth. The compass needle dipped suddenly downwards. Pushing aside a curtain of weeping willow branches heavy with silvery leaves, Silas stumbled into a clearing that stole his breath. Moonlight pooled in the center like liquid silver, illuminating a scene of impossible beauty. Giant bioluminescent flowers, their petals like spun moonlight, released soft puffs of glowing pollen. Trees with bark that shimmered like mother-of-pearl reached towards a sky dusted with more stars than Silas had ever imagined. A crystalline stream chuckled over smooth, singing stones. This was no ordinary part of Whisperwood. This was a hidden heart, a secret world pulsing with its own quiet magic. The compass in his hand glowed warmly, its hum a contented purr. He had found the unseen glade. His wonder was interrupted by a gruff snort. HMPH, trampling the moon petals, are we, typical. A large, rather grumpy-looking badger waddled out from behind a glowing toadstool. He had thick striped fur, surprisingly bright eyes like polished jet, and wore a tiny, woven cap of dried reeds perched precariously between his ears. "Don't just stand there gawping like a startled squirrel. State your business, wanderer. Name's Bracken, keeper of the quiet roots for my sins." Silas opened his mouth, but his voice, as usual, failed him. He held up the compass instead, its light catching the badger's keen eyes. Bracken's whiskers twitched. "The guiding heart, well, haven't seen that in a generation or three. Explains how you stumbled in here, I suppose, though why you?" He peered critically at Silas's timid stance. Before Silas could attempt another response, a softer voice, like wind chimes made of crystal, spoke from above. "Be gentle, Bracken, the heart doesn't call without reason." A graceful doe stepped into the moonlight. Her coat was the color of polished acorns dappled with sunlight, and her large, liquid eyes held ancient wisdom. Delicate silver markings traced patterns across her flanks, shimmering faintly. "I am Lyra, weaver of starlight paths. Welcome to the glade, child of Oakhaven. You hold a key to a troubled lock." Sila's finally found a whisper. "Tea troubled." Lyra nodded, her gaze solemn. "Yes, the glade of the whole of Whisperwood's deeper heart is fading. The magic weakens. The light petals dim, the singing stream's voice grows faint, and the shadows, they grow bolder, hungrier in places they shouldn't be." She gestured with her elegant head towards the far end of the glade, where the luminous plants grew sparse, and the air felt colder, thinner. "We feel a wound, a deep imbalance, but its source eludes us. The guiding heart," she nodded at the compass, "has returned. Perhaps it senses you can help mend what is broken." Silas felt a fresh wave of panic. Him. Help ancient magical beings. He could barely ask for extra bread at the baker's. He clutched the compass tighter. Its warm hum vibrated up his arm, a steady, calming pulse. Bracken huffed again, but less gruffly this time. "Well, the heart chose him. Can't argue with ancient magic, even if he looks like a stiff breeze would knock him over. Right then, lad, first lesson, listen, not just with your ears. Listen with the soles of your feet on the moss, with your fingertips on the bark, with the quiet place inside." He tapped Silas's chest with a blunt claw. "The forest speaks if you know how to hear." Thus began Silas's unexpected journey within the hidden world. Guided by the compass and his unlikely companions, the pragmatic, slightly grumpy Bracken, and the serene, insightful Lyra, he learned to navigate the glade and its surrounding wonders. He discovered paths woven from starlight that only Lyra could reveal, and route tunnels known only to Bracken that led through the earth like secret veins. He learned to taste the magic in the air, the vibrant tang near the healthy light petals, the dull, metallic flatness near the fading edges. The compass became his anchor, its central crystal glowing brighter when they neared places of strong magic, dimming where the malaise took hold. Its colored stones sometimes flickered in specific sequences, patterns Silas slowly learned to interpret: amber for earth, green for growth, blue for water, pearl for spirit. They discovered unsettling signs. Patches of the luminous moss turned gray and brittle. Stands of singing reeds by the stream fell silent. Butterflies woven from pure light seemed lethargic, their colors muted. Worst of all, they encountered shadows that moved with a purpose, cold tendrils that seemed to sap warmth and light wherever they coiled. One afternoon, while investigating a grove where ancient, memory-holding trees, the lore keepers, stood, they found one partially shrouded in this unnatural darkness. Its bark, usually humming with soft energy, felt cold and inert. The images and feelings it usually emanated of sunlit meadows, playful fawns, gentle rains were muffled, distorted by chilling whispers of fear and isolation. "It's spreading," Lyra murmured, her voice thick with sorrow. "Like a sickness." Bracken sniffed the air, his nose twitching furiously. "Smells wrong, not just decay, smells like loneliness, deep, gnawing loneliness." The compass in Silas's hand vibrated intensely, the central crystal pulsing rapidly. The blue stone flared brightly. "Water," Silas whispered, remembering the flickering patterns. "The singing stream." They followed the compass, its pull leading them upstream, away from the heart of the glade, towards the foothills of the Elder Mountains that bordered this hidden realm. The air grew colder, the vibrant magic thinner. The cheerful chuckle of the stream became a listless trickle. Finally they reached the source, a natural stone basin fed by a small waterfall cascading down a mossy cliff face. Or rather, what should have been a waterfall. Now only a pathetic dribble of water seeped from the rock. The basin was half full of stagnant, murky water. The stones around it, usually humming with the water's song, were silent and coated in a slimy gray film. Above the basin, clinging to the cliff face like a malignant scar, was a mass of swirling, hungry shadow, larger and denser than any they'd seen before. It pulsed with a cold that made Silas's teeth chatter. This was the wound. The heartspring Lyra breathed, horror-struck. It feeds the stream, which feeds the glade, which feeds the deeper woods. Its song sustains the magic, but it's choked. Bracken growled low in his throat. That shadow, it's feeding on the spring's essence, blocking the flow, but why? What feeds it? Silas felt the cold fear radiating from the shadow. It was more than just darkness. It felt sentient, filled with a profound emptiness, a desperate, icy hunger. The compass vibrated violently in his hand, the pearl stone glowing with an almost painful intensity. Spirit. Emotion. The answer clicked into place, fragile but certain. He remembered Bracken's words, smells like loneliness. He remembered the distorted fear and isolation emanating from the shrouded lore-keeper. It's feeding on loneliness, Silas said, his voice trembling but clear in the heavy silence. On fear, on being forgotten. He looked from the desolate spring to the pulsing shadow. It's not just attacking the spring, it's made from it, from the loneliness seeping out because the spring is blocked. Lyra's eyes widened with dawning understanding. A feedback loop, the blockage causes stagnation and despair, which feeds the shadow, which strengthens the blockage. But what caused the initial blockage? The compass pulsed again, the amber stone flaring this time. Earth. Silas looked closely at the cliff face, around the meager trickle of water. Partially hidden by the encroaching shadow tendrils, he saw it, a massive boulder, dislodged from higher up the mountain, perhaps by a recent tremor, jammed firmly into the fissure where the water should flow freely. It was a physical blockage, a simple accident of nature. But the stagnation it caused had festered, giving birth to something far worse, a manifestation of the resulting emotional decay. Look, Silas pointed. The boulder, it's blocking the water. Hope flickered in Lyra's eyes. If we can remove it, restore the flow. But that thing won't just let us waltz up and push a rock, Bracken stated grimly, eyeing the seething shadow mass. It feeds on our fear. The closer we get, the stronger it gets, the more afraid we become. Silas felt the familiar icy grip of his own timidity. The shadow seemed to sense it, a cold tendril snaking towards him, whispering wordless promises of isolation and despair. He wanted to run, to hide, to let the braver creatures handle it. He clutched the compass. Its warmth fought against the cold. He thought of old Tom's stories, of Lyra's gentle wisdom, of Bracken's gruff protectiveness. He thought of the silent lore-keeper, the dimming light petals, the fading song of the woods he'd come to love. He thought of the hummingbirds in his garden. He couldn't fight the shadow with force. But Bracken had taught him to listen. Maybe he needed to speak. Not with shouts, but with understanding. The pearl stone glowed, resonating with the spirit, with connection. I know how you feel, Silas whispered, not to his companions, but to the swirling shadow. His voice was still soft, but it carried a newfound steadiness. The loneliness, the fear that you don't belong, that you're forgotten, that the world is too big and too loud. He took a small, trembling step forward, the compass held out before him like a shield of light. I feel it too, every day. It's cold, it's heavy, it makes you want to hide. The shadow tendril paused, hovering inches from his face. The cold intensified, but so did the warmth from the compass. But hiding, it doesn't make the loneliness go away, Silas continued, pouring his own timid heart into the words. It just feeds it like this boulder feeds you. It blocks the good things out, the light, the song, the friends. He glanced back at Lyra and Bracken, their presence a tangible warmth at his back. They found me, like the compass found me. You don't have to be alone in the dark. The shadow seemed to recoil slightly, its pulsing slowing. A faint, discordant whine emanated from it, less menacing, more plaintive. "The water wants to flow," Silas said, his voice gaining strength. "The song wants to be sung, the light wants to shine, let it. You don't have to be the blockage, you can just be, maybe even listen to the song too." He didn't command. He didn't fight. He simply understood and offered the understanding outwards. The pearl stone of the compass blazed, its pure light washing over the shadow mass. The cold tendril touching the light dissolved into wisps of harmless mist. The discordant whine softened, shifting into a sigh, a sound of profound weariness and perhaps a glimmer of release. The shadow didn't vanish, but it thinned, its edges becoming less defined, less hungry. It drew back from the cliff face, coiling in on itself, becoming a mere patch of deep, cool shade, no longer radiating malice, just a deep, quiet melancholy. "Now, Bracken," Lyra urged, her voice sharp with hope. The badger didn't need telling twice. With surprising strength for his stout frame, he scrambled up the mossy rocks beside the basin, placing his powerful shoulders against the massive boulder. Lyra stood beside Silas, her head held high, silver markings glowing as she channeled the ambient starlight, directing it towards Bracken, bathing him and the boulder in soft, strengthening radiance. Silas focused everything he had on the compass, pouring his newfound courage, his empathy, his desperate hope into its light, keeping it shining steadily on the retreating shadow, offering not resistance, but the possibility of peace. Bracken grunted, muscles bunching. "Heave, for the glade, for the song." The boulder shifted, grating against the stone. Inch by stubborn inch it moved. With a final, deafening crack and a shower of stone fragments, the boulder tumbled free, crashing into the basin below with a mighty splash. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then a gurgle. A trickle. Suddenly, with a joyous roar, pent-up water exploded from the fissure in the cliff, a pure, crystal torrent crashing down into the basin, overflowing it instantly. The singing stream surged back to life, its voice a triumphant, bubbling crescendo that echoed through the silent grove. The stagnant water was swept away, replaced by sparkling clarity. The stones around the basin began to hum, a deep, resonant vibration that shook the ground beneath their feet. The effect was instantaneous and profound. The patch of shadow melted away entirely, like frost under the morning sun, leaving only cool, clean rock. Downstream, the gray film on the reeds sloughed off. The light petals in the distant glade flared brighter, their colors intensifying. A wave of vibrant energy, sweet and wild like the first breath of spring, rippled outwards from the heartspring, washing over Silas, Lyra, and a panting Bracken who slid down the rocks, grinning triumphantly despite his exhaustion. The journey back to the heart of the unseen glade was a celebration. The forest sang around them, birds with feathers like spun rainbows trilled melodies sweeter than any flute. The lore keeper tree pulsed with warm, clear memories of sunlight and laughter. The very air shimmered with renewed magic. Fireflies danced intricate patterns overhead. Silas walked differently. His shoulders weren't hunched, his steps weren't hesitant. He carried the Whisperwood compass, its light now a gentle, steady glow, reflecting the peace within him. He had faced the cold heart of fear and loneliness, not with force, but with understanding and the courage to speak his own truth. He had helped mend a broken world by first acknowledging the brokenness within and around him. As dawn painted the sky in hues of peach and lavender, Silas stood once more at the edge of Whisperwood, looking back towards the hidden glade. Lyra nuzzled his hand gently. "You carry the glade within you now, Silas, and the glade carries you. Remember the listening." Bracken nudged his leg. "And don't be a stranger. Someone's got to help me check the quiet roots aren't getting too quiet again. You've got the ears for it now." There was gruff affection in his tone. Silas smiled, a true wide smile that reached his eyes. "I'll come back," he promised, his voice clear and steady, no longer a whisper but a quiet certainty. He turned towards Oak Haven, the first rays of sun warming his face. The compass nestled securely in his pocket, no longer humming urgently, but radiating a deep, contented warmth, a quiet companion. He slipped back into the village as it began to stir. The scent of baking bread wafted from the baker's chimney. Old Tom was already in the garden, tending his roses. He looked up as Silas approached, his wise old eyes taking in the boy's changed bearing, the straight spine, the calm gaze, the faint, lingering scent of starlight and moss clinging to his clothes. "Well now," Tom said softly, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He didn't ask about the night. He simply gestured to the hummingbird feeder, where a tiny emerald bird hovered. "Seems brighter this morning, doesn't it?" Silas looked at the hummingbird, then at the woods beyond the garden wall, now holding a world of secrets and friends within its depths. He felt the comforting weight of the compass, the echo of the singing stream in his heart, and the quiet strength he'd found in facing the shadows. The world was still vast, but it no longer felt overwhelming. He belonged not just in Oak Haven, but in the intricate, whispering tapestry of everything. "Yes, grandfather," Silas said, his voice clear and calm as the restored spring water. "It really does." And as he helped Tom water the roses, he found himself humming a tune he hadn't learned in Oak Haven, a melody woven from starlight paths, the rumble of a gruff badger, and the joyous song of a stream that would never be silenced again. The adventure within had changed him, replacing timidity with quiet courage, and filling his once lonely heart with the enduring magic of friendship and the profound peace of a world restored. The crackling fireplace of home felt warmer that night, and his dreams were filled with luminous glades and the gentle, guiding light of a compass that had led him not just into the woods, but home to himself. Story 5. Leo had always been the quiet boy of Meadowshire, the kind who noticed things others missed, the precise moment dew gathered on spiderwebs at dawn, the secret language of rustling oak leaves, or the way shadows danced differently when a storm approached. Yet in a village bustling with boisterous children and busy grown-ups, Leo felt as unseen as a pebble beneath rushing streams. That changed one misty autumn evening, when a hunched figure emerged from the swirling fog near the old stone bridge. Her cloak shimmered like woven twilight, and in her wrinkled palm rested a single seed that pulsed with a soft, golden light. "For the one who listens," she whispered, pressing it into Leo's hand. "Plant it where moonlight touches earth, and watch what blooms." That night, beneath a sky scattered with diamond-bright stars, Leo buried the seed in his tiny garden. He awoke at dawn to a gasp-worthy sight, a sunflower taller than his cottage, its face a radiant disk of gold wider than a wagon wheel. But stranger still was the staircase spiraling down its thick stem, carved from living wood and glowing with inner warmth. Heart pounding like a trapped bird, Leo descended into darkness that gradually softened into emerald light. He stepped into the sunken garden, a hidden realm where mushrooms glowed like lanterns, rivers flowed with liquid starlight, and trees bore crystalline fruits that chimed in the breeze. Yet an eerie stillness hung in the air. The luminous petals of the flowers were fading, their colors leaching away like washed-out paints. A flicker of light darted toward him, a firefly no larger than Leo's thumb, but with wings like spun sapphire and eyes like molten copper. "I'm Spark," she hummed, her voice a melody of chimes. "You're the keeper, aren't you? Come to help save us." Spark explained that the garden's heart, the lumina bloom, had been stolen. Without its pulsing light, the sunken garden was withering. "The bloom's song keeps everything alive," Spark murmured as they passed wilting moon lilies. "Now only silence grows." Determined, Leo agreed to help. His quiet nature became his strength. He heard the faint, distressed whispers of roots beneath the soil and the shuddering sighs of the wind through dying leaves. Spark guided him through bioluminescent forests and across bridges woven from vines, their path lit by her gentle blue glow. Their journey led them to the Whispering Caves, where walls glittered with embedded amethysts and echoes twisted into riddles. There they found a clue, a single petal from the lumina bloom, iridescent as an opal floating in a pool. It hummed a faint, sorrowful tune. The thief left this behind, Spark realized. But why? Following the petal's lingering resonance, they trekked through the Valley of Echoes, where every footstep rippled sound into visible waves, and into the Mistuad, where fog clung like damp velvet and shapes moved just beyond sight. Leo's courage wavered when thorn vines lashed out, but Spark's light forged safe paths, and his careful hands untangled snares with surprising deftness. "You've got gardener's magic," Spark teased softly as he mended a wounded glowberry bush. Healing hands. Deep within the Mistuad they discovered the thief, a mountain of a creature named Borin, huddled in a cavern with the lumina bloom cradled in his massive, stony hands. He wasn't monstrous but profoundly lonely, a forgotten guardian of the northern peaks, his own world having crumbled to dust. The bloom's light was warm, Borin rumbled, tears like melted quartz tracing his craggy cheeks. "In my cold mountain I had no songs, no friends, only echoes of what was gone." Leo approached, not with anger but empathy. He spoke of his own loneliness in Meadowshire, of feeling invisible. "Light shared isn't light lost," he said gently, placing his small hand on Borin's granite knuckle. "It grows, let the garden sing again, and we'll build you a home here, where you'll never be alone." Touched by Leo's kindness, Borin placed the lumina bloom into Leo's hands. The moment it touched air, it blazed like a captured sunrise, its melody swelling, a symphony of rustling leaves, babbling streams, and wind song. Carrying it back through the sunken garden was like painting with light. Colors blazed back to vibrancy, flowers straightened on their stems, and the rivers of starlight flowed swift and bright once more. At the garden center, Leo placed the bloom into the heart of a great, crystalline tree. Light exploded in a silent, joyous burst, washing over every leaf, pebble, and creature. Borin, now crowned with living vines and glowing moss, smiled, a sunrise cracking over a cliff. Spark wove circles of blue light around Leo, humming, "You didn't just bring back the light, Keeper, you brought back hope." When Leo climbed the sunflower staircase back home, dawn was breaking over Meadowshire. The giant flower had vanished, leaving only a circle of unusually vibrant soil. But Leo carried the garden's magic within him, a newfound stillness that radiated gentle confidence. He spoke up in the village square, sharing tales of glowing rivers and starlit fruits. To his surprise, everyone listened, captivated by the boy who'd once been silent. Years later, Leo became Meadowshire's beloved storyteller and head gardener. His flowers bloomed brighter than any others, and children swore they shimmered at dusk. On clear nights he'd sit beneath the old oak, and if you listened very closely, you might hear the faint, sweet chime of crystalline fruit on the breeze, or catch a flicker of sapphire light winking from the branches, a reminder that the quietest hearts often hold the deepest magic, and that friendship, like a hidden garden, can blossom in the most unexpected places. And as the stars wheeled overhead, Leo would smile, knowing that true light is never truly lost. It only waits for the right hands to help it bloom again. Sleep now, dear listener, and may your dreams be filled with glowing gardens and kind-hearted giants. All is well. Story 6. Leo had always been curious about the old oak tree at the very edge of his grandmother's garden. Its gnarled branches seemed to reach out like welcoming arms, and its leaves whispered secrets on even the stillest days. His grandmother called it the listening tree, but she always cautioned him against venturing too close to the hollow nestled within its massive trunk. "Some doors," she'd say with a twinkle in her eye, "are best opened when you're ready for the journey beyond." One crisp autumn afternoon, the scent of wood smoke and fallen apples heavy in the air, Leo felt ready. A gentle breeze carrying the scent of damp earth and something sweet and unfamiliar, tugged at him. He approached the hollow. Instead of the dark space he expected, shimmering light, like trapped sunshine filtered through honey, spilled out. Taking a deep breath of the cool, sweet air, Leo stepped inside. The light enveloped him, warm and soft as spun gold against his skin. When it cleared, he found himself not in darkness, but standing on a path of smooth, moon-pale stones, winding through a forest unlike any he'd ever seen. This was the Whisperwood. The trees weren't merely tall, they soared like cathedral pillars, their bark a mosaic of silver and deep violet. Their leaves weren't green, but shimmering shades of sapphire and emerald, casting dappled light that danced on the path like living jewels. Bioluminescent flowers, shaped like tiny bells and glowing with soft blues, pinks, and golds, carpeted the forest floor, pulsing gently as if breathing. The air hummed with a low, melodic thrum, like a giant, contented cat purring, and carried the scent of crushed mint, vanilla orchids, and warm stone after rain. Overhead, creatures that looked like floating dandelion seeds, but glowing with soft internal light, drifted lazily on unseen currents. Leo felt a thrill of pure wonder tingle from his scalp down to his toes. He hadn't walked far when a soft chime sounded beside him. A cluster of tiny winged creatures, no bigger than his thumb, hovered near a large, glowing mushroom. They looked like they were spun from spun glass and starlight, with delicate, iridescent wings that hummed faintly. Their large, luminous eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. These were the glow sprites. One darted forward, leaving a trail of shimmering dust that smelled faintly of cinnamon, and chimed again, a sound like tiny crystal bells. It seemed to be pointing towards a fork in the path where a large, moss-covered stone partially blocked the way. Leo understood. "Thank you," he whispered, bowing slightly. The sprites chimed happily, swirling around his head for a moment in a shower of sparkling dust before flitting back to their mushroom. Approaching the mossy stone, Leo saw the problem. The path forked, but the right-hand way was almost completely obscured by thick, velvety moss cascading from the stone and hanging vines heavy with luminous purple berries. He needed to clear it gently. As he reached out to push aside the moss, it shifted. A pair of large, sleepy eyes blinked open from within the moss itself. A creature resembling a small, incredibly fluffy bear entirely covered in the softest, deepest green moss, yawned, revealing a tiny pink tongue. It stretched, mossy limbs extending, and regarded Leo with calm, ancient eyes. This was a moss bear, Leo instinctively knew. He remembered his grandmother's advice about respecting the quiet places. Instead of pushing, he bowed again. "Excuse me, please," he said softly. "I don't mean to disturb your rest, but I'm trying to pass this way." The moss bear studied him for a long moment, then slowly, deliberately, shifted its bulk just enough to clear the path. It gave a soft, rumbling purr that vibrated through the ground and settled back down, its eyes closing peacefully. Leo carefully stepped past, brushing a gentle hand over the cool, soft moss on the creature's back. "Thank you," he murmured. The path led downwards now, towards the source of the melodic thrumming he'd heard earlier. It opened into a breathtaking clearing. A wide, shallow river flowed here, its water crystal clear and shimmering with every color imaginable like liquid rainbow catching the light. But the most astonishing sight was the riverbed itself. It was covered in smooth, polished stones, but these stones weren't inert. They glowed softly, each radiating its own unique hue: deep amethyst, fiery topaz, serene aquamarine. And they were singing. Not with voices, but with pure, resonant tones that vibrated through the air and water, creating the forest's harmonic hum. Leo knelt at the water's edge, dipping his fingers in. The water felt cool and silky, tingling slightly. The stones beneath shimmered brighter at his touch. He saw that the stones closest to the bank seemed dimmer, their songs fainter, almost sad. Gently, carefully, he began picking up the dimmer stones from the shallows and placing them back into the deeper, faster-flowing current in the center of the river. As each stone touched the stronger flow, it flared brightly, its song swelling back to full strength, joining the glorious chorus. He didn't know why they'd become displaced, perhaps by playful water creatures or gentle floods, but helping them felt right. As he worked, the entire clearing seemed to brighten, the hum becoming richer, sweeter, vibrating warmly in his chest. He felt a profound sense of peace and connection. Leaving the singing river behind, the path began to climb again, winding between enormous tree roots that formed natural arches. The light shifted, becoming softer, duskier. Ahead, nestled in the cradle of 3 colossal roots, stood a structure that took Leo's breath away. It was a cottage, but not made of wood or stone. It seemed woven from living vines heavy with night-blooming flowers that glowed with soft, white light. The roof was a canopy of enormous, luminous leaves. Warm, inviting light spilled from a round window. As Leo approached, the door, made of intertwined willow branches, creaked open silently. Inside, the air was warm and fragrant with the scent of baking bread and lavender. An old woman sat by a hearth where a fire of cool, blue and green flames crackled merrily, casting dancing shadows. Her hair was like spun moonlight, and her eyes held the depth and kindness of the forest itself. She wore a robe that seemed woven from shifting shadows and starlight. "Welcome, Leo," she said, her voice like wind through leaves and chimes on a breeze. "The whisperwood speaks of your gentle heart." She gestured to a plump cushion woven from glowing reeds. "Rest your feet, the listening tree sent word you might find your way here today." Over cups of steaming, sweet-smelling tea that tasted of wild honey and summer berries, the weaver, for that was her name, she who tended the stories of the whisperwood, listened as Leo shared his journey, the glow sprites, the moss bear, the singing stones. She smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening like the rings of an ancient tree. "You listened," she said softly. "To the sprite's chime, to the moss bear's quiet, to the stone's fading song. You met the unknown not with fear, but with respect and kindness. That is true courage, young explorer. It is not the absence of fear, but the choice to act gently despite it." Leo felt a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with the tea. He hadn't thought of himself as brave, he'd just been curious and careful. The weaver nodded as if hearing his thoughts. "Curiosity guided you, kindness was your compass, and quiet courage cleared your path. Remember this feeling." She handed him a small, smooth stone from a bowl on her table. It was warm to the touch and pulsed with a soft, golden light, humming a single, pure note. "A stone from the river, singing its thanks. Keep it close. It will remind you that even the smallest light can brighten the dark, and even the quietest step can lead to wonders." As the weaver's hearth fire burned low, casting long, comforting shadows, Leo felt a gentle tug, a sense of completion. He thanked the weaver, who simply smiled and gestured towards the door. The path home is always open to those who walk it with a light heart. Stepping outside, he saw the moon-pale path glowing softly before him, leading back the way he came. The whisperwood seemed to sigh contentedly around him. The moss bear was still peacefully asleep, a soft green mound by the path. The glow sprites chimed a gentle farewell as he passed. The singing river's chorus swelled in a harmonious wave as he crossed a natural arch of glowing roots above it. Soon he stood before the shimmering light spilling from the listening tree's hollow. He stepped through the warm honey-gold radiance and found himself back in his grandmother's garden, the familiar scent of wood smoke and autumn apples washing over him. The sun was just dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of orange and purple. He looked down at his hand. The warm, golden, softly humming stone was still there, pulsing gently against his palm, a tangible piece of magic and a reminder of his quiet bravery. He heard his grandmother call from the kitchen door, her voice warm and familiar. Leo ran to her, the stone safely tucked in his pocket, its gentle warmth a comforting secret against his leg. He flung his arms around her. "Grandmother," he whispered, his heart full of the Whisperwood's song, "I found a door, and I walked through it." She hugged him back tightly, her own eyes twinkling with understanding deeper than words. She smoothed his hair, breathing in the lingering scent of mint, vanilla, and starlight that clung to him. "Ah, my little explorer," she murmured, her voice thick with love. "I thought you might be ready. The best journeys always begin with a single step, taken with a brave and gentle heart. Come inside now. The fire's crackling, and there's warm milk with honey." She led him towards the cozy glow of the cottage windows, the stone in his pocket humming its soft, reassuring song, a lullaby of courage found, wonders witnessed, and the comforting certainty that the world held more magic than he could ever imagine, waiting patiently for those willing to listen and step gently into the unknown. The scent of baking bread mingled with the wood smoke, wrapping around him like a warm blanket, and the gentle purr of the cat by the hearth seemed to echo the Whisperwood's own contented thrum, lulling him into a deep, peaceful sense of belonging, both here and in the memory of that enchanted place. The adventure was over for now, but the warmth, the light, and the quiet courage it had kindled within him would remain, a glowing ember in his heart forever. Story 7. The embers in the hearth glowed like captured sunsets, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain whispered secrets to the thirsty earth, a soothing lullaby for the night. Tonight's story begins not with a bang, but with the soft plink of a single dewdrop falling onto a velvety moss cushion, deep within the whispering woods. Here lived a young dewkeeper named Rowan. Rowan's world was small, measured in mossy glades, sun-dappled clearings, and the intricate dance of dawn light on spiderwebs. His task, passed down through generations, was sacred, to tend the morning jewels. These weren't ordinary dewdrops. They were condensed moonlight, starlight, and the purest dreams of sleeping creatures, gathered on the petals of moonflowers that bloomed only in the deepest, quietest hours. Each dewdrop held a tiny spark of magic, essential for the wood's delicate balance. They nourished the shyest flowers, guided lost fireflies, and painted the first light with shimmering rainbows. Rowan, slight and quiet as a falling leaf, moved with silent grace. His fingers, nimble as a spider's legs, would gently coax the precious jewels into tiny, hollowed acorn cups before the sun grew too bold and drank them away. He wore a cloak woven from cobwebs and twilight, shimmering faintly, and carried his most precious tool, the dew lens. Crafted from a single, flawless drop of ancient amber, it allowed him to see the intricate patterns of magic within each jewel, ensuring its purity. His only companions were Lumina, a firefly whose light pulsed with gentle curiosity, and the rustling gossip of the ferns. He was content, finding profound peace in his small, vital role. But one mist-laden morning, Rowan noticed something unsettling. The moonflowers, usually vibrant silver, seemed dull. The jewels they bore felt thin. Holding the dew lens to one, he gasped. Instead of the usual swirling constellations of light, the magic inside was faint, flickering weakly, like a dying candle flame. A cold prickle, entirely unfamiliar, traced its way down his spine. This had never happened before. The next morning was worse. Whole patches of moonflowers bore no jewels at all. Where they should have been, Rowan found only a faint, greasy residue that smelled faintly of burnt sugar and sorrow. Fear, cold and heavy, settled in Rowan's chest. The whispering woods felt different. The rustle of leaves held an anxious edge. The birdsong was muted. The lifeblood of his world was draining away. That night, unable to sleep, Rowan sat beneath the oldest oak, its gnarled roots forming a protective cradle. He held the dew lens not to examine a jewel but to gaze into the amber depths, seeking an answer. As the moon climbed high, painting the world in silver, the lens grew warm in his hand. Images flickered within the amber, not reflections but visions. He saw a path he'd never taken, winding deep into the heart of the woods, where the trees grew so close their branches knitted a perpetual twilight canopy. He saw a shimmering, almost invisible barrier, like heat haze over stone. And he felt a pull, an undeniable summons. The lens was showing him the way to the source of the blight. Terror warred with duty within Rowan. His world was the open glades, the familiar paths. The heart of the woods was a place of rumor and shadow, spoken of in hushed tones by the wind. But the fading jewels, the woods growing unease, he couldn't ignore it. With trembling hands he packed a small pouch, a few precious, still bright jewels, some dried moonflower petals for strength, a flask of crystal-clear spring water, and the dew lens, now cool against his skin but humming with latent power. Lumina, sensing his resolve, settled on his shoulder, her light a tiny, brave beacon. "Stay close, little light," Rowan whispered, his voice barely stirring the air. "We journey where the sun fears to tread." The path the lens had shown was treacherous. Thorny vines snagged at his cloak, roots twisted unexpectedly underfoot, and the air grew thick and still, smelling of damp earth and ancient secrets. The perpetual twilight beneath the canopy was disorienting. Strange, phosphorescent fungi glowed eerily on tree trunks, casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. Whispers not of wind, but like the murmur of hidden voices, brushed against his ears, indistinct yet unsettling. Lumina's light seemed smaller, swallowed by the oppressive gloom. After what felt like hours, Rowan stumbled into a small, utterly dark clearing. The air hummed with a low, resonant vibration. Before him stood the barrier from his vision, a shimmering curtain of energy, like distorted glass, stretching from the mossy floor up into the impenetrable canopy. It pulsed faintly, and where it touched the ground, the moss was blackened and dead. This was the source of the greasy residue, the drain on the magic. This barrier was consuming the life force of the woods, siphoning the magic meant for the morning jewels. Heart pounding, Rowan lifted the dew lens. Peering through it at the barrier was like looking into a storm. Chaotic, dark energies swirled within it, lashing out like hungry tendrils. It was ancient, powerful, and deeply wrong. He sensed a profound hunger emanating from it, a hunger for light, for magic, for life itself. How could he, a mere dew-keeper, stand against such a thing? Despair threatened to engulf him. He sank to his knees, the cold, dead moss chilling him through his clothes. Lumina landed on his hand, her light dimming in sympathy. Just then a sharp twang echoed through the silence, followed by a soft curse in a voice like dry leaves skittering on stone. Rowan froze. From the shadows near the base of a colossal, decaying cedar, a figure emerged. It was large, easily twice Rowan's height, with 8 long, jointed legs moving with unnerving grace. Multiple eyes, like polished obsidian beads, gleamed in Lumina's faint glow. A weaver spider. Rowan's breath hitched. Spiders were creatures of cautionary tales, spinners of traps, inhabitants of dark corners. Instinct screamed at him to flee. The spider paused, its gaze fixed on Rowan. It raised one long leg, pointing not at him, but at the shimmering barrier. Then it gestured towards the cedar tree. Rowan saw it then the most magnificent, intricate web he could ever imagine, spanning the entire width of the massive trunk. It was woven not just of silk, but of captured moonlight and starlight, threads shimmering with soft silver and blue. But parts of it were torn, sagging, the luminous threads frayed and dull. Where the web touched the barrier, the silk was blackened and brittle, dissolving into dust. The spider made a series of complex gestures with its forelegs, accompanied by soft clicks and sighs. Rowan, still terrified, slowly lifted the dew lens. Looking through it at the spider, the fear melted away, replaced by awe. The spider wasn't just large, it was old. Its carapace was etched with patterns like ancient constellations, and its eyes held a depth of weary wisdom. The web wasn't a trap, it was a shield, a vast, delicate net designed to catch ambient magic and weave it back into the fabric of the woods, reinforcing life. It was a guardian just like Rowan, and the barrier was tearing its work apart. The greasy residue. It was the corrupted remnants of the magic the barrier consumed, and the web tried to protect. My name, the spider's voice resonated directly in Rowan's mind, a sensation like cool silk brushing his thoughts, is Arania. I am the keeper of the twilight loom. This blight, it tears at the threads of the world. Her mental voice was filled with sorrow and frustration. It feeds on magic, growing stronger as the woods grow weaker. My web, it was meant to mend, to strengthen. Now it barely holds. Shame washed over Rowan. He had judged based on fear, on stories. Here was another guardian, fighting the same enemy, suffering the same loss. He lowered the lens, meeting Arania's gaze directly. I am Rowan, Dewkeeper. The morning jewels fade, the woods are sick. Arania dipped her head in acknowledgement. The jewels are the dawn's promise, the concentrated essence. This blight drains the source, the ambient magic my web tries to gather. Without the jewel's daily renewal, the woods wither. Without the wood's life force, my web fails. We are caught in the same snare, little keeper. An unexpected warmth bloomed in Rowan's chest, pushing back the fear. He wasn't alone. He pulled out one of the precious, still bright morning jewels from his pouch. Its gentle light pushed back the oppressive gloom of the clearing. Can this help? Can it mend your web? Arania's eyes glinted. It is pure light, pure magic, but it is a drop in an ocean of need. The barrier consumes it too quickly. We need to find the source behind the barrier, the anchor point feeding this hunger. She gestured towards the shimmering curtain. The lens, it showed you the way here. Can it show us beyond? Rowan lifted the dew lens again, focusing not on the chaotic swirls of the barrier itself, but through it, towards the heart of the ancient cedar. The chaotic energies resisted, blurring the image. But Rowan concentrated, pouring his worry for the woods, his newfound determination, into the lens. The amber warmed, glowed softly. Slowly, the chaotic swirls parted like fog. Beyond the barrier, nestled deep within the hollow core of the decaying cedar, Rowan saw it, a stone, dark and jagged, like a piece of the night sky fallen to earth. It pulsed with the same greasy, hungry energy as the barrier. Thin, dark tendrils snaked from it, feeding the shimmering curtain. This was the anchor, the heart of the blight. The night shard, Arania's mental voice, was grim. A fragment of pure void, fallen long ago. It slept harmless until something disturbed it. Now it wakes hungering. She pointed a leg towards the base of the barrier. There, a small weakness where the roots of the cedar resist its touch. But it is too small for me, too small for anything but. Rowan understood. The gap was tiny, barely large enough for a rabbit, let alone Arania's large form. But it was large enough for him. The thought of stepping through that terrifying energy made his knees tremble. The dark stone pulsed in his vision through the lens, radiating cold malice. Someone must go, Arania said softly. Someone small, someone who carries pure light, the jewels in your lens, it sees truth. Perhaps it can show the shard its own emptiness, reflect its hunger back upon itself. Rowan looked at the fading morning jewel in his hand, then at Lumina on his shoulder, then at the ancient, weary spider whose web was a shield for the world he loved. He thought of the dull moonflowers, the silent birds, the woods holding its breath. His small world needed him to be brave. He took a deep breath, the scent of decay and ozone sharp in his nostrils. I will go, he said, his voice firmer than he felt. Tell me what to do. Arania instructed him carefully. He would need to move swiftly. The gap was unstable. He must carry a jewel pure, concentrated magic, and hold the dew lens facing the night shard. The lens, attuned to light and truth, might disrupt the shard's dark resonance, reflecting its own consuming nature back at it. It was a fragile hope, a theory spun from moonlight and desperation. Rowan emptied his pouch except for 3 remaining morning jewels and the dew lens. He gave Lumina a gentle nudge. Stay with Arania, little light, watch for me. The firefly bobbed reluctantly, settling onto one of Arania's forelegs. Crouching low, Rowan approached the weak point near the cedar roots. The air crackled with static, raising the hair on his arms. The greasy smell was overpowering. Through the gap he could see the dark hollow, the night shard pulsing like a diseased heart. Taking one last steadying breath, clutching a jewel and holding the lens before him like a shield, Rowan pushed through the gap. The world twisted. Cold, deeper than winter, seeped into his bones. Whispers became screams in his mind, voices of fear, despair, endless hunger. The greasy residue coated his skin, sticky and foul. The hollow was small, oppressive, the air thick and suffocating. The night shard sat on a bed of dead roots, radiating waves of chilling darkness that seemed to leach the warmth and hope right out of him. It was mesmerizing in its terrible emptiness, a void that promised only oblivion. Gritting his teeth against the mental assault, Rowan raised the dew lens, focusing its amber eye directly on the jagged stone. He poured all his focus, all his love for the dewdrops, the moonflowers, the rustling ferns, the gentle rain into the lens. He thought of Arania's weary wisdom, of Lumina's brave little light. He held the morning jewel aloft, its soft radiance a defiant spark in the overwhelming gloom. Show it, he thought fiercely, directing his will through the lens. Show it what it is, show it the emptiness it creates. The dew lens flared. A beam of warm, golden amber light, infused with the pure white radiance of the morning jewel, lanced out, striking the night shard. For a moment, nothing happened. The darkness seemed to swallow the light whole. Then the shard screamed. Not a sound, but a psychic shriek that vibrated through Rowan's very soul. The beam from the lens wasn't hurting it, it was reflecting. Within the amber light, Rowan saw, magnified and horrifyingly clear, the true nature of the night shard, not power, but profound, infinite lack. It was a bottomless pit of need, consuming everything yet forever empty, forever starving. The lens was forcing it to see its own desolation. The shard pulsed erratically, the dark tendrils flailing wildly. The greasy residue on its surface began to bubble and smoke. The waves of cold grew jagged, unstable. The barrier outside flickered violently. Rowan could feel the resistance weakening, the oppressive hunger momentarily stunned by the shock of its own reflection. Now, Rowan. Arania's mental shout cut through the chaos. This was the moment. He couldn't destroy the shard, but he could disrupt its anchor. Summoning every ounce of courage, Rowan lunged forward, not at the shard, but at the dead roots beneath it. He jammed the glowing morning jewel deep into the crumbling, decayed wood, right where the darkest tendrils emerged. He pushed it in with all his strength, then scrambled back, holding the lens steady, the beam unwavering. The pure, concentrated magic of the jewel, embedded at the source of the corruption, was like throwing water onto hot oil. A violent hiss filled the hollow. The night shard shuddered, its pulsing light stuttering. The dark tendrils connected to the barrier recoiled, snapping back towards the stone with a sound like cracking ice. The barrier outside flickered wildly, then with a sound like a sigh of release, it dissolved. Not vanished, but flowed back, retreating into the night shard like ink sucked into a bottle. The greasy residue on the stone solidified into a dull, inert crust. The pulsing stopped. The hunger ceased. The shard didn't vanish, but it became still, dormant once more, encased in a shell of its own corrupted residue and the spent magic of the jewel. The crushing cold lifted, replaced by the damp, earthy smell of the hollow, now just a hollow, not a prison. Rowan slumped against the mossy inner wall of the tree, gasping, trembling with exhaustion and relief. The dew lens was cool in his hand, its light dimmed. He had done it. Through the gap where the barrier had been, weak dawn light began to filter into the clearing. Arania's large form filled the opening. She gently helped Rowan out. Lumina zipped to his shoulder, her light pulsing rapidly with excitement and concern. The clearing felt different. The oppressive hum was gone. The air, while still cool and damp, felt clean, alive. The blackened moss near where the barrier had stood was already showing faint signs of green regrowth. "You were brave, little keeper," Arania's voice resonated warmly in his mind. "Braveler than the tallest oak, you faced the void and showed it a mirror." "The jewel," Rowan whispered, looking at the hollow tree. "Is it enough?" "The immediate drain is broken," Arania said, examining the dormant shard with several eyes. "The barrier is down, but the shard is wounded, not gone. The pure magic you embedded, it has created a seal, a counterweight to its hunger. It will sleep again deeply, but the woods, they need time and care, more than before." She turned her gaze to her magnificent, damaged web. "My loom is weakened. It will take seasons to reweave what was lost." Rowan looked at the 2 remaining morning jewels in his pouch, then at the dew lens. An idea sparked, fragile but hopeful. The jewels, they are concentrated magic, pure light. Could they help mend your threads? Could the lens help you see how to weave them stronger? Arania tilted her head, considering. She extended a delicate spinneret, touching the luminous silk of her web. "The magic is similar, pure, undiluted. Yes, yes, I believe it could." She looked at the dew lens. "And the lens, it sees the patterns, the flows of magic. It could guide my work, show me where the fabric is thin." A sense of profound understanding passed between them, dew-keeper and weaver, guardians of light and pattern. Rowan didn't hesitate. He offered Arania the 2 remaining jewels. For the loom, for the woods. Arania accepted them with surprising gentleness, cradling them in her palps. "And I offer my threads," she resonated. "When the moonflowers bloom, I will spin threads of captured moonlight to protect them, to help gather the dreams more safely. My web will shield the sources, as it was always meant to do." She gestured towards the path leading out. "Go, Rowan Dewkeeper, tend your jewels, the dawn needs them. We will mend the woods together, you and I, from the glade and from the twilight." The journey back was different. The heart of the woods no longer felt oppressive, just deep and ancient and peaceful. Sunlight, real, warm sunlight, began to filter through the high canopy in places it hadn't reached in years. Birdsong, tentative but clear, echoed through the trees. As Rowan emerged from the dense growth into a familiar sun-dappled glade, the change was immediate. The air tasted sweeter, lighter. The leaves seemed greener, the moss springier underfoot. He reached his moonflower patch just as the first rays of true dawn painted the eastern sky. The flowers glowed with renewed vigor, their silver luminescence almost blinding. And on their petals, sparkling like diamonds strewn by a joyful giant, rested perfect morning jewels. Fat, radiant, brimming with swirling constellations of magic visible, even without the lens. Rowan knelt, tears of relief stinging his eyes. His fingers trembled as he began his work, collecting the jewels with a reverence deepened by the night's trial. Life returned to the whispering woods with a sigh of profound relief. Rainbows arched brighter over the dewy meadows. Fireflies danced in larger, more exuberant swarms. Flowers bloomed with colors unseen in seasons. The birds sang symphonies at dawn. Rowan's routine changed. Each dusk, before tending the moonflowers, he would journey to the edge of the twilight canopy. Sometimes Arania would be waiting, sometimes not. But always woven into the lower branches near the path, he would find a small, perfect gift. A tiny pouch of the strongest, most luminous spider silk, designed to hold the jewels safely. A dewdrop caught mid-fall, perfectly preserved in a filament of moonlight thread, or a small charm woven from fern fronds and stardust that seemed to whisper reassurance. He left offerings in return, a particularly bright jewel placed on a specific leaf, a vial of the clearest spring water, sometimes just sitting quietly, sharing the peace of the evening through their unique bond. He used the dew lens differently now. Not just to examine jewels, but sometimes to gaze towards the heart of the woods, seeing the faint, strengthening pulse of Arania's twilight loom, a vast, shimmering net of silver and blue light woven through the ancient trees, gathering and redistributing magic, reinforcing the seal around the dormant night shard. It was a shield, a healer, a silent partner in the dance of light and life. Rowan was still quiet. He still cherished the small glades and the soft plink of dewdrops. But his world had grown vast. He had journeyed into darkness and found not just fear, but an unexpected friend. He had faced the void with a mirror of light and a heart full of care for his small world. He understood now that even the smallest guardian, tending the tiniest drops of magic, held a thread in the vast tapestry of life. And that true strength often bloomed in the unlikeliest of friendships, woven together by shared purpose and quiet courage. As the fire crackled its final embers, casting the room in deep, peaceful shadows, remember Rowan, the Dewkeeper, and Arania, the weaver in the twilight. Remember that even in the deepest dark, a single spark of kindness, a moment of bravery, and the bond of an unexpected friend can mend the world, one dewdrop, one silken thread at a time. Sleep now under the watchful stars, knowing that guardians, seen and unseen, tend the gentle magic of the world. Rest well. The dawn will come bright and jeweled. Story 8. Deep within the whispering woods, where sunlight dripped like melted gold through ancient canopies, lived creatures unseen by human eyes. Here moss grew thick as velvet pillows, and the air hummed with the scent of pine resin and damp earth. At the forest's heart stood the grandmother oak, her bark etched with centuries of stories, roots weaving deep into the world's magic. She was the keeper of seasons, her branches holding the delicate balance between spring's blush, summer's hum, autumn's sigh, and winter's hush. Among her roots dwelled Thistle, a silver-furred badger whose paws knew every hidden pathway. His den smelled of dried lavender and warm soil, where fireflies nested in jars like living constellations. High in the oak's branches lived Pip, a quick-pawed squirrel with fur the color of autumn acorns. Her nest was lined with thistledown and moonbeam silk, and she spent dawns watching dew transform spiderwebs into necklaces of light. Nearby, in a burrow fringed with bluebells, lived the hedgehog family, Bramble, Moss, and their 3 prickly youngsters, who tended the glowcap mushrooms that pulsed softly at twilight, recycling fallen leaves into starlight. The forest thrived on rituals. Every first frost, Thistle would lead the creatures to the crystal stream, where they'd place river-smoothed stones in spirals to thank the water for its songs. In spring, Pip organized the blossom dance, where butterflies scattered pollen that made the air taste like honey. The hedgehogs sang nightly lullabies to the grandmother oak, their voices harmonizing with the wind, so her roots drank melodies instead of rain. All things breathed together. Elder Fern, the oldest turtle, would murmur from her sun-warmed rock. Upset one thread and the whole tapestry trembles. But one sultry summer evening, as fireflies painted the dusk, an unnatural chill crept in. Frost feathered over ferns that should have been lush, silencing crickets mid-chirp. Pip shivered on her branch, watching her breath mist in the air. Thistle emerged from his den, whiskers stiff with ice crystals. "The seasons are knotted," he rumbled, nose pressed to the trembling earth. The grandmother oak's roots feel cold. They gathered beneath the oak, where moonlight usually pooled like liquid silver. Now the clearing was eerily still. Bramble nudged a frostbitten glowcap, its light guttered weakly. The balanced stone whispered moss, her spines drooping. Deep in the oak's roots lay a geode older than the forest, a stone that pulsed with the forest's heartbeat, warming the earth in winter and cooling it in summer. Thistle's grandfather had shown it to him as a cub, warning, harm it, and the seasons unravel. A frantic woodmouse brought news. Near the stone, the earth had cracked. Young foxes, new to the forest, had chased a rabbit into the roots, clawing at the soil where the stone lay hidden. Their playful digging had exposed it to the night air, freezing its magic. Pip scampered down, her tiny paws tracing the fissure. Cold seeped from it, withering nearby flowers. "They didn't know," she said softly. "The stone's song is fading." Thistle nodded. Ignorance is a wound only wisdom can heal. He sought Elder Fern, who sunned herself on a mossy log, her shell patterned with lichen like ancient maps. "Ah," she sighed, her voice a dry rustle. "The stone remembers warmth. It needs summer's breath to thaw." She described the sun petals, golden flowers that bloomed only on the highest sunbeam, storing sunlight in their velvet cores. "But they wilt by twilight, you must move as one." Hope flickered. Pip scrambled up the grandmother oak, leaping across branches toward the canopy's sunlit crown. Thistle dug tunnels through frosted soil, creating safe passage. The hedgehogs rolled glowcaps into the cracks, their faint light guiding the way. When Pip reached the sun-drenched treetops, she found the sun petals, a cluster of golden blooms, warm as baked bread. But as she gathered them, a gust shook the branches. One precious petal tumbled downward. Below, the young foxes watched, ears flat with shame. The smallest, her fur russet as fallen leaves, saw the falling petal. With a yip, she darted forward, catching it gently in her mouth. Pip froze, but the fox placed the petal in Thistle's paw, whimpering, "We didn't mean to still the seasons." "Come," said Thistle gently. "Help us reweave what was frayed." Together they hurried to the exposed balanced stone, now glazed with ice. The hedgehogs lined the fissure with glowing mushrooms. Pip laid the sun petals on the stone's frozen surface, their warmth seeping into the geode. Thistle and the foxes pushed rich, dark soil over the roots, their paws working side by side. As the last shovelful settled, bramble and moss began a low, humming song, joined by the fox's hesitant yips and Pip's chittering melody. The grandmother oak's leaves shimmered, absorbing their voices. Slowly, the frost retreated like a shy creature. Warmth radiated from the stone, melting ice into dewdrops that glittered on spiderwebs. Flowers straightened, crickets resumed their symphony, and the glowcaps brightened, casting buttery light over the smiling faces. Elder Fern crept close, nudging the young foxes. "Remember this night, wisdom isn't knowing everything, it's listening to the world's whispers." The foxes bowed their heads. "We'll protect the balanced stone," promised the russet one, "and teach others its song." Seasons flowed smoothly once more. Autumn arrived in a cascade of amber and crimson, leaves pirouetting to the hedgehog's harvest hymns. Winter wrapped the forest in snowy silence, the foxes now guarding the oak's roots while Thistle told tales of stars by the hearth. When spring returned, painting the woods in wildflower confetti, the creatures gathered beneath the grandmother oak. Pip strung dewdrop necklaces for the fox kits, while bramble and moss served nectar-sweetened hazelnuts on birch bark plates. As twilight deepened, fireflies rose like embers in a gentle wind, their light blending with the glowcaps and the oak's soft luminescence. Thistle watched them, his old bones warmed by contentment. The forest breathed, a sigh of soil, rustle of leaves, ripple of stream, each note a thread in an eternal harmony. High above, the first star winked, casting silver over creatures curled in drowsy heaps, their dreams woven from the safety of roots and the promise of tomorrow's sun. And deep in the earth, the balanced stone pulsed steadily, a warm, silent lullaby for the sleeping woods. Story 9. The ancient starship drifted silently through the velvet expanse of space, its hull scarred by micrometeorites and dusted with starlight. Within its cavernous botanical garden, a forgotten oasis of towering ferns and bioluminescent flowers, two very different explorers first laid eyes on each other. Pip was a small, furry being from the mist-shrouded forests of Veridia. With large, luminous eyes adapted to twilight and delicate paws that barely disturbed the moss beneath them, they communicated through soft chirps and expressive ear twitches. Across a bubbling stream of liquid starlight stood Kale. Born on the crystalline mountains of Solara Prime, their bodies shimmered with embedded geodes that refracted light into rainbows. Kale spoke in deep, resonant hums that vibrated through the metal floor plates. Sure whistle. Pip trilled nervously, flattening their silver-tipped ears. They'd never seen a walking mountain before. Who and Brumble, Kale responded, mistaking Pip's cautious posture for aggression. A protective layer of sharp quartz spines emerged from their shoulders with a sound like cracking ice. Thus began the great misunderstanding. For 3 planetary rotations, they avoided each other. Pip hid among weeping willow ferns when Kale's heavy footsteps echoed through the garden's overgrown paths. Kale, believing the tiny creature to be a territorial pest, deliberately took wide detours around the berry thickets Pip favored. Pip thought Kale's crystal glow was a predatory lure. Kale assumed Pip's shimmering fur was a warning of toxicity. Both were desperately lonely. The turning point came when the ship's decaying gravity generator faltered. Floating pollen became dangerous projectiles, and a massive century-old glowwood tree tore from its roots, crashing toward Pip's nest. With a panicked squeak, Pip scrambled only to get tangled in vine tendrils. Kale, without thinking, lunged forward. Their crystalline arms braced against the trunk with a sound like grinding glaciers, stopping the tree centimeters from Pip's head. Quartz spines shattered against the bark. Pip trembled, staring at the glittering shards. Regret hum Kale resonated softly, retracting their damaged spines. Not harm. Slowly, Pip nudged a fallen starberry toward Kale. The crystal being hesitated, then absorbed the offering through a palm facet, emitting a surprised ping of delight. Pip's ears perked up the universal sound of sweetness. Their shared challenge began hours later. A klaxon wailed the ship's failing core, threatened to implode. Lights flickered as emergency bulkheads slammed down, sealing them in the engine access corridor. Pip's sensitive nose wrinkled at the acrid stench of melting conduits. Kale's facets dimmed under stress. Escape, Pip chirped, pointing delicate claws at the ceiling vent. Too small, Kale hummed mournfully, too large to fit. Fix core. Pip gestured at the pulsing, erratic energy sphere behind cracked shielding. Too dangerous, Pip shivered one energy surge could vaporize them. They huddled together as the corridor heated. Pip noticed Kale's facets glowing erratically not with fear, but with concentrated data streams. You know machines. Memory stones, Kale tapped their chest, where ancestral knowledge crystallized. But cannot reach panel. The control interface was behind a warped door only Pip could squeeze through. And the manual override. A heavy lever requiring Kale's strength. Silence hung between them, thick with unspoken trust. Then Pip nuzzled Kale's rough hand. Show. Kale projected holographic schematics from their palm. Pip watched, whiskers twitching in concentration. Hot wires blew to gold. A firm hum. Danger close. Pip took a shuddering breath and darted through the gap. Inside the chamber, radiation alarms screamed. Following Kale's projected instructions, Pip's tiny paws reconnected frayed neural cables, singing fur in the process. Kale now. Outside, Kale threw their full weight against the lever. Metal shrieked in protest. Hurry. Pip's pained chirp echoed. With a roar that shook dust from the ceiling, Kale shattered a facet, pouring crystalline energy into the mechanism. The lever slammed home. Coolant flooded the chamber. Pip tumbled out, fur smoking. Kale gathered them gently, applying soothing mineral paste to burns. For the first time, Pip heard Kale's true voice beneath the hums, a melody of sorrow and solitude from a shattered homeworld. In turn, Pip shared their own loss through chirped lullabies how Viridia's forests burned, leaving them adrift. As the ship stabilized, they sat beneath a holographic nebula projection. Kale carefully repaired Pip's singed fur with adhesive gem dust. Why help? Pip chirped. You small, but heart big. Kale pulsed warm amber light. Alone no more. Pip nestled against Kale's sturdy form, purring a harmony to Kale's grounding hum. They didn't notice the ship's navigation system reactivating, charting a course toward an uncharted green and blue planet. Nor did they see the ship's central display flicker to life, revealing its original mission, arc of understanding seeking common ground. What mattered was the quiet understanding flowing between them, Kale's strength sheltering Pip's fragility, Pip's agility mending Kale's broken facets. When Pip offered a foraged moon mint leaf, Kale didn't absorb it. Instead, they cradled it in a palm, marveling at its delicate veins. When Kale shared a memory stone's soft glow, Pip didn't flinch. They curled within the light, bathing in its warmth. The true test came upon landing. Hostile native fauna surrounded the ship, screeching, clawed creatures drawn by the crash. Pip froze, terror-stilling their song. Kale stepped forward, spines extended, but the creatures swarmed. One lunged, fangs snapping toward Pip. Without thinking, Pip darted up Kale's arm and stood atop their head, puffing their fur and emitting an ear-splitting, ultrasonic shriek, a Viridian forest warden's cry. The creatures recoiled, confused. Seizing the moment, Kale struck the ground, creating a harmonic tremor that scattered them. Afterward, Pip trembled against Kale's neck. Never made big noise before. Courage found, Kale hummed proudly, their facets glowing sunset orange. Together, they built a shelter from salvaged ship panels. Kale lifted and shaped, Pip wove insulating vines. Kale learned to read Pip's subtle ear lifts and tailed witches. Pip deciphered Kale's complex hum spectrums. When Kale accidentally stepped on Pip's favorite moss garden, instead of fleeing, Pip guided their massive foot away with gentle pats. When Pip fell ill from alien pollen, Kale stayed awake for days, humming healing frequencies learned from Solara's wind-hewn caves. One evening, as twin moons rose, they shared stories. Kale projected holograms of crystalline cities, singing under auroras. Pip chirped tales of emerald canopies, alive with firefly symphonies. They realized their homes weren't gone, they lived in each other's memories, made brighter by sharing. Friends. Pip asked softly, placing a paw on Kale's warmest facet. More, Kale resonated, enveloping Pip in a gentle, light-filled embrace. Family found. Years later, their shelter had blossomed into a thriving homestead. Solar vines climbed walls Kale had forged. Pip's terraced gardens cascaded down hillsides. Galactic travelers would visit, marveling at the crystalline wood structure, and the legends of two beings who spoke different languages yet shared one heart. Pip would greet them with a chirp, perched safely on Kale's shoulder. Kale would hum a welcome, their facets glowing with contentment. And on quiet nights, when the moons cast silver paths across the meadow, they'd sit beneath the stars, Kale's resonance a steady heartbeat against Pip's purring melody. No words were needed. The ship's final log, discovered long after, said it best. Understanding is not the absence of difference, but the gentle bridge built across it. Sometimes the bridge begins with a berry and ends with a shared sky. Story 10. The air in the attic smelled of dust and forgotten summers, thick and sweet like old honey. Young Finn, small for his 10 years but with eyes that missed little, was tasked with clearing out gray-tant Maude's trunk, a behemoth of worn leather and brass studs that smelled faintly of lavender and secrets. Sunlight, thick and golden, streamed through the single cobwebbed window, illuminating swirling motes dancing in the beam. Finn pushed aside moth-eaten shawls and bundles of yellowed letters tied with faded ribbon. His fingers brushed something cold and smooth nestled beneath a stack of embroidered tablecloths. It was a key. Not large, perhaps the length of his thumb, but unlike any key he'd ever seen. It felt heavy for its size, made of a dark, cool metal that shimmered with hints of deep green and blue, like a beetle's wing caught in twilight. Its bow was shaped like an intricate, unfurling fern frond, and the bit seemed impossibly complex, with tiny, interlocking spirals and whorls. It hummed faintly against his skin, a vibration more felt than heard, like the purr of a contented cat. Finn held it up, captivated. The attic seemed to hold its breath. Outside, the familiar sounds of the garden, the chirping sparrows, the rustle of leaves in the old oak tree, faded into a muffled silence. The key pulsed warmly in his palm. Without quite knowing why, Finn slipped it into the pocket of his worn corduroy trousers, the cool metal a comforting weight against his leg. The task of the trunk forgotten, a strange restlessness stirred within him, a pull towards the overgrown wilderness beyond the garden wall. Later that afternoon, under a sky painted with streaks of peach and lavender, Finn found himself drawn to the ancient weeping willow that stood sentinel beside the brook at the bottom of their garden. Its long, trailing branches formed a shimmering green curtain, a secret room known only to him and the dragonflies. Today, however, the air beneath the willow felt different. Thicker. Charged. The usual gentle gurgle of the brook sounded deeper, almost like a voice murmuring secrets. And the key in his pocket grew warmer, vibrating insistently. Driven by a curiosity he couldn't name, Finn pushed aside the curtain of leaves. Instead of the familiar mossy bank and clear water, he gasped. Before him stretched a path he'd never seen, winding through trees that seemed impossibly tall and ancient. Their bark was silver gray and deeply furrowed, like wise old faces. Moss covered everything in velvety green swaths, dotted with tiny, glowing flowers the color of moonlight. The air smelled damp and rich, of wet earth, crushed pine needles, and something else, something wild and sweet, like berries warmed by the sun. Sunlight filtered through the immense canopy in shafts of liquid gold, illuminating dancing dust motes that sparkled like crushed diamonds. This wasn't his garden. This was the Whispering Woods. Finn took a hesitant step onto the path. The moss sank softly beneath his worn boots, releasing a puff of earthy perfume. The key hummed louder, a gentle thrumming against his thigh. He walked deeper, the sounds of home utterly gone, replaced by a symphony of rustling leaves, distant bird calls that sounded like flutes, and the constant, low murmur that seemed to come from the trees themselves. It was beautiful, yet undeniably strange, and a prickle of unease danced down Finn's spine. He hadn't gone far when a low, pained whimper cut through the forest murmur. Finn froze, his heart hammering against his ribs. He peered around the broad trunk of a luminous mushroom taller than himself. Huddled in a hollow between gnarled roots, trembling violently, was a creature. At first glance it looked like a large fox, but its fur was a deep, iridescent russet that shimmered with hints of gold and copper in the dappled light. Its ears were large and tufted, swiveling nervously. But what drew Finn's horrified gaze were the cruel iron bands clamped tightly around its front right leg and neck. The fur beneath was rubbed raw, and the metal looked old, rusted, and deeply embedded. The creature's eyes, large and intelligent, the color of amber honey, met Finn's. They held not aggression, but a profound, weary fear and a flicker of desperate hope. Finn's initial fear melted into a surge of pity. He remembered the helpless fury he'd felt when the village boys had trapped a young rabbit last summer. This was worse. He took a slow, deliberate step forward, keeping his movements small and non-threatening. "SHHH," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper in the vast quiet. "I won't hurt you." The creature flinched but didn't try to flee, its breath coming in shallow, pained gasps. Finn knelt slowly, a safe distance away. "Those look awful," he said softly, gesturing towards the bands. "Who did this to you?" A low growl rumbled in the creature's throat, but it wasn't directed at Finn. It lifted its head slightly, sniffing the air. "Trappers," a voice whispered directly into Finn's mind, clear as a bell yet silent to the forest. Finn jumped, startled. The creature's amber eyes held his. "They hunt my kind for our pelts, for sport. You can talk." Finn breathed, all momentarily overriding his concern. "In this place thoughts are clearer," the creature sent, its mental voice strained with pain. "I am Kalen, my people are the sun tracers. We run the light paths, tend the memory moss. They caught me weeks ago, I escaped, but the bindings they burn, they silence the whispers." Finn understood now. The bindings weren't just physical torture, they were cutting Kalen off from the very essence of this magical wood. He felt a fierce protectiveness rise within him. "We have to get them off." He shuffled closer, ignoring the instinctive prickle of fear. The metal felt unnaturally cold to the touch, humming with a low, discordant energy that repelled him. He tugged gently at the band around Kalen's leg, but it was locked tight, seamless. There was no keyhole he could see. "It won't budge." "Old iron," Kalen sent, a wave of despair washing over Finn. "Forged in greed, it feeds on fear, needs a key of the green heart." Finn's hand flew to his pocket. The key. He pulled out the shimmering fern-shaped key. It pulsed warmly, the colors swirling more intensely. "Like this." Kalen's amber eyes widened, reflecting the key's shifting blues and greens. The verdant key, but how it was lost. Hope, bright and fierce, replaced the despair. "Please, try." Finn took a deep breath. He focused on Kalen's leg, on the cruel band. He brought the verdant key close to the seamless iron. As it neared, the key pulsed brighter, humming louder, its vibration changing to a resonant chime. The dark iron seemed to recoil, its cold hum faltering. Where the intricate bit of the key touched the band, a tiny spark of pure green light flared. Finn carefully pressed the key against the metal, tracing the seam he couldn't see. With a soft click that echoed unnaturally in the quiet glade, the band around Kalen's leg sprang open and fell to the moss with a dull thud. Kalen gasped, a sound both physical and mental, a rush of relief and gratitude so potent it made Finn's eyes sting. The raw flesh beneath was already looking less angry. Finn moved to the collar. This one felt heavier, colder, its malice more potent. The key hummed fiercely, its light intensifying to a brilliant emerald flare. Finn pressed it against the collar. The discordant hum of the iron rose to a shriek, fighting back. Finn gritted his teeth, pouring all his focus, all his desire to help, into the key. click. The collar snapped open. Kalen surged upwards with a cry that was half bark, half song of pure joy. He shook himself vigorously, his shimmering russet fur rippling like firelight. He stretched his newly freed leg, then arched his back, his large tufted ears pricked high. The raw patches on his neck and leg were already knitting together, covered by a soft glow. He turned his magnificent head towards Finn. Freedom, the thought was a trumpet blast of pure elation. You have saved me, key-bearer. The Whispering Woods owes you a debt. He nuzzled Finn's hand gently. His fur was incredibly soft and warm. My strength returns, but the woods, they are troubled. The whispers grow faint. Finn felt it too. The comforting murmur of the trees seemed strained, thready. A sense of unease, deeper than his own initial fear, permeated the air. What's wrong? The heartstone Kalen sent, his mental voice grave now. The source of the wood's song, deep in the moss-warden glade, its light dims, the whispers falter. Without it, the whispering woods will fall silent, forever. Finn looked down at the verdant key, warm in his hand. It pulsed gently, as if echoing the forest's distress. Can we help? Can the key help? Kalen dipped his head. The key opens paths, but the heartstone's ailment, that is a deeper mystery. Yet the key chose you. It feels the wood's pain. We must journey to the moss-warden glade. Will you walk with me, key-bearer? Finn looked back towards the willow curtain, a sliver of his familiar garden world just visible. Then he looked at Kalen, at the shimmering, troubled woods, and felt the insistent warmth of the key. He thought of great Aunt Maude, who'd always spoken of listening to the wind in the trees. He nodded, determination settling in his small frame. Yes, show me the way. Their journey into the heart of the Whispering Woods began. Kalen moved with a fluid grace, a silent shadow flitting between the colossal trees. Finn struggled to keep up, his legs burning, but Kalen was patient, often stopping to let him rest beside luminous pools, where fish with scales like opals darted beneath lily pads that glowed softly. The deeper they went, the more the forest's distress became palpable. The vibrant moss seemed duller. The glowing flowers flickered weakly. The constant reassuring whisper of the trees had dwindled to a faint, sorrowful sigh. Kalen guided Finn along paths known only to sun tracers, shimmering trails of light that appeared only when trodden upon, bridges woven from living vines that creaked softly underfoot, and tunnels burrowed through hills of fragrant, spongy earth. They encountered other denizens, shy, moss-covered creatures with eyes like polished pebbles who watched them silently from hollows, iridescent beetles the size of Finn's hand that buzzed like tiny chimes, and once a magnificent stag with antlers like intertwined branches of crystal, who dipped its head solemnly as they passed. Finn learned to listen not just with his ears, but with his heart. He felt the trees' exhaustion, the moss's thirst, the flowers' fading joy. He shared his meager provisions, a slightly squashed apple and a piece of crumbly oatcake with Kalen, who accepted it gratefully. Their bond deepened with each mile. Finn confided his feelings of being small and overlooked back home. Kalen shared memories of running under starlight on paths woven from moonbeams. After what felt like hours, the air changed. It grew cooler, damper, and filled with a profound silence that pressed in on their ears. They emerged from a thicket of weeping silver ferns into the moss-warden glade. It was a vast, circular clearing carpeted in moss so deep and soft it looked like a velvet blanket. Gigantic ancient trees formed a silent, living wall around it. In the very center rose a stone. It wasn't imposing, it stood about waist-high to Finn, roughly hewn, seemingly ordinary gray rock. But from its heart pulsed a soft, rhythmic light, or rather, it should have. Now the light was faint, flickering erratically like a dying candle. It cast sickly, weak shadows instead of bathing the glade in its usual gentle radiance. Tendrils of thick, oily blackness seemed to creep up its sides, choking the feeble light. The silence here was absolute and heavy, suffocating the very air. The heartstone Kalen sent, his mental voice thick with grief. It is fading. They approached cautiously. The closer they got, the colder Finn felt, despite the cool air. A sense of profound sadness and decay washed over him. The verdant key in his hand pulsed frantically, not with warmth, but with a sharp, urgent vibration, like an alarm bell. "What's wrong with it?" Finn whispered, the sound swallowed by the oppressive silence. "Poison," Kalen sent, sniffing the air near the stone. "Not of this wood, something cold, something that hates life." Finn knelt before the heartstone. He could see the oily blackness wasn't just on the surface. It seemed to seep from within, corrupting the stone's core. He remembered the discordant hum of the iron bands, the cold malice. Was this the same? But worse. He held out the verdant key. It flared brightly, bathing the sickly stone in emerald light. The black tendrils recoiled slightly, hissing like steam, but didn't retreat. The key alone wasn't enough. Finn closed his eyes, pressing his palm flat against the cool, rough surface of the heartstone. He didn't just feel cold stone, he felt the wood. He felt the immense, ancient trees struggling to draw sustenance, the moss drying and brittle despite the damp air, the flowers losing their will to glow, the creatures huddled in fearful silence. He felt Kalen's fear beside him, the sun tracer's deep connection to this failing heart. He felt the echo of the trapper's cruelty, the greed that had forged the iron, the disregard for life. The key vibrated fiercely in his other hand. It wasn't just a tool, it was a conduit. Finn understood. The poison wasn't just physical, it was fed by fear, greed, and the silencing of the wood's song. The key could unlock the path, but only the heart could cleanse the poison. He thought of Kalen's amber eyes filled with weary hope. He thought of the silent stag, the glowing beetles, the shy moss creatures. He thought of the pure joy he'd felt hearing the forest's whispers when he first entered. He thought of his own smallness, but also of the fierce protectiveness that had made him free Kalen. He focused all of that, the kindness, the friendship, the wonder, the quiet courage pouring it through the verdant key and into the heartstone. He didn't speak words, he sent feelings. Warmth, light, hope, gratitude for the wood's beauty, fury at the poison, a deep, unwavering care. "Sing," he urged silently, not just the stone, but the entire wood. "Please, sing again." The verdant key blazed like a captured star, its green light flooding the glade, pushing back the shadows. Finn poured every ounce of his gentle spirit into that light, into the stone beneath his hand. He felt resistance, a cold, clinging darkness fighting back. It whispered of despair, of futility, of being too small to matter. Finn gritted his teeth. He thought of Kalen running free. He thought of the moss soft underfoot. He focused on the life here. A low hum began. Not from the key, but from the heartstone itself. A faint, hesitant vibration. Then another. The oily black tendrils writhed, hissing violently, beginning to evaporate like smoke in the brilliant emerald radiance. The stone's own internal light flickered, then strengthened. It pulsed once, twice a weak, thready beat, but a beat nonetheless. Finn poured more, his small body trembling with the effort. Kalen pressed close, his warm fur against Finn's side, adding his own strength, his own deep love for the woods, to the flow. "Sing," Kalen's mental voice joined Finn's silent plea, a powerful note of ancient belonging. The heartstone pulsed again, stronger. The light within it flared, pure and golden white, pushing out the last vestiges of the black poison with a sound like shattering ice. The light didn't just glow, it sang. A single pure, resonant note that echoed through the moss-warden glade and out into the whispering woods beyond. The effect was instantaneous. The deep moss carpet side plumping up, turning a vibrant, luminous green. The glowing flowers throughout the glade burst into full, incandescent bloom, painting the air with soft halos of color. The ancient trees around the clearing shuddered, their leaves rustling with renewed vigor, a sound like 1,000 soft sighs of relief. The oppressive silence shattered, replaced by a rising symphony, the joyful chirping of unseen birds, the buzzing of luminous insects, the gentle creak of branches, and beneath it all, the deep, resonant hum of the heartstone itself, the restored whisper of the woods. The verdant key's fierce light subsided to its usual warm pulse. Finn slumped back, exhausted but filled with an indescribable warmth and peace. Kalen nuzzled him, his amber eyes shining with tears of pure joy. You did it, Key-bearer. The song returns, the woods live. They sat in the revitalized glade, bathed in the heartstone's gentle, life-giving radiance, listening to the forest sing its restored song, a song of resilience, of interconnectedness, of the quiet power found in kindness and courage. Finn knew the trappers might still be out there, the darkness might try to return, but the heartstone was strong again, and the whispering woods had found its voice. And he had found something too, a strength within himself he hadn't known, and a friendship as deep as the ancient roots around him. When it was time, Kalen led Finn back along paths now vibrant with renewed life. The journey felt shorter, filled with the forest's grateful energy. They reached the curtain of willow branches. Kalen paused, looking at Finn, his gaze solemn. The path will remain open for you, Key-bearer. You are always welcome. You carry the heart of the woods within you now. Finn hugged Kalen fiercely, burying his face in the warm, shimmering fur. Thank you, Kalen, for everything. He stepped through the willow curtain. The familiar scent of his garden-cut grass and roses washed over him. The sun was setting, painting the sky in familiar hues. He turned back, but the path through the ancient trees was gone. Only the familiar weeping willow remained. Yet in his pocket the verdant key pulsed warmly, a constant, comforting reminder. And when he listened very carefully, not with his ears, but with his heart, he could still hear it. The faint, beautiful whisper of the woods, a secret song just for him. That night, as Finn lay in his bed, the verdant key resting safely under his pillow, he looked out at the old oak tree silhouetted against the moonlit sky. He didn't feel small anymore. He felt connected, like a single leaf on a vast, ancient tree. He thought of Kalen running under the starlight on paths of moonbeams. He listened, and deep within the rustle of the oak's leaves, he heard a familiar, comforting murmur, the echo of the whispering woods, a lullaby of resilience and friendship that wrapped around him like a warm blanket, promising that even the quietest heart could hold immense courage, and that kindness truly was the most powerful magic of all. He closed his eyes, a small smile on his lips, and drifted into dreams filled with shimmering moss and amber eyes, carried on the gentle current of the forest's restored song. Story 11. The forest surrounding the village of Willowbrook was ancient, its emerald canopy whispering secrets older than the oldest stone in the village well. Within a cottage nestled at the forest's very edge lived a quiet child named Rowan, whose eyes held the color of moss after rain. Rowan's greatest treasure was a silver locket, passed down from a grandmother they'd never met. It was cool to the touch, etched with swirling patterns like frozen ferns, and though its clasp seemed seamless, it refused to open. Some truths, Rowan's mother would say while tucking them in, reveal themselves only when the heart is ready to see. One crisp autumn evening, as Rowan sat by the hearth tracing the locket's patterns, a peculiar warmth bloomed against their palm. The firelight seemed to catch the silver in a new way, making the etched ferns shimmer like living things. A soft hum like distant bees in clover vibrated from the locket. Then a vision. Not with their eyes, but inside their mind. a hidden glen bathed in twilight, where water cascaded into a pool glowing like liquid moonlight. Beside it stood a creature with eyes like polished amber, wise and ancient, watching Rowan with gentle curiosity. As quickly as it came, the vision vanished, leaving only the locket's warmth and the crackle of the fire. Rowan's heart drummed against their ribs. The vision felt less like a dream and more like a summons. For days the memory tugged at them, a silken thread pulling toward the woods. Finally, with a small satchel of oatcakes and a knitted scarf for courage, Rowan slipped into the forest at dawn. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, dappling the mossy path. The air smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves, sweet and pungent. The locket, worn outside their tunic, pulsed softly against their chest, a quiet compass guiding them deeper than they'd ever ventured. The forest grew quieter, the birdsong hushed. Towering oaks with bark like dragon scales stood sentinel. After hours of walking, the path vanished, replaced by thick undergrowth. Rowan paused, uncertainty a cold stone in their stomach. That's when a rustle came from a thicket of ferns. A badger emerged, not shying away, but tilting its head, black-striped face curious. Its eyes, small and bright, held an unusual intelligence. "Lost, little wanderer." The badger's voice was a low rumble, surprisingly gentle. Rowan gasped. You talk." "Only to those who listen properly," the badger replied, sniffing the air near the locket. "Thistle's the name, and you carry something old, something of the glen." The glen. Rowan's pulse quickened. Is that a place with a pool like moonlight? Thistle's eyes widened. "You've seen, few humans do. The glen is hidden, protected. Why do you seek it?" Rowan touched the locket. It showed me, and someone was there, waiting. Thistle studied them for a long moment. The seeing locket chooses who it guides, and it's drawn to the glen's fading light. Very well, but the way isn't easy and the veil is thin there. Stay close, little wanderer, and trust the locket. Their journey became a dance of trust and wonder. They crossed a river roaring with meltwater. The bridge was gone, swept away. As Rowan despaired, the locket flared warm. Guided by its gentle pulse, they spotted ancient stepping stones, slick but solid, hidden just beneath the churning surface. Thistle grumbled but followed, paws sure on the wet stone. Later a thick, disorienting mist descended, swallowing sound and direction. Panic clawed at Rowan. Thistle pressed close, a warm, reassuring weight. Rowan clutched the locket. It hummed, and a single clear beam of silver light pierced the fog, showing a path forward. "It reveals truth," Thistle murmured, awe in his gruff voice. Truth cuts through illusion. They climbed slopes where ancient roots formed natural stairs, past waterfalls that sang in voices like chimes, and rested beneath trees whose leaves shimmered with iridescent hues unseen in the outer woods. Rowan shared oatcakes with Thistle, who told tales of the forest's hidden rhythms, the language of woodpeckers, the secret maps drawn by migrating geese. Rowan learned that Thistle was a keeper of thresholds, a guardian of the spaces between the everyday and the magical. His gruff exterior hid a deep loyalty to the ancient magic woven into the land. After 3 days, the air changed. It grew sweeter, cooler, charged with a subtle energy that made Rowan's skin tingle. The trees thinned, revealing a hidden valley cupped by moss-covered cliffs. Sunlight, even at midday, held a silvery quality. And there it was, the glen from the vision. Water cascaded down a rock face draped in velvet moss, plunging into a pool that glowed with an inner light, casting dancing reflections on the ferns and luminous blue flowers surrounding it. It was more beautiful than the vision, alive with the scent of wet stone and night-blooming jasmine. Peace, deep and profound, washed over Rowan. Beside the pool, exactly as seen in the Locket's vision, stood the silver stag. Arian. His coat wasn't merely gray, it shimmered like moonlight on snow, each hair seeming to hold a star. His antlers were vast, intricate as frost patterns on a window pane, glowing faintly from within. His amber eyes held galaxies of wisdom and a gentle, profound sadness. "Welcome, child of the Locket," Arian's voice resonated, not in the air, but within Rowan's mind, deep and calming as the earth itself. "I felt your approach. The Locket stirs for its true purpose." Rowan approached slowly, reverence stealing their voice. Thistle bowed his head low. "Guardian Arian, you brought her safely, Thistle Keeper. My thanks." Arian lowered his magnificent head slightly toward Rowan. "The locket you carry belonged to Alara, your grandmother. She was the last human guardian of the glen." "My grandmother," Rowan whispered, fingers tightening around the cool silver. She guarded this place." "She did," Arian confirmed, his great chest rising and falling with a sigh that stirred the luminous pollen floating in the air. "This glen is a threshold, a place where the veil between your world and the deeper, older magic is thin. It is a wellspring of truth, a place where illusions melt away and hearts can see clearly. The seeing locket is its key and its compass. It guides those with pure intent to the glen, and it allows the guardian to perceive truth beyond the veil." Arian stepped closer, his hooves silent on the soft moss. "But the glen is fading, Rowan. The veil grows thin for another reason now it weakens. I am the current guardian bound to this place for centuries, but my strength wanes. Without a new guardian, the glen will vanish. Its light, its truth will be lost to both worlds. The locket called to you because Alara's blood runs in your veins and because your heart is open. It showed you the glen because you are needed." Rowan's mind whirled. Guardian. Fading glen. The beauty around them suddenly felt fragile, precious. What does a guardian do? "You become the heart of the glen," Arian explained. "You tend its light, protect its threshold, and use the locket's gift to perceive truth where others see only shadows. You become a bridge between worlds, but it requires sacrifice, Rowan. To fully bind yourself as guardian, you must stay within the glen's embrace. Your life in Willowbrook, it would become a memory." The weight of the choice settled on Rowan like a physical thing. Leave their mother, their cozy cottage, the familiar woods. Stay forever in this beautiful, hidden place. They thought of their mother's warm smile, the smell of baking bread, the comfort of their own bed. Tears pricked their eyes. Thistle nudged their hand gently with his cool nose. "Heavy choices, little wanderer," he rumbled softly. "Truth isn't always easy to hold." Rowan looked around. The glowing pool, the singing waterfall, the ancient, wise stag, the gruff badger who had become their friend. They felt the glen's peace, its profound rightness. They thought of the locket's vision, the pull they'd felt. They thought of truth fading from the world, a light going out. Wasn't that a greater loss? A deeper loneliness than missing home? I feel it," Rowan whispered, their voice thick. "The glen, it feels like a part of me I didn't know was missing, but my mother." Arian's amber gaze softened. "Love is also a truth, child, the deepest kind. The bond between guardian and glen is strong, but it does not demand the severing of all other bonds forever. The locket, once fully awakened, will be your tether. It will allow you to walk between worlds, to visit the life you knew, but your heart's anchor, your duty, must remain here, protecting this light. The secret of the glen must be kept." Hope, fragile as a spiderweb, glimmered in Rowan's chest. They could still see their mother. They could be part of both worlds. The sacrifice was still immense, a life divided, a constant secret, but the thought of the glen vanishing, of its light and truth being extinguished, was unbearable. They looked at Thistle, who gave a small, encouraging nod. "I will do it," Rowan said, their voice gaining strength. "I will be the guardian, for Grandmother Alara, for the glen, for the truth." A profound sense of peace washed over the glen. The silvery light brightened, the waterfall's song swelled into a chorus of pure, clear notes. Arian bowed his great head. The glen accepts, and I, Arian, guardian of the silver glen, pass the mantle to you, Rowan, child of truth. Arian stepped to the edge of the glowing pool. Hold the locket over the water, Rowan. Let the heart of the glen awaken its true form. Rowan knelt, the cool moss soft beneath them. They held the silver locket over the pool's luminous surface. As it hovered, the intricate etchings blazed with white light. With a soft click, the seamless clasp finally opened. Inside, nestled against dark velvet, lay not a picture, but a tiny, perfect crystal. It pulsed with the same inner light as the pool, radiating pure, cool energy. It was a shard of the glen's very heart. Place it in the water, Arian instructed, his voice resonating with power and tenderness. Rowan gently plucked the crystal from the locket. It tingled against their fingertips. They lowered their hand, letting the crystal slip into the glowing pool. The moment it touched the water, light exploded. Not harsh, but a radiant silvery wave that surged outwards, washing over the moss, the ferns, the cliffs, Thistle, Arian, and Rowan themselves. The glen sang. Colors deepened, the light grew stronger and warmer, the air hummed with vibrant energy. The faint sadness that had lingered vanished, replaced by pure, vibrant life. The veil shimmered, visible for a moment like gossamer silk, strong and whole again. Rowan felt the change within them. A connection snapped into place, deep and unbreakable. They felt the glen's roots reaching into the earth, its light touching the distant stars, the delicate balance of its magic. They felt the life within it, the tiny glowing insects in the moss, the fish-like streaks of silver in the pool, the ancient trees sighing on the cliffs. They also felt the locket, no longer just cool metal, but a warm, pulsing extension of their own heart, a key to the threshold. Arian shimmered, his form becoming less solid, more ethereal, like moonlight given shape. My watch is ended, he said, his voice filled with profound relief and joy. The glen is strong again. Guard it well, Rowan. Trust your heart. Trust the locket. Trust your friends. He looked at Thistle. Keep her safe, keeper of thresholds. Always guardian, Thistle rumbled, his voice thick with emotion. Arian nuzzled Rowan's hair gently, a touch like cool mist. Your grandmother would be proud. Then, with a sound like distant wind chimes, his form dissolved into thousands of shimmering silver motes that danced in the air for a moment before fading into the renewed light of the glen. Rowan stood by the pool, the open locket warm in their hand, the crystal now forever part of the glen's heart. Thistle pressed against their leg. He's at peace now, the badger said quietly. And the glen, it feels young again. It feels alive, Rowan breathed, wiping a tear. What now, Thistle? Now, Thistle said, looking towards the path they'd taken. You learn, you tend, you guard. And when you're ready, the locket will guide you back to your mother's hearth. You have a foot in both worlds now, little guardian. A bridge needs tending from both sides. Life in the glen unfolded with a gentle rhythm Rowan grew to cherish. They learned to listen to the glen's subtle songs, the sigh of contentment from a sun-warmed rock, the whispered warning of an approaching storm from the wind in the highest leaves. They tended the luminous blue flowers, whose petals held dewdrops that sparkled with captured starlight. They watched the fish in the pool weave patterns that told stories of distant currents. Thistle was their constant companion and teacher, showing them hidden paths, explaining the language of the forest creatures, and reminding them that even guardians needed oatcakes and naps in sunny patches. The locket became their guide. When held, it could show the truth of a creature's heart as a soft glow gold for kindness, blue for sadness, a murky gray for deceit. It could reveal hidden things, like a fox's den concealed by illusion, or the true path through a confusing thicket. Most importantly, when Rowan focused their will and held the open locket towards the waterfall, a shimmering archway of light would appear the threshold. Stepping through it, guided by the Locket's warmth, they could emerge back into the familiar woods near Willowbrook or return to the glen. Visiting their mother was bittersweet. Time flowed differently near the glen. Days in Willowbrook might pass while only hours drifted by in the glen. Rowan explained their frequent explorations with newfound confidence, their eyes holding a depth that hadn't been there before. They couldn't speak of the glen, the Locket's true power, or Arian, but they shared forest wonders, describing a rare bird's song with uncanny accuracy, or finding lost trinkets with surprising ease. Their mother saw the change, the quiet strength, the peace in their eyes, and though she didn't understand, she trusted. The love between them remained the strongest truth of all. One snowy evening, months after becoming guardian, Rowan sat beside the glowing pool within the glen. Snow fell silently outside the protective shimmer of the threshold, but within the valley it was perpetually mild, bathed in the eternal twilight glow. Thistle snoozed contentedly nearby, curled on a bed of soft moss. Rowan held the open locket, not to use its power, but simply to feel its connection, the steady pulse that echoed the glen's own heartbeat. They thought of the journey, the fear stepping into the unknown woods, the wonder of meeting Thistle, the awe of seeing Arian, the weight of the choice, the joy of seeing the glen restored. They thought of balancing two worlds, of keeping a magnificent secret, of the responsibility of guarding truth itself. It wasn't always easy. Sometimes the pull of the glen was strong when their mother needed them. Sometimes the secrets felt heavy. But the locket, warm against their skin, was a constant reminder. It reminded them of the vision that started it all, of Arian's trust, of Thistle's gruff loyalty, and of the profound peace that came from nurturing something pure and true. Rowan closed the locket, the silver cool and familiar once more. They looked at Thistle, then at the shimmering waterfall, the heart of their hidden world. A deep contentment settled over them, warm as the glen's light. They were Rowan, child of Willowbrook, and they were Rowan, guardian of the silver glen, protector of truth, keeper of the threshold, bridge between worlds. The journey had changed them, shaped them, given them a purpose as vast and beautiful as the starlit sky above the ancient forest. And as the soft luminescence of the glen wrapped around them like a comforting blanket, Rowan knew, with absolute certainty, that their heart was exactly where it belonged. The locket rested peacefully against their chest, a silent promise, a guiding star, and the key to a truth more precious than they had ever dreamed. The fire of home still beckoned sometimes, but here, by the eternal pool, surrounded by ancient magic and faithful friendship, Rowan felt a deeper, quieter warmth, the enduring glow of a truth found, a duty embraced, and a world kept safe, one gentle heartbeat at a time. The snow fell silently beyond the vale, but within the glen all was peace, all was light, and the gentle hum of the locket sang them softly towards sleep. Story 12. The old garden gate creaked on rusted hinges as Benji pushed it open. 12 years old, with eyes too wide for his thin face, and a habit of tucking his unruly brown hair behind ears that stuck out just a bit, Benji felt perpetually overlooked. At school, his quiet voice was drowned by louder ones. At home, bustling with older siblings, his thoughts seemed to evaporate before they reached anyone's ears. He sought refuge in the forgotten corner of the garden, a place where tangled ivy climbed crumbling brick walls and sunlight filtered through ancient oak leaves in dappled patterns on the mossy ground. It smelled of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the faint, sweet perfume of hidden wildflowers. Today, however, a new scent teased the air, a whisper of ozone and old paper. Benji knelt beside a particularly gnarled oak root, drawn by a faint glint beneath a veil of damp ferns. Carefully brushing aside the fronds, his fingers touched cool, smooth metal. He unearthed a small, ornate box. It was no bigger than his palm, crafted from tarnished silver etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift in the dappled light. Tiny, perfect stars and crescent moons were inlaid with chips of a balloon shell that shimmered like captured moonlight. It felt impossibly heavy for its size and vibrated with a low, almost imperceptible hum against his skin. There was a tiny, intricate keyhole. Benji searched the mossy ground nearby, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and apprehension. His fingers closed over a small, cold object, a key shaped like a tiny shooting star, its shaft gleaming gold even in the dim light. Hands trembling slightly, he fitted the star key into the lock. It turned with a soft, satisfying click. The moment the lid lifted, the world changed. Not dramatically, but subtly, profoundly. The air grew stiller, thicker, saturated with the scent of honeysuckle and damp stone. The dappled sunlight seemed to solidify, painting liquid gold pathways on the ground. And then the music began. It wasn't music played by any instrument Benji knew. It was the sound of wind sighing through ancient trees, of water chuckling over smooth pebbles, of leaves rustling secrets, of stars singing in the velvet dark. It wove together into a melody that resonated deep within his bones, achingly beautiful, ancient, and profoundly comforting. It was the song of roots and rain, a melody that seemed to speak of deep connections, patient growth, and the quiet strength found in stillness. As the melody swirled around him, the very air beside the gnarled oak roots shimmered. The dense ivy clinging to the brick walls seemed to part, not physically, but as if reality itself softened. Where there had been solid brick and mortar, now hung a curtain woven from strands of pure, shimmering light gossamer threads of silver, gold, and deepest emerald green, humming faintly in harmony with the music box. It was a portal delicate and ethereal, yet undeniably real. Benji hesitated, the music box clutched tightly in one hand. The world beyond the light curtain was a mystery, both terrifying and irresistible. The song of roots and rain swelled gently, wrapping around him like a promise. Taking a deep breath that filled his lungs with the scent of ozone and magic, Benji stepped through. The sensation was like passing through a curtain of cool, charged mist. He emerged into a world bathed in perpetual twilight. Giant mushrooms taller than Benji himself glowed with soft bioluminescence blues, purples, and gentle greens casting long, shifting shadows. Trees, impossibly tall and slender, had bark like polished obsidian and leaves that shimmered like spun moonlight. The air hummed with the chirps, clicks, and rustles of unseen life. Moss, thick and velvety underfoot, muffled his steps. This was the Glimmerdeep, a hidden realm woven into the fabric of the forgotten garden above. He hadn't walked far along a path paved with luminous, moss-covered stones when a rustle in the giant ferns ahead made him freeze. Something large was moving. A low, rumbling growl vibrated through the ground. Benji's heart hammered against his ribs. He instinctively clutched the music box tighter. From the ferns emerged a creature that made Benji gasp. It was a spider, but unlike any he could have imagined. She was the size of a large dog, her body covered in dense, soft-looking fur the color of midnight velvet, flecked with tiny, iridescent blue spots like captured stars. Her 8 eyes, arranged in 2 gentle curves, weren't menacing beads, but large, luminous orbs the color of deep amber, filled with an ancient, watchful intelligence. She moved with surprising grace, her long legs silent on the moss. She stopped a few paces away, tilting her head, studying Benji and the softly glowing music box. Lost little wanderer. Her voice was surprisingly melodic, a low, resonant hum that vibrated pleasantly in the air, like the deepest string of a cello. It held no malice, only curiosity. Benji, momentarily speechless with awe and residual fear, managed a shaky nod. I found the box and the key. It opened this. Ah, the songweaver, the spider rumbled softly, her gaze fixed on the silver box. It has been silent for longer than the oldest tree remembers. My name is Arania. She lowered her massive body slightly in what seemed like a bow. The glimmer deep welcomes you, songbird. Though your steps are hesitant, the roots hum your arrival. Benji, emboldened by her gentle demeanor, found his voice. Benji, my name is Benji. What is this place? Why did the box bring me here? Arania gestured with one delicate foreleg towards the glowing forest. The glimmer deep is the heart song of the world above made visible. It thrives on connection, on the quiet magic that binds root to soil, leaf to sunlight, creature to creature. But the song, it is fading. A note of profound sadness entered her resonant voice. The deep, true harmonies are being drowned out by a discordant silence. The weave trembles. The weave. Benji asked, fascinated despite his lingering apprehension. Arania lifted a leg, and Benji saw, for the first time, the intricate, shimmering threads that crisscrossed the air all around them. They were nearly invisible unless you knew to look, like threads of starlight and dewdrop. The weave, Arania explained, connects everything in the glimmer deep: the light of the mushrooms, the strength of the trees, the flow of the hidden streams. It sings with the song of roots and rain. But a shadow silence has fallen upon the heartwood glade where the oldest weaver-song tree stands. Its silence is spreading, unraveling the weave. The music box, it sensed the need. It sensed a heart that could listen. Benji looked down at the silver box in his hands, still softly emanating its ethereal melody. Me, but I'm not special, I'm just quiet. Quiet is not nothing, Benji, Arania said, her amber eyes holding his gaze. It is deep listening, it is feeling the hum beneath the noise. The shadow silence feeds on clamor, on forgetting the deep connections. Your quiet heart, your ability to truly hear, that is the gift the songweaver recognized. Will you help us mend the weave? The thought of venturing deeper into this strange, beautiful world was terrifying. Yet looking into Arania's wise, ancient eyes, feeling the gentle pulse of the music box against his palm, Benji felt a spark ignite within him, a spark of purpose he'd never known. He thought of feeling invisible, unheard. Here he was seen. Here his quietness was not a weakness, but a key. He nodded firmly. I'll try. Their journey through the glimmer deep was a revelation. Benji walked beside Arania, his initial fear replaced by awe. They crossed bridges spun from solidified moonlight over streams that sang with liquid crystal. They passed fields of luminous flowers that chimed softly when touched. Tiny winged creatures like living embers darted through the air. Arania introduced Benji to other denizens. Thistle, a gruff but kind-hearted hedgehog whose spines glowed faintly and who patrolled the borders. Lumina, a will-o'-the-wisp with a mischievous giggle who lit their path through darker groves, and Borin, an ancient slow-moving stone tortoise whose deep voice resonated like grinding boulders and who remembered when the stars were young. Each creature, initially wary of the small human, was drawn by the songweaver's melody and Arania's quiet authority. They spoke of the creeping silence, the way colors dimmed and the weave thinned near the heartwood glade. The silence feels heavy, Lumina chimed, her light flickering nervously, like a blanket smothering our songs. It drains the strength from the roots, Borin rumbled, shifting his massive weight. The old tree suffers. It started after the great storm above, Thistle grumbled, polishing a glowing spine with a leaf. When the old willow in your garden was struck by lightning and fell, its roots were deep in the glimmer deep. Its passing, it tore a hole in the weave. Benji remembered the storm, the sadness he felt seeing the grand old willow toppled. He hadn't realized its roots reached into this hidden world, anchoring part of its magic. The shadow silence wasn't just an absence, it was a wound. As they neared the heartwood glade, the effects of the silence became palpable. The glowing mushrooms dimmed, their light feeble. The luminous moss grew patchy and gray. The air grew colder, stiller, devoid of the constant, comforting hum. The shimmering threads of the weave grew sparse and frayed, some hanging limp and lifeless. The beautiful music of the glimmer deep faded to a tense, oppressive quiet, broken only by the anxious rustling of unseen creatures. The songweaver's melody, still playing softly from Benji's hands, seemed like the only defiant spark in the encroaching gloom. The Heartwood glade itself was a somber sight. At its center stood the Weaver Song tree, an immense, ancient oak whose bark was etched with patterns that seemed to depict swirling constellations and flowing rivers. But its leaves, usually shimmering silver, were dull and drooping. Its branches sagged. Beneath it, where vibrant moss should have been, lay a circle of cold, dead earth. Above the tree, a swirling vortex of gray mist pulsed silently, the source of the shadow silence. It absorbed sound and light, radiating a chilling numbness. "The roots of the fallen willow," Arania murmured, her voice heavy with sorrow. They intertwined deeply with the Weaver Song trees. When the willow died above, its roots withered here, creating this void. The silence festers in the wound. But how do we heal it? Benji asked, his voice small against the oppressive quiet. The music box, it plays, but it doesn't seem strong enough. The Songweaver is a key, Benji, Arania explained, her multiple eyes scanning the dead circle. But the lock is the wound itself. The melody needs to reach into the silence, to resonate with the memory of the connection that was lost. It needs. She paused, her gaze shifting to Benji. It needs a voice that understands both loss and connection. A voice that isn't loud but true, your voice. Benji stared at her, then at the swirling, silent vortex. Sing. Him. His quiet voice, the one that often went unheard. Fear, cold and sharp, clenched his stomach. I can't, I don't know how. My voice isn't special. Special is not always loud, Benji, Arania said gently, nudging him forward with one velvety leg. It is sincere, it is felt. The Songweaver chose you because you feel the connections others overlook. You felt the sadness for the willow. You feel the beauty here. Sing that feeling. Sing the connection you see, the life that still pulses beneath the silence. Trust the song within you, the one the box awoke. Benji looked around the glade. He saw Thistle, spines bristled but standing firm. He saw Lumina, her light dim but still bravely shining. He saw Boren, ancient and solid, radiating silent support. He saw Arania, her massive form radiating gentle strength and unwavering belief. He felt the cool weight of the Songweaver in his hand, its melody a steady heartbeat against his palm. He thought of the garden above, the comfort of the mossy corner, the sadness of the fallen willow, and the breathtaking beauty of the glimmer deep. He thought of feeling invisible and now feeling seen, needed. Taking a deep, shuddering breath that tasted of cold earth and fading magic, Benji closed his eyes. He didn't think about singing perfectly. He thought about the roots deep in the earth, connecting tree to tree. He thought about the shimmering threads of the weave, connecting light to life. He thought about the friendship he'd found with creatures he once would have feared. He opened his mouth, and a sound emerged. It wasn't powerful or trained. It was hesitant, thin, a little off-key. But it was utterly, completely sincere. He sang the feeling of moss underfoot, the scent of damp leaves, the dappled sunlight through oak branches. He sang the sorrow for the fallen willow and the hope for the Weaver Song tree. He sang the melody of the Songweaver, weaving his own simple, heartfelt tune into its ancient strands. At first, nothing happened. His voice seemed swallowed by the vast, hungry silence. Despair threatened to choke him. But he kept singing, pouring his quiet heart into the sound, focusing on the feeling of connection, of life persisting. He felt Arania move closer, her presence a warm anchor. He felt Lumina's light pulse brighter beside him. Thistle shuffled his glowing spines, and Boren let out a low, grounding rumble. Then a single, shimmering thread of the weave near Benji's feet pulsed with a faint, golden light. It resonated with his voice. Another thread nearby flickered. The songweaver in his hands seemed to grow warmer, its melody swelling, intertwining with Benji's simple song. It wasn't loud, but it was present, a persistent, gentle counterpoint to the silence. The swirling vortex above the dead roots pulsed, a ripple of darkness passing through it. The silence seemed to flinch. Benji sang louder, not in volume, but in conviction. He sang of roots reaching deep, of stars shining above hidden worlds, of unlikely friendships forged in twilight. He sang the song of roots and rain not just with his voice, but with his entire being. Arania began to hum, a deep, resonant vibration that thrummed through the ground, amplifying Benji's song. Lumina chimed in with her high, clear notes. Thistle tapped his glowing spines rhythmically against a rock. Borin added his deep, earthy rumble. The creatures of the Glimmerdeep, hidden in the shadowed fringes, added their voices, chirps, clicks, rustles, all harmonizing with Benji's heartfelt melody and the songweaver's ancient tune. It became a chorus not of power but of unity, of connection reaffirmed. The golden light spreading through the weave intensified, threads reconnecting, pulsing with renewed life. It flowed towards the dead circle beneath the weaver song tree, touching the withered remnants of the willow's roots. The swirling vortex of shadow silence convulsed. Instead of absorbing the sound, it seemed to recoil from the combined harmony of sincere voices and ancient magic. With a soundless implosion like a sigh of release, the vortex collapsed in on itself, dissolving into wisps of harmless gray mist that vanished. As the silence lifted, sound rushed back into the heartwood glade. The leaves of the weaver song tree rustled, a sound like silver chimes. Color flooded back into its bark and leaves, shimmering brighter than before. The dead earth softened and tiny, luminous green shoots pushed through, unfurling into glowing ferns. The weave blazed overhead, a magnificent tapestry of light and sound, whole and strong once more. The oppressive cold vanished, replaced by the warm, vibrant hum of the Glimmerdeep restored. The chorus faded into a peaceful, contented silence, filled only by the natural sounds of the revitalized glade. Benji stopped singing, his throat raw but his heart soaring. He looked around, tears pricking his eyes. Arania lowered her head, touching his shoulder gently with her pedipalp. You sang the weave whole again, songbearer. Your quiet voice held the deepest truth. The journey back through the Glimmerdeep was a celebration. Light blazed brighter, colors were more vivid, and the air thrummed with joyful energy. Creatures Benji hadn't seen before emerged, bowing or chirping their thanks. Thistle gruffly patted Benji's leg with a paw. Lumina danced around his head, showering him in sparks of delighted light. Borin rumbled a blessing in his ancient tongue. They reached the shimmering light curtain portal, near the gnarled oak root. The song of roots and rain still played softly from the music box. It is time for you to return, Benji, Arania said, her amber eyes warm. The Glimmerdeep will always remember the songbearer, remember what you learned here. Your quietness is not absence, it is deep listening. Your voice, however soft, carries truth when spoken from the heart. Tend the connections above and below. Benji nodded, a lump in his throat. Thank you, Arania, thank you all. He looked at the shimmering portal, then back at his unexpected friends. Can I come back? Arania's mandibles clicked softly in what might have been a smile. The songweaver remembers the way. Listen for the root song in your garden. When the heart is quiet and true, the path will shimmer. With a final look at the velvet-furred spider, the glowing hedgehog, the dancing will-o'-the-wisp, and the ancient tortoise, Benji stepped through the curtain of light. He emerged back into the familiar corner of his garden. The afternoon sun slanted lower, painting the moss gold. The air smelled only of earth and leaves. The silver music box in his hand was silent, the lid closed. The star key rested beside it on the moss. It felt warm, alive. Benji picked up the key, tucked the music box safely into his pocket, and walked back towards the house. He felt different. The world hadn't changed, but he had. He carried the glimmer deep within him, its light, its music, its lesson. He wasn't just quiet Benji anymore. He was Benji who had spoken to a giant spider, who had sung to mend a world, who understood the strength in stillness and the power of a sincere heart. That evening, as his boisterous family gathered for dinner, a conversation erupted about plans for the weekend. Voices overlapped, opinions clashed. Benji took a deep breath, feeling the warm weight of the music box in his pocket, remembering Arania's words. He didn't shout. He simply spoke, his voice clear and calm amidst the noise. Maybe, he suggested, we could plant something new, where the old willow was, something that grows deep roots. The table quieted. His older brother blinked. His sister paused mid-sentence. His parents exchanged a surprised, then thoughtful look. That, his father said slowly, that's a lovely idea, Benji. What would you like to plant? Benji smiled, a quiet, knowing smile. He felt seen. He felt heard. He knew the root song hummed beneath his feet, connecting worlds, and that true strength often bloomed in quiet courage. Later, in his room, moonlight streaming through the window, he placed the silver songweaver box on his windowsill. As he drifted off to sleep, he fancied he could hear the faintest echo of the song of roots and rain, a gentle lullaby woven from roots and starlight, reminding him that magic, connection, and the power of his own quiet voice were always just a heartfelt listen away. The moss in the forgotten corner glowed faintly that night, a secret shared only with the moon, a silent testament to the hidden world and the boy who learned to sing its song. Story 13. The worn cobblestone streets of Meadow Haven were particularly quiet the evening Felix found the teacup. Rain had fallen all afternoon, leaving puddles that reflected the bruised purple twilight sky. Felix, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a habit of noticing things others missed, was hurrying home past the shuttered antique shop, Mr. Hemlock's Curios, when a glint of porcelain caught his eye. Nestled amongst damp, fallen oak leaves near the gutter wasn't a discarded chip, but a whole teacup. It was small, delicate, and unlike any he'd ever seen. Purest white, it bore no painted flowers or gilded edges. Instead, swirling across its surface were patterns that seemed to shift when he looked closely. Frost ferns one moment, blooming vines the next, then sunbeams dancing on water. Felix carefully picked it up. It felt warm in his chilled hands, humming with a faint vibration like a sleeping bee. Curious, he peered inside. Instead of the dark bottom he expected, he saw stars. Tiny pinpricks of light twinkled in a deep, velvety darkness. He blinked. The stars vanished, replaced by a miniature, impossibly green meadow dotted with tiny buttercups. A gasp escaped him. The image shimmered again, shifting into autumn leaves swirling in a gentle breeze. The cup wasn't just holding tea, it was holding seasons. He clutched it close, its warmth spreading through him, a silent promise of extraordinary secrets. That night, tucked under his quilt, Felix whispered his discovery to the cup. "What are you?" he breathed. The cup shimmered, and within its bowl, a miniature, perfect snowflake drifted down, landing silently on a depicted windowsill. A yearning bloomed in Felix's chest, sharp and sweet. He didn't just want to see the seasons. He wanted to find them, to understand the magic whispering from this ordinary, extraordinary thing. The next morning Felix packed a small knapsack, an apple, a wedge of cheese, his warmest scarf, and the teacup, wrapped lovingly in soft flannel. He slipped out before dawn, drawn by an inexplicable pull towards the whispering woods beyond the town. The usual path felt different. Sunlight filtering through the canopy wasn't just light, it was liquid gold, thick with the scent of damp earth and waking pine. Birdsong wasn't just noise, it was a complex, joyful language. The cup nestled against his chest hummed softly, attuned to the world. His journey began gently. He followed a sun-dappled deer track, the cup warm against his palm. But soon the woods grew denser, the light dimmer. A fork in the path appeared. One way looked well-trodden and bright, the other overgrown, shadowed, yet thrumming with a deeper green energy that resonated with the cup's hum. Felix hesitated, then chose the shadowed path. It felt right. He hadn't gone far when a gruff voice stopped him. "Lost are ye, Sprout." A large, elderly badger emerged from a thicket of ferns, her fur grizzled gray, her eyes sharp but kind. She leaned on a knobbly walking stick made of polished oak root. Name's Bramble, paths in these woods have minds of their own, especially when touched by that. She nodded towards the cup Felix unconsciously held out. Felix explained his find and his yearning to understand its magic. Bramble grunted, her nose twitching. "Seasons, fleeting things, always rushing past. That cup feels like a key, but keys need locks. Wisdom, not haste, young Sprout." She offered to guide him deeper, her knowledge of roots, hidden springs, and the slow, patient rhythm of the earth invaluable. She taught him to listen to the sigh of the trees, the gurgle of underground streams, the deep, steady heartbeat of the world the cup seemed connected to. Days blended into nights filled with the chirping of crickets and the comforting crackle of small fires Bramble knew how to build. They crossed babbling brooks where silver fish darted. One fish, larger than the rest with scales like polished moonstones, seemed to watch them intently. As Felix knelt to drink, the fish swam close. Its voice, when it spoke, was like water over smooth stones. "Seasons flow, little landwalker, like the river. You hold one moment, but the river moves. Look deeper." The fish, whom Felix called Silver, flicked its tail, sending ripples that seemed to shimmer with captured sunlight. The cup remembers the river remembers the sky. Find the connection. Silver offered flashes of insight, the cool clarity of a mountain spring, the patient depth of a deep pool, helping Felix understand the cup wasn't just showing seasons, it was remembering the essence of places. High in an ancient hawthorn tree, its branches twisted like old stories, lived Pip. Pip was a tiny, bright-eyed wren with feathers the color of storm clouds and dawn. She was a whirlwind of energy, darting and flitting. "Up, up, you must see from up here," she chirped when Felix and Bramble rested beneath her tree. Pip showed Felix the vast tapestry of the woods from above the patchwork of greens, the winding silver ribbons of streams, the distant blush of sunset on far hills. "The cup sees the big picture, little earth-bound," she trilled. "One leaf falls, but the forest dances. The cup holds the dance." Pip's perspective taught Felix that the magic wasn't just in the single captured moment, but in the vast, interconnected flow of life the cup reflected. The cup itself became a guide. When held towards a sunbeam, it might fill with the scent of hot hay and buzzing bees. Pointed at a mossy rock, it might show intricate frost patterns. It responded to Felix's quiet wonder, his growing patience. He learned to ask it silently, not demand. He learned to feel the subtle shifts in its warmth, the faint changes in its hum. It wasn't a tool to command seasons, but a companion to understand them. The journey led them higher into the foothills of the Mist Peak Mountains. The air grew thin and crisp. Autumn had painted the lower woods in fiery hues, but here, winter lingered stubbornly. They reached a high, windswept plateau dominated by a single, colossal ice archway, sculpted by wind and time. It shimmered with cold blue light. But something was wrong. The archway seemed fractured. Jagged cracks ran through the ice, and instead of a clear passage, it showed only a swirling, chaotic blizzard within its frame. A deep, unnatural cold radiated from it, stealing the breath from their lungs and silencing the land around it. Bramble shivered, her breath frosting heavily. Pip tucked herself into Felix's scarf, trembling. Even Silver, in a small flask of water Felix carried, pressed close to the glass, unnerved. The heart of winter, Bramble rasped, her voice strained. But it's broken, frozen stiff, not flowing. This cold, it'll spread. It'll steal the spring from the valleys below. The challenge wasn't a monster to fight, but a deep wound in the season itself, a stagnation caused by forgotten sorrow or severed connection. Force would only shatter it further. Felix felt the cup grow icy cold in his hands, mirroring the archway's distress. He remembered Silver's words, seasons flow like the river. He remembered Pip's view, the cup holds the dance. He remembered Bramble's wisdom. Wisdom, not haste. The cup wasn't just showing seasons, it held their memory, their essence. Closing his eyes, Felix pushed away the biting fear. He focused on the cup's familiar warmth beneath the borrowed chill, on its gentle hum. He didn't try to force summer into the winter. Instead, he thought of the true essence of winter he'd felt in the cup, the silent beauty of falling snow, the comforting crackle of a hearth, the promise of rest beneath the earth, the sharp, clean air after a storm. He poured these feelings, these memories the cup had shared, into his quiet focus. He held the cup up towards the fractured archway, not as a weapon, but as an offering, a reminder. The cup began to glow with a soft, pearly light. Within its bowl, a perfect miniature scene unfolded, gentle snowflakes drifting onto a sleeping evergreen branch, smoke curling from a tiny cottage chimney, the clear, cold sparkle of starlight on untouched snow. It was winter, but winter as it should be, peaceful, deep, full of quiet magic, not this frozen, hostile emptiness. The chaotic blizzard within the archway hesitated. The howling wind lessened to a sigh. The swirling snowflakes slowed, catching the pearly light radiating from Felix's cup. The light touched the jagged cracks in the ice. Slowly, gently, like frost melting under the first morning sun, the cracks began to mend. The chaotic swirl inside the archway settled, resolving into a clear, moonlit path winding through silent, snow-draped pines. The unnatural, biting cold receded, replaced by a crisp, clean chill that promised starlight and pine needles. The heart of winter wasn't forced, it was remembered into wholeness. A profound silence fell, filled only by the soft sigh of the wind through the now-healed archway. Then a single perfect snowflake drifted down, landing gently on Felix's nose. He laughed, a sound of pure wonder that echoed softly in the vast stillness. Bramble nudged him affectionately with her snout. Pip burst into a triumphant, complex song. Silver swirled excitedly in his flask. The cup in Felix's hands was warm again, humming contentedly, its surface showing a miniature version of the mended archway under a calm winter moon. The journey back was different. Felix walked with a quiet confidence he hadn't possessed before. He saw the woods not just as trees and paths, but as a living tapestry woven with the threads of seasons, each one precious, each one connected. He understood now that the cup's magic wasn't about controlling nature, but about listening to it, remembering its stories, and honoring its delicate balance. The extraordinary secret wasn't just in the cup. It was in the connection it fostered between him and the wondrous, ordinary world. Weeks later, back in his small room in Meadowhaven, the first true snow of winter began to fall outside. Felix sat by his window, the enchanted teacup cradled in his hands. It showed a miniature snowscape mirroring the one outside. He took a slow sip of warm milk, just ordinary milk, in an extraordinary cup. The gentle hum vibrated against his palms, a familiar, comforting song. He thought of Bramble, likely curled in her deep, earthy den, of Pip snug in her hawthorn fortress, of Silver swimming in the moonlit river. He felt the deep roots, the wide sky, the flowing water all connected, all held in the quiet memory of the cup, and now in his own heart. The magic hadn't changed the world in loud, explosive ways. It had changed him. He saw the frost patterns on the window pane not just as cold, but as intricate art. He heard the wind not just as noise, but as an old song. He understood that wonder wasn't reserved for distant adventures. It was hidden in plain sight, in a falling leaf, a sunbeam on dust motes, the warmth of a shared smile, the quiet hum of an old teacup holding the memory of all the seasons. As the snow whispered against the glass, Felix placed the cup carefully on his bedside table. A tiny purring kitten, a recent, non-magical addition to his life, curled up beside it, basking in its gentle warmth. Felix smiled, a soft, contented smile that reached his storm-cloud eyes. He pulled the quilt up, the scent of clean snow and warm milk filling the cozy room. The cup glowed faintly, showing a single, sleeping snowdrop pushing bravely through the depicted snow, a promise of the spring quietly dreaming beneath the winter blanket. Outside, the world was hushed and beautiful. Inside, Felix's heart was full of quiet wonder and the profound comfort of understanding that magic, true magic, was simply learning to see, to listen, and to remember. And with that peaceful knowing, the gentle rhythm of the falling snow lulled him into a deep, dreamless sleep, safe and warm, cradled by the extraordinary secret found in the most ordinary of things. Story 14. The attic above old Mr. Finchley's bookshop smelled of dust and forgotten things, vanished summers trapped in dried lavender, brittle maps whispering of journeys never taken. Young Theo, whose quiet heart often felt like an empty teacup, was sorting boxes when his fingers brushed cold metal. Not a key nor a coin, but a compass. Its brass face was clouded, its needle limp as a sleeping cat. Yet etched on its lid was a tiny, perfect oak tree that seemed to shimmer when Theo held it near the cobwebbed window. That night, under a quilt stitched with constellations, Theo pressed the compass to his ear. Instead of silence, he heard a voice like rustling leaves. Lost things yearn to be found, the needle twitched, not toward north, but toward the woods beyond the village. Theo knew those woods, thick with shadow and grown-up warnings. But the compass pulsed warm in his palm, and his loneliness felt heavier than fear. At dawn, Theo tucked the compass into his pocket. The moment he stepped beneath the ancient oaks, the air changed. Sunlight dappled the path in liquid gold, and the compass needle glowed like captured moonlight. It led him to a mossy stump where a tortoise slept, her shell patterned with lichen. "Ah," she murmured, blinking amber eyes. "The keeper's compass stirs. I am Myrtle. I remember paths." Her voice was slow as dripping honey, each word a deliberate gift. When Theo confessed his uncertainty, she nodded. All journeys begin with a single step. Follow the roots, not the rushing. Deeper into the woods, the compass tugged Theo toward a brook chattering over smooth stones. There, balanced on a reed, perched Pip, a sparrow with feathers like polished chestnuts. "Took your time," he chirped, darting around Theo's head. "I've seen everything from up high. Name's Pip. I notice what others miss." Pip's energy buzzed like a beehive, but when Theo showed him the compass, the sparrow grew solemn. "It points to what's truly lost, not things, connections." The challenge revealed itself at twilight. The compass led them to the heart of the woods, where a circle of silver birches stood guard. In their center lay a pool, but its waters were murky and still. No reflection shone back, not the moon, not the trees, not Theo's anxious face. The mirror pool rumbled a gentle voice. A badger emerged from the ferns, her fur striped like twilight. "I am Bramble, I guard this place. The pool has forgotten how to reflect joy." Her eyes were sad as she explained. Long ago, villagers shared laughter and secrets here, but fear had kept them away. Without their stories, the pool's magic faded. Theo's compass grew cold. Pip fluttered nervously. "Can we sing it awake?" Myrtle sighed. "Sorrow runs deep. Wisdom, not noise, is needed." Theo knelt, fingertips brushing the water's edge. The compass hummed against his chest, showing him fleeting images, a girl's braid reflected as she giggled, an old man's smile as he tossed a pebble. It misses them, Theo realized. Not the water, the people. Bramble nuzzled his hand. Fear made them forget this place. How do you heal a memory? Pip darted up, then down. The compass shows what's lost. Maybe it can show the villagers, too. Myrtle's eyes crinkled. A bridge of remembrance. So Theo carried the compass back to the village. At the town square he placed it on the old well. As curious faces gathered, the compass glowed, spinning gently. Images bloomed above it like smoke pictures, the pools glittering past, children chasing fireflies, elders sharing tales under the birches. It's still waiting for us, Theo whispered. Not scary, just lonely. One by one, villagers remembered. The baker recalled her wedding day, celebrated by the pool. The woodcutter smiled at the memory of teaching his son to skip stones. Guided by Pip's aerial pathfinding, Bramble's protective presence, and Myrtle's steady wisdom, they returned to the clearing. They didn't bring tools or spells, only stories. As voices wove through the twilight and the fish leaped like silver coins. Remember when old Finn danced, the pool shimmered. Ripples spread, capturing starlight, then faces, then the moon's gentle grin. Theo's compass warmed, its needle finally pointing true north, but also to Myrtle's patient eyes, Pip's eager hops, and Bramble's proud smile. His teacup heart felt full. The villagers promised to return often, and Theo knew he'd join them, compass in pocket, no longer lost but found. That night, as owls serenaded the healed woods, Theo slept deeply. In his dreams, the compass whispered not of seeking, but of belonging, and the oak tree etched on its lid glowed with the soft, sure light of home. Story 15. The village of Willowbrook nestled between whispering hills and a river that sang softly as it flowed. Here moss grew thick on ancient stones, fireflies danced in the twilight, and everyone knew that ordinary things sometimes held quiet magic. Young Clara, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart full of quiet curiosity, often felt she was looking at the world through a slightly dusty window, sensing wonders just out of reach. She lived with her kind but busy grandfather, a clockmaker whose workshop was a symphony of ticking and chimes. One rainy afternoon, while Clara was helping tidy the cluttered workshop attic, her hand brushed against something cold and smooth beneath a dusty velvet cloth. Pulling it away, she revealed a music box. It wasn't grand or gilded. It was carved from deep, dark wood, worn smooth by time, inlaid with a single milky moonstone on its lid. It felt heavy, substantial, and hummed with a faint, almost imperceptible warmth. "Grandfather," Clara called, carrying it carefully down the narrow stairs. "What's this?" The old clockmaker peered over his spectacles, his tools momentarily stilled. "Ah, that old thing belonged to your grandmother, Lily. Said it was a special find, but it hasn't played a note in decades. The key's long lost, a pretty curiosity, but silent." He smiled wistfully and returned to his work. Clara felt a pang of disappointment, but also a spark. That night, as rain drummed a soft lullaby on the roof and the fire crackled warmly in the hearth, Clara sat on her rug, cradling the silent box. She traced the moonstone. It felt cool, then warm again under her fingertip. On impulse, she hummed a fragment of a lullaby her grandfather sometimes sang, a simple, meandering tune about starlight on water. To her astonishment, the moonstone flickered, a soft, internal light like captured moonlight. And then the music box began to play. Not a tinkling melody, but a deep, resonant sound like distant bells echoing in a deep valley, intertwined with the gentle rush of wind through ancient trees and the faint chime of icicles. It was the most beautiful, haunting sound Clara had ever heard. As the music swirled around her small room, something extraordinary happened. The dust motes dancing in the firelight began to shimmer with impossible colors. Faint glowing patterns like constellations and winding vines appeared briefly on the walls before fading. She saw, just for a second, the translucent shape of a tiny, sleeping songbird nestled in a fold of her quilt invisible moments before. The music box wasn't just playing a tune. It was revealing the hidden magic woven into the fabric of the ordinary world. Clara was breathless. This was her grandmother's secret. The magic required her own voice, her own quiet hum, to awaken it. The next morning, filled with bubbling excitement, she tried to show her grandfather. But when she hummed, the box remained stubbornly silent, the moonstone dull. The magic seemed shy, revealing itself only in moments of quiet intimacy. She understood then this was a secret for her alone, at least for now. Clara began to explore. Humming softly in the sun-dappled forest, the music box revealed luminous pathways only visible to her, trodden by unseen forest spirits. Humming by the riverbank, she saw shimmering water sprites weaving patterns in the current, and heard the ancient, slow song of the stones beneath the water. The world wasn't just ordinary, it was layered, alive with hidden wonders singing just below the surface. Yet, Clara noticed something else. Near the old, gnarled oak at the forest's edge, the music box's sound became thin and discordant when she hummed. The hidden lights there flickered weakly, and a sense of deep sadness, like a forgotten sigh, emanated from the ancient tree itself. Curiosity tinged with concern led her back to the oak. Beneath its vast canopy, the air felt colder, the sunlight struggled to penetrate. She saw no glowing paths, only shadows that seemed deeper than they should be. As she hummed her lullaby, the music box played, but the sound was strained, like a sob caught in a throat. From the hollow at the oak's base, a small, mournful voice echoed the discordant notes. "Who's there?" Clara whispered, her heart pounding gently. A snuffling sound, and then a small, weary badger with fur the color of twilight and a silver streak on his brow emerged. His name was Thorn. "Little singer," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves. "You hear the oak's sorrow." "The oak is sad," Clara asked, kneeling down. Deeply, Thorn sighed. Long ago, a piece of its heartwood was taken, not stolen with malice, but borrowed by a well-meaning villager for a special clock. The clock stands in the village square, but without that heartwood piece, the oak feels incomplete, severed. Its connection to the deep earth magic is frayed. The sadness spreads, weakening the forest's hidden song. He gestured with his snout towards the roots, where Clara now saw faint, sickly gray tendrils creeping through the vibrant moss. Clara understood. The challenge wasn't to fight or steal back, it was to mend a broken connection. But how? She needed wisdom beyond her own. Remembering the shimmering paths revealed by the music box, she hummed a questioning tune. A gentle, glowing path, faint but clear, appeared, winding deeper into the forest than she'd ever dared go towards the Whispering Valley. Her journey began. Thorn, grateful for her concern, padded beside her. The music box, tucked safely in her satchel, hummed softly against her side, its resonance guiding them along the luminous path. As they ventured deeper, the air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers. The trees grew taller, their branches forming a cathedral ceiling of green. On the second day, they reached a crystal-clear pool, fed by a waterfall that sang in soft harmonies. Here, the luminous path seemed to end at the water's edge. Clara hummed, and the music box revealed intricate patterns dancing beneath the surface. Suddenly, a small, radiant fish with scales like molten gold and fins like spun light leapt from the water. It hovered in the air before Clara, blinking with large, intelligent eyes the color of deep sapphires. Its voice was like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Little singer, your tune calls to the water's memory. I am Lumen, you seek the valley." "We seek wisdom for the old oak," Clara explained. Its heartwood is missing. Lumen darted thoughtfully. The valley listens, but it speaks in echoes and sighs. To understand the heartwood's call, you must hear the silence between. Seeing Clara's confusion, Lumen added, deep in the valley's heart is a cave where sound sleeps. Only there, in the deep quiet, can the true echo of what's missing be heard clearly. But the path is hidden, even to the luminous ways. You need a guide who walks in stillness. Lumen flicked its tail, and the glowing patterns in the water shifted, pointing towards a sheer rock face covered in thick, velvety moss. Seek Boulder, Lumen chimed. He dreams beneath the moss, wake him with a hum that seeks stillness. With a flash of gold, Lumen dove back into the pool. Approaching the mossy wall, Clara felt a deep, slow vibration through the ground, like the earth breathing. She closed her eyes, thinking not of finding, but of listening, of seeking the deep quiet. She hummed a low, steady note, devoid of melody, a sound like the earth itself settling. The music box resonated, a deep, grounding tone. The moss trembled. Then, with a sound like distant thunder, a section of the rock face shifted. Not a boulder, but a creature made of living stone, smooth and gray, with eyes like polished obsidian that slowly opened. Who hums the mountain's rest? The voice was slow, each word rumbling like stones tumbling down a distant slope. This was Boulder. We seek the silence between, wise Boulder, Clara said respectfully, to hear what the old oak has lost. Boulder regarded them with ancient eyes. Silence is a journey inward. Follow my steps. He turned with ponderous grace and began to move into a narrow crevice Clara hadn't seen, his stony feet leaving faint, glowing impressions on the moss that faded slowly. Thorn and Clara followed the fading lights, the music box humming its grounding tone. The crevice opened into a tunnel that sloped downwards, the air growing cool and still. The sounds of the forest birdsong, wind, water faded, until only the soft crunch of their footsteps and Boulder's deep, rhythmic breathing remained. Deeper and deeper they went, into a darkness that felt not empty, but full of potential. Finally, they emerged into a vast cavern. It wasn't pitch black. The walls and ceiling were studded with thousands of tiny, soft-glowing crystals like captured starlight. But the silence, it was profound. It pressed gently against Clara's ears, a living, breathing quiet. Boulder settled himself near the entrance, becoming still as the stone around him. Here, he rumbled, his voice barely a whisper that nonetheless filled the space. Clara sat on the cool, smooth floor, Thorn a warm presence beside her. She closed her eyes. She didn't hum. She listened to the silence. At first, it was just absence. Then, gradually, she began to perceive it as a presence. It had texture, depth. And within that profound stillness, she felt it a faint, rhythmic pulsing, like a distant heartbeat. But it was incomplete. Frayed. Sad. It resonated with the same discordant note she'd felt beneath the old oak. This was the echo of the missing heartwood, carried through the earth's own song. In the deep silence, understanding bloomed. The heartwood wasn't just wood. It was a vital part of the oak's connection to the earth's ancient magic, like a root reaching into the planet's heart. The clock in the village square, while beautiful, was a static object. It couldn't sing the earth's song back to the oak. The connection wasn't broken, it was muted, trapped in the wrong form. The oak didn't need the physical piece back. It needed its song back, the unique resonance that piece held within the greater melody of the earth. She opened her eyes. Boulder's obsidian gaze met hers. She nodded. "I understand," she whispered, the words feeling loud in the stillness. "It needs its voice returned." Boulder gave a slow, approving nod that sounded like pebbles shifting. Wisdom sings truer than force. The journey back felt lighter. Boulder guided them to the surface, melting back into the mossy cliff face with a final, grounding rumble. Lumen greeted them at the pool, dancing in joyful circles as Clara shared her understanding. The song must be freed from the clock. Lumen chimed. Now came the delicate part. Back in Willowbrook, Clara approached the village square clock, a magnificent structure of brass and oak, its face depicting the sun and moon. The central column, she knew now, contained the old oak's heartwood. Villagers bustled past, unaware of the silent sorrow radiating from the forest edge. Clara waited until twilight when the square was quiet. She sat on a bench beneath the clock tower, Thorn hidden nearby. She took out the music box and placed it on her lap. She didn't hum to awaken it immediately. Instead, she closed her eyes and focused on the deep, grounding silence she had felt in the cave, on the faint, sad echo of the oak's severed song. She poured that feeling, that understanding, into a single, clear, sustained note that rose from her heart. The music box awoke. Its music wasn't the haunting forest melody now, but a deep, resonant thrumming, like the heartbeat of the earth itself, intertwined with the faint, discordant sigh of the oak. It pulsed outwards, a wave of pure, resonant sound. Clara directed her focus, her intention, towards the clock tower, pouring all her understanding into the music. The song belongs to the oak. Let it return. The moonstone flared brightly. The music swelled not loud, but deep, vibrating through the stone of the square. High up in the clock tower, the heartwood column began to glow with a soft, golden light. The light pulsed in time with the music box's thrumming. Then, like mist rising from a river at dawn, a stream of pure, golden sound, a deep, resonant, woody note filled with the memory of roots and starlight began to flow from the heartwood. It wasn't a physical thing, but a ribbon of pure resonance, visible only to Clara and the hidden world. It streamed out of the clock tower, flowing like liquid light across the square, down the path and into the forest, straight towards the old oak. Clara followed the ribbon of sound, the music box now playing a harmonious counterpoint, a song of reconnection. Thorn trotted beside her, his eyes wide with wonder. They reached the old oak just as the golden resonance streamed into its trunk. The discordant note Clara had felt vanished, replaced by a deep, harmonious thrum that vibrated up through the roots into the earth. The gray tendrils in the moss vanished. The leaves, dulled by sorrow, seemed to shimmer with renewed life. A wave of pure, joyous energy, like sunlight after rain, radiated outwards through the forest. Hidden creatures Clara had only glimpsed before peeked out, their forms shimmering with brighter colors, their own hidden songs strengthening. The sadness was gone. The oak stood taller, its ancient presence now radiating quiet strength and profound peace. The forest sighed, a sound like wind through healthy leaves, a sound of relief and gratitude. Clara returned home as the first stars appeared. She found her grandfather sitting by the hearth, a curious look on his face. "Clara, child," he said, "a strange thing, the village clock. For a moment its chime sounded different, deeper, like an old tree sighing in the wind, and it felt warmer." He shook his head, smiling. "Must be the damp air." Clara smiled back, the warm weight of the music box in her pocket. "Maybe, grandfather, or maybe the world just remembered a song it had forgotten." From that day on, Clara was known as the village listener. She didn't boast of her magic box. Instead, she used its gift wisely and kindly. She helped farmers find hidden springs revealed by the music's resonance, guided lost children by the luminous paths only she could see, and soothed troubled hearts by revealing the small, beautiful magics hidden in everyday moments, the courage in a spider's web, the joy in sunlight on a dewdrop, the ancient stories whispered by stones. She learned that the greatest magic wasn't just in revealing hidden wonders, but in understanding the connections that bound everything together, and using that understanding to heal, to mend, and to sing the world back into harmony. And every night as she drifted to sleep, the soft, resonant chime of the music box, now a familiar comfort, reminded her that wonder was never truly hidden. It was always there, waiting for a quiet heart and a listening hum to bring it gently into the light. The fire crackled, the stars watched through the window, and the world, seen and unseen, hummed its peaceful, eternal lullaby. Story 16. Oliver had always loved the quiet corners of the world. While other children raced through the village square playing tag, he'd wander the mossy edges of Whispering Wood, where sunlight dappled through ancient oaks like scattered gold coins. His pockets would fill with acorn caps, smooth river stones, and fallen feathers, tiny treasures most overlooked. But one misty autumn morning, Oliver found something extraordinary beneath the roots of a lightning-struck cedar. Half buried in damp earth lay a stone unlike any other. Its surface swirled with colors like captured twilight, and when he brushed away the soil, it pulsed with a gentle, amber warmth that seeped into his chilled fingers. He tucked it into his worn woolen vest, unaware it was a key to a world hidden in plain sight. That night, as moonlight silvered his bedroom window, the stone glowed brighter. A soft hum filled the air, like the vibration of a plucked harp string. Drawn by its call, Oliver crept downstairs and slipped into the garden. The stone's light intensified, casting long, dancing shadows. It tugged him toward the woods like an invisible thread. As he crossed the tree line, the familiar oaks shimmered. Bark rippled like water, roots twisted into archways, and ferns unfurled into luminous staircases. Suddenly Oliver stood not in Whispering Wood, but in the glimmering vale, a realm where mushrooms glowed like lanterns, streams flowed with liquid starlight, and the air smelled of honey and pine needles. Butterflies with stained glass wings fluttered past, and trees whispered secrets in rustling tongues. A low growl shattered the enchantment. From behind a quartz-studded boulder emerged Thornback, a badger as broad as a barrel, with fur like storm clouds and claws that scraped the earth. His eyes, sharp as flint, narrowed. "Human," he rumbled, voice like stones tumbling down a hill. "This realm is not for your kind. The harmony stone you carry belongs to the Vale. It keeps the balance between your world and ours. Without it, our skies dim, our rivers slow, and the shadow sinkholes spread." He pointed a claw toward a patch of forest where darkness pooled like spilled ink, swallowing the light. "Return it or leave, now." Oliver's hand closed protectively over the stone. "I didn't steal it, I found it buried, and I can feel it's sad." The stone's warmth sputtered weakly against his palm. Thornback snorted, but something in Oliver's earnestness made him pause. "Sad nonsense, stones don't feel, but it is weakening. If the sinkholes grow, both our worlds will unravel." Oliver swallowed hard. "Can I help fix it?" The badger studied him, a small, wide-eyed boy offering aid where adults had only ever brought fear. "Very well," Thornback grunted. "But one wrong step, human, and I'll send you home myself." Their journey began at dawn in the Vale. Thornback led Oliver to the crystal pools, where water spirits sang in shimmering voices. "The harmony stone draws power from places of pure resonance," Thornback explained as Oliver dipped the stone into the clearest pool. The water brightened and the stone flared, its colors deepening. But the moment they withdrew it, the light faded. "It's not enough," Thornback sighed. "The stone needs more than renewal, it needs understanding. Long ago, humans and Vale folk shared its magic. Now, your kind forgets us and the stone starves." Oliver traced its swirling surface. "Maybe it's lonely." Thornback scoffed, but his gruffness softened. "Sentiment won't seal sinkholes, boy." As days passed, an unlikely friendship bloomed. Oliver learned Thornback's gruffness hid fierce loyalty. The badger had once carried a wounded fawn through a blizzard. Thornback in turn saw Oliver's quiet curiosity mend things Vale magic couldn't. When glowworms dimmed from sorrow, Oliver hummed an old lullaby, and their light returned. When a bridge of woven vines collapsed, Oliver spied a hidden keystone the Vale folk missed. "You see deeply, little human," Thornback admitted one evening as they shared blackberry jam sandwiches, Oliver's contribution, and moonpetal nectar, Thornback's. "Perhaps the stone chose you for that." But the shadow sinkholes spread faster. Near the singing caves they found entire meadows swallowed by darkness. Whispers slithered from the void, cold, hungry sounds that made Oliver's bones ache. "The void creepers," Thornback growled. "They feed on forgotten magic." As they retreated, Oliver stumbled. The harmony stone tumbled from his grasp, rolling toward the abyss. Without thinking, Thornback lunged, snatching the stone but scraping his paw on a jagged obsidian shard. Dark veins spiderwebbed up his leg. "Thornback," Oliver cried. The badger thrust the stone into his hands. "Go, the stone's last strength must reach the heartroot tree, or all is lost." His eyes glazed with pain. Alone and terrified, Oliver cradled the stone. Its light was a feeble flicker. He thought of Thornback's courage, the water spirit's songs, the Vale's fading beauty. "I won't let you be forgotten," he whispered. Drawing courage he never knew he had, Oliver ran. He navigated phosphorescent fungus forests, crossed rivers on the backs of giant patient turtles, and outwitted a mischievous fog sprite by offering it his last button. Each step he poured his determination into the stone, memories of dew-kissed spiderwebs, his mother's laughter, Thornback's reluctant smile. Slowly the stone's pulse steadied. At the heartroot tree, a colossal oak fused with amethyst, Oliver placed the stone into a hollow in its trunk. Light exploded, not blindingly, but like 1,000 dawns gathering gently. It surged through roots into the earth, sealing sinkholes with radiant vines. The darkness shrieked and dissolved. Vale folk emerged, eyes wide with wonder. Even the void creeper's whispers faded, replaced by the wind's grateful sigh. Thornback limped into the clearing, the obsidian poison receding as the light touched him. "You did it, little human," he rasped, pride warming his voice. In the days that followed, the Vale healed. Oliver returned home as the first snow dusted Whispering Wood. The Harmony Stone, now a bridge between worlds, stayed nestled in the heartroot tree, glowing softly. But every full moon, Oliver would find a perfect blackberry or a quartz-tipped feather on his windowsill. And sometimes, if he listened very closely, the wind carried a familiar gravelly chuckle. Oliver was no longer just the quiet boy who collected stones. He'd learned that courage could be as quiet as a heartbeat, that friendship could bloom in the unlikeliest soil, and that the most magical worlds weren't hidden. They were seen by those willing to look with kindness. As he drifted to sleep each night, the stone's warmth echoed in his dreams, a gentle reminder, you are part of the harmony now. Always. And so, wrapped in his patchwork quilt, Oliver would smile. For he knew that just beyond the garden gate, in a realm where mushrooms glowed and badgers guarded ancient secrets, he had a friend and a world that believed in him. And that, perhaps, was the greatest magic of all. Story 17. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stood like sentinels draped in velvet moss, and the air hummed with the secret music of unseen things, lived a young hedgehog named Bramble. His world was one of dappled sunlight filtering through emerald canopies, of cool earth smelling richly of petrichor and decaying leaves, and of gentle breezes carrying the gossip of rustling ferns. Here the boundaries between the solid and the spectral were thin as cobwebs, and every creature, from the tiniest glowworm to the eldest badger, understood their part in the forest's delicate, breathing tapestry. Bramble's home was a snug burrow beneath the gnarled roots of a grandfather cedar, lined with soft, fragrant pine needles. He learned the forest's ways from Fern, a wise old owl whose feathers held the silvery sheen of countless moons. Fern taught him to read the language of the wind, to understand the shifting patterns of starlight through the canopy, and most importantly, to listen to the deep, slow song of the earth itself. The whisperwood fern would hoot softly, her large eyes gleaming in the twilight, lives by the great rhythm. Spring whispers growth, summer sings warmth, autumn hums harvest, and winter croons rest. Each note depends on the other. When the rhythm falters, the magic wanes and the balance trembles. One crisp morning, tinged with the unusual bite of early frost despite summer's rain, Bramble noticed something amiss. The usually vibrant clusters of moonpetal flowers drooped listlessly, their luminous silver petals dull and closed. The brook, usually chuckling over smooth stones, gurgled sluggishly, its clear water clouded. Even the fireflies, normally painting the dusk with dancing gold, flickered weakly, their light dim and uncertain. A hush, deeper than the usual forest quiet, had fallen. It wasn't peaceful, it felt waiting, taut with unease. Fern, Bramble whispered, his tiny claws clicking nervously on a smooth river stone. The moon petals, they look sad, and the brook sounds tired. Is the great rhythm sick? Fern ruffled her feathers, her gaze sweeping the troubled glade. Sick, perhaps, little one, or wounded. Something disturbs the flow. The frost where warmth should be, the wilting where bloom should reign. It speaks of a tear in the weave. She tilted her head, listening intently. The roots murmur of confusion. The seasons are blurring at the edges. Driven by concern for his wilting friends, the moon petals, Bramble resolved to seek the oldest wisdom in the whisperwood. He needed to find Grandmother Maple. She stood in the heart of the forest, a colossal, ancient tree whose bark was etched with centuries of weather and wisdom. Her leaves whispered secrets carried on the wind from distant lands, and her sap, it was said, held the memory of the forest's first dawn. His journey took him deep into the whisperwood's embrace. He felt the cool, damp moss squish beneath his paws, inhaled the sharp, clean scent of pine resin mingling with the sweet decay of fallen wood. Sunlight, fractured by a million leaves, painted shifting patterns on the forest floor like liquid gold. He passed busy squirrels whose usual chatter was subdued, their nut-gathering frantic yet joyless. He saw a family of rabbits huddled close, their noses twitching nervously at the unseasonal chill hanging in the air. The deeper he went, the stronger the sense of discord grew. Autumn's crisp, dry scent clashed strangely with the humid breath of summer, and fragile blossoms of frostweed, which should only appear under winter's kiss, peeked shyly from beneath ferns. Finally, after navigating a labyrinth of towering ferns and moss-covered boulders, Bramble reached the sacred glade. Grandmother Maple dominated the space, her branches like vast, sheltering arms reaching towards the sky. Her trunk was wide and knotted, radiating a profound stillness. Her leaves, a tapestry of vibrant green edged with the first, confused hints of gold, rustled with a sound like gentle rain. Little Quillheart, a voice resonated, not in the air, but deep within Bramble's being, warm and rich as honeyed sap. It was Grandmother Maple. You feel the disharmony, you come seeking the source. Bramble bowed his head, pressing his small nose against the cool, rough bark. Grandmother, the moon petals weep, the brook struggles and summer shivers. The seasons are tangled. How can we mend the great rhythm? A deep sigh seemed to flow through the roots beneath Bramble's feet. Images blossomed in his mind, projected by the ancient tree, not words but sensations and understandings. He saw the intricate web connecting all life in the whisperwood, the worms turning the earth, nourishing the roots drawing water and whispering news, the leaves breathing, shading and catching the rain feeding the brook watering the flowers feeding the bees pollinating the trees. He felt the pulse of magic woven through it all, tied to the sun's path, the moon's pull, the turning world. Then he saw the wound. Not a physical gash, but a place where the web grew thin, frayed. Deep in the northern reach, near the crystal falls, a place where pure water usually cascaded, singing with cleansing magic, had become choked. Fallen stones, dislodged by a recent, unnatural tremor in the earth, a tremor Bramble now realized had shivered through his burrow weeks ago, had dammed the main flow. Stagnant pools festered where clear water should run. The blockage wasn't just stopping water, it was stifling the flow of the seasonal magic that traveled along the watercourses, like arteries carrying lifeblood. Without the fall's song, the rhythm was stumbling. The crystal falls are silenced, Bramble understood aloud, the knowledge settling within him like a seed. The water's magic can't flow, that's why the seasons blur. Wisdom blooms within you, Quill Heart, Grandmother Maple's voice soothed. But the stone is heavy, the path is long, and the magic weakens. One small heart, however brave, cannot shift mountains. Remember the web. Bramble knew what he had to do. He scurried back through the glades, his heart pounding not with fear, but with purpose. He found Fern first, perched solemnly on a low branch. Grandmother Maple showed me, the crystal falls are blocked, we need to clear the stones. Fern's eyes widened, then gleamed with understanding. The falls, of course, their song regulates the seasonal currents. She spread her wings. I will summon the council. Fern's call, a deep, resonant hoot that echoed through the trees like a summoning bell, brought the creatures of the Whisperwood. Thistle the badger, strong and stoic, arrived with her powerful digging claws. Pip, a quick and clever squirrel, chattered nervously but with determination. Luna, a gentle doe with eyes like deep pools, stepped gracefully from the ferns, her presence calming. Even a colony of earnest ants, led by their determined queen, marched in formation, ready to lend their collective strength. The air buzzed with concern, but also with a resolute unity. The journey to the Crystal Falls was solemn. The discord was more pronounced here. Patches of snow lay stubbornly in shaded hollows, while nearby, summer flowers wilted under an unnaturally hot sunbeam. The sound of the falls was reduced to a sickly trickle, behind a formidable barrier of slick, moss-covered boulders. Stagnant water pooled behind it, murky and still, devoid of its usual crystalline sparkle. The magical chill that usually emanated from the rushing water was weak, replaced by a clammy, wrong-feeling dampness. Right, Thistle grunted, surveying the blockage. Big rocks, we move them. Pip, Luna, see if you can find strong vines for pulling. Ants, clear the small debris and scout for weak points. Bramble, you guide us. Grandmother Maple showed you the heart of the problem. Working together, the harmony they sought began to manifest in their actions. Thistle used her powerful shoulders and claws to loosen the largest stones. Pip and Luna, working as one, found strong, flexible vines and looped them around the rocks. Luna leaned her weight against the vines, her muscles straining, while Pip scrambled nimbly, securing knots and directing efforts. The ants swarmed over the smaller stones and gravel, carrying them away grain by grain, their tiny bodies moving with incredible coordination. Fern soared above, calling out instructions and spotting potential shifts in the pile. Bramble darted around, his small size allowing him to squeeze into crevices, placing pebbles strategically to create leverage, his keen senses feeling for the flow of the trapped water beneath the stones. It was arduous. Muscles ached, fur grew damp with effort, and the unseasonal weather, a sudden flurry of snowflakes one moment, a burst of humid heat the next, made the work treacherous. But they persevered, driven by shared purpose. Bramble remembered Grandmother Maple's lesson, the web. He saw Thistle's strength supporting Luna's steady pull, Pip's cleverness aiding the ants' precision, Fern's guidance keeping them safe. He felt his own role, small but vital, in finding the right spot to nudge. They weren't just moving rocks, they were weaving their own strength back into the forest's fragile fabric. Finally, with a collective heave against the last key stone, a deep groan echoed from the pile. The stone shifted, then tumbled free. A gush of pent-up water, cold and clear and singing with released magic, burst through the gap. It wasn't a roar yet, but a strong, joyful rush that quickly widened the opening, cascading over the remaining rocks with increasing power. The stagnant pools began to drain, replaced by the fresh, lively flow. As the crystal falls found its voice again, a visible wave of change rippled outwards. The unnatural frost clinging to nearby leaves melted instantly, replaced by a gentle, genuine summer warmth. The confused frostweed blossoms closed shyly, sinking back into the earth to await their proper season. The murkiness vanished from the water downstream, turning it sparkling clear once more. High above, the confused blurring of the sky seemed to settle, the sun reclaiming its warm, golden dominance. But the most profound magic was felt, not just seen. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the ground, up through their paws and hooves and claws, settling into their bones. It was the great rhythm, steadying, finding its beat again. The air itself seemed to sigh in relief, carrying the sweet scent of rejuvenated earth and blooming moon petals. Distantly, Bramble knew the silver flowers in his home glade were lifting their faces once more, bathed in their rightful moonlight. Exhausted but filled with a profound, quiet joy, the creatures gathered by the now freely singing falls. The water danced over the stones, catching the sunlight and throwing rainbows into the mist. Luna dipped her head to drink the cold, pure water. Thistle leaned against a smooth rock, content. Pip chattered happily, storing the memory like a precious nut. The ants formed patterns on the damp stones, tiny reflections of the restored order. Fern alighted beside Bramble. You listened, little one, you sought the deepest wisdom, and you understood the strength of the web. The whisperwood breathes easy again because its children remembered they are one. Bramble looked up at the towering trees, their leaves rustling in a gentle, harmonious breeze. He felt the cool spray of the falls on his snout, smelled the clean, pine-laced air, and heard the brook downstream resume its cheerful chuckle. The subtle, comforting magic of the forest, the gentle thrum of life in balance, was a palpable warmth around him. The unseasonal chills and blurs were gone, replaced by the deep, sure certainty of summer's embrace. That night, curled once more in his pine-scented burrow beneath the grandfather cedar, Bramble listened to the symphony of the restored whisperwood. The owls hooted their soft lullabies, the crickets chirped their rhythmic song, the wind sighed contentedly through the leaves, and beneath it all, steady and strong as a heartbeat, flowed the distant, cleansing melody of the crystal falls. It was a song of balance, of connection, of generations of wisdom passed down through root and leaf and whispered breeze. It was the sound of home, whole and harmonious, singing the world gently to sleep. And as Bramble drifted into dreams, he knew that as long as the creatures remembered the web, the great rhythm would always find its way, a comforting, eternal lullaby beneath the watchful stars. Story 18. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunlight always seemed a little warmer, the river sang a little sweeter, and the air hummed with gentle, everyday magic. Cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs that sprouted tiny, glowing moonflowers at dusk. Everyone knew everyone, and life flowed as peacefully as the Willow River itself. That was until the week the small magic started misbehaving. It began subtly. Young Sylvie, whose job it was to deliver Mistress Agatha's famous honey oat biscuits to the village elders every Tuesday morning, found the stepping stones across Pebble Creek had shuffled themselves overnight. The stones, usually perfectly spaced for small feet, were now jumbled awkwardly. Sylvie, a quiet girl with wide, observant eyes, simply hopped carefully, tucking her basket close. Later, Old Man Hemlock reported his favorite pipe-lighting charm, a tiny blue flame sprite that lived in his tobacco pouch, had gone sulky and refused to spark. Then Miss Primrose's prize-winning rose bushes, usually tended by industrious petal-polishing beetles, were found tangled and drooping, the little beetles hiding under leaves, looking confused. The strangest occurrence, however, happened in Sylvie's own cozy cottage. Her grandmother's cherished silver tea set, kept gleaming by a family of diligent, microscopic polishing pixies, suddenly developed a dull, tarnished spot on the spout of the teapot. Worse, Sylvie's small collection of smooth river stones, each imbued with a different comforting hum, one for calm, one for cheer, one for sleep, had fallen silent. Their usual gentle vibrations had ceased entirely. Sylvie sat on her rag rug by the hearth, the silent stones cool in her palm. The fire crackled warmly, casting dancing shadows, but the quiet felt heavy. "Something's troubling the small magics, Gran," she murmured to the empty chair opposite. Her grandmother, wise Mistress Agatha, was visiting her sister in Moss Grove, leaving Sylvie to manage the cottage and the biscuit deliveries. Sylvie felt the weight of the strange happenings. She wasn't frightened, not exactly. Willowbrook's magic was inherently kind. But the unease in the air, the confusion of the tiny creatures, made her heart feel like a slightly tangled skein of yarn. The next morning, delivering biscuits to Mayor Thistle, Sylvie voiced her observations. "The stepping stones were jumbled, Mayor, and Old Man Hemlock's flame sprite won't light, and my humming stones have gone quiet." Mayor Thistle, a portly man with a kind face perpetually crinkled in a smile, chuckled. "Oh, Sylvie, my dear, the stones probably just settled after the rain. Hemlock's sprite likely needs a nap. They get temperamental, you know, and your stones, well, even magic needs a rest sometimes. Nothing to fret about." But Sylvie wasn't convinced. The unease felt too specific, too shared amongst the tiniest magics. On her way home, she stopped by the ancient, gnarled oak tree at the village edge, home to Whisperwing, an ancient moth sprite known for her quiet wisdom. Sylvie left a crumbled honey oat biscuit at the base of the tree, a traditional offering. A soft rustle came from the bark. A pair of enormous, luminous silver eyes blinked open amidst the lichen. "Child of Agatha," Whisperwing's voice was like dry leaves skittering in a gentle breeze. "You carry a question like a pebble in your shoe." Sylvie poured out the tale, the stones, the sprite, the beetles, the pixies, the humming stones. "It feels wrong," Whisperwing, "like the small magics are scared or lost." The silver eyes blinked slowly. "The threads of small enchantments are tangled," Whisperwing murmured. "Look not for a grand shadow, but for a small sorrow. Seek where the quietest magic gathers, and listen with more than your ears." Sylvie pondered this cryptic advice all afternoon. Where did the quietest magic gather? Not the bustling market square, nor the chattering brook. She thought of the humming stones, now silent. She thought of the polishing pixies, usually invisible in their diligence. She thought of the feeling in her cottage, the heaviness. That night, instead of going straight to bed, Sylvie sat by her darkened window, looking out at the moonlit garden. She held one silent humming stone in each hand, closing her eyes, trying not to listen for the hum, but to listen to the quiet. She focused on her breath, on the soft tick of the mantel clock, on the distant hoot of an owl. And then she heard it. Or rather, she felt it. A tiny, discordant shiver in the air itself, a vibration so faint it was less a sound and more a feeling of wrongness, like a single note played off-key in a vast, silent orchestra. It seemed to be coming from the root cellar. Sylvie quietly lit a small lantern, its warm glow pushing back the shadows. She patted down the cool stone steps into the small, earthy-smelling cellar where they stored preserves, potatoes, and jars of dried herbs. The air felt thicker here, the faint, discordant shiver slightly stronger. Kneeling on the packed earth floor, Sylvie held her lantern low. "Hello," she whispered. "Is anyone there?" A tiny rustle came from behind a sack of potatoes. Not a mouse rustle, but a softer, fluffier sound. Sylvie held her breath. Slowly, cautiously, 3 dust bunnies emerged. These weren't ordinary dust clumps. They were Willowbrook dust bunnies, soft as dandelion fluff, with tiny bead eyes that usually sparkled with contentment as they tidied forgotten corners. Tonight their eyes were wide and anxious, their fluffy bodies trembling. One had a smear of dried raspberry jam on its flank. "Hello, little tittiers," Sylvie said softly. "What's the matter? Why are you hiding?" The largest dust bunny quivered and nudged its head towards the darkest corner of the cellar, behind a stack of empty preserve jars. Sylvie crawled closer, the lantern light spilling into the recess. And there, curled into a tight, trembling ball of gray fur, was a flittermouse. Flittermice were rare, shy creatures, no bigger than Sylvie's thumb. They were the guardians of domestic peace and quietude, weaving subtle spells that ensured restful sleep, harmonious sounds, and the smooth functioning of household magics. This one looked utterly miserable. Its large, velvety ears were drooping, its tiny wings were folded tight against its body, and it emitted a continuous, almost inaudible whimper that seemed to vibrate through the stones of the cellar floor, the source of the discordant shiver. "Oh, you poor little thing," Sylvie breathed. She understood now. The flittermouse was distressed, and its distress was radiating outwards, tangling the delicate threads of the small magics it was meant to nurture. The jumbled stepping stones, a ripple of its confusion, the sulky flame sprite, reacting to the disharmony, the tangled roses and silent humming stones, directly affected by its proximity and deep unhappiness. But why was it so upset? Sylvie noticed something clutched in the flittermouse's tiny paws, a single, perfect, but slightly wilted moonflower petal. Moonflowers only bloomed on the thatched roofs at night. How did it get down here? Then Sylvie remembered the raspberry jam on the dust bunny. Gran had made a large batch of raspberry preserves just before she left. The cellar door had been left slightly ajar for ventilation during the boiling process. The flittermouse, perhaps drawn by the sweet scent while foraging for night-blooming nectar, must have fluttered inside, and then the door had blown shut in the night breeze, trapping it. It was scared, lost, and separated from its home high on the roofs, symbolized by the moonflower petal it clung to. Its fear and longing were disrupting all the gentle magics it touched. "SHHH," Sylvie murmured, radiating calm as best she could. "It's all right, you're safe, I found you." She slowly reached out a finger. The flittermouse flinched but didn't flee. Sylvie gently stroked its soft, trembling back. "You just got a little lost, didn't you? Trapped in the dark." The dust bunnies crept closer, nuzzling the flittermouse sympathetically. Sylvie knew she needed to act gently. A sudden movement might frighten it more. She remembered Whisperwing's words, a small sorrow. This was it. Not a villain, but a tiny, terrified creature yearning for home. "I'll help you get back," Sylvie whispered. "But first, let's make you feel a little better." She carefully scooped up the trembling creature, cradling it in her cupped hands. The dust bunnies followed her like anxious ducklings as she carried it upstairs into the warm, firelit kitchen. Sylvie placed the flittermouse gently on the scrubbed wooden table. She fetched a thimble and filled it with a drop of warm milk mixed with a dab of honey, a comforting treat Gran used for frightened creatures. She placed the thimble near it, along with the wilted moonflower petal. The flittermouse uncurled slightly, its large, dark eyes fixed on Sylvie. Tentatively, it crept forward and took a tiny sip. A faint, harmonious hum, like a single clear note on a glass bell, replaced the whimper for a moment. Sylvie smiled. She then took one of her silent humming stones, the one that used to hum for calm, and placed it near the flittermouse. She poured all her own calmness, her reassurance, into holding the stone. Slowly, incredibly slowly, a faint, warm vibration began to pulse from the stone, weak but steady. The flittermouse paused its sipping, its ears perking up slightly towards the stone. The discordant shiver lessened. Emboldened, Sylvie gathered the other stones. Focusing on feelings of cheer and safety, she held each one. Gradually, each began to emit its own soft, reassuring hum, weaving a gentle harmony in the warm kitchen air. The flittermouse relaxed further, its trembling subsiding. It finished the honey milk and gently picked up the moonflower petal again, looking at Sylvie with hopeful eyes. "Ready to go home?" Sylvie asked softly. She carefully carried the flittermouse, cradled in one hand, while the dust bunnies bounced excitedly around her feet. She opened the cottage door to the cool, moonlit night. The village was quiet, bathed in silver light. High above, moonflowers glowed softly on the thatched roofs. Sylvie walked to the center of her small garden. She lifted her cupped hands high. "There you go, home is up there." The flittermouse looked up at the glowing roofs, then back at Sylvie. It gave a tiny, grateful chirp, like the sound of a tiny bell. Then, with a flutter of its silken wings, it launched itself into the air. It circled Sylvie once, a tiny gray shadow against the moon, before darting upwards towards the nearest thatched roof and disappearing amongst the glowing moonflowers. As it vanished, Sylvie felt it. A wave of pure, sweet peace washed over the garden, like a sigh of relief. It flowed outwards, a gentle ripple of restored harmony. The humming stones in her pocket vibrated with their full, comforting strength. Inside the cottage, she knew the silver teapot spout would be gleaming once more. The next morning, the village awoke to normalcy. Old Man Hemlock's pipe lit with the first puff, the blue flame sprite dancing merrily. Miss Primrose found her rose beetles busily polishing dewdrops from perfectly arranged blooms. And when Sylvie crossed Pebble Creek, the stepping stones were back in their perfect, helpful order. Mayor Thistle, enjoying his biscuit, winked at her. "See, told you it was nothing, probably just needed a good night's sleep." Sylvie just smiled, a secret warmth glowing in her chest. She delivered her biscuits, stopping at the ancient oak. She didn't need to say anything. Whisperwing's silver eyes blinked slowly from the bark, a knowing glint within them. That evening Sylvie sat by the hearth, the harmonious hum of her stones a comforting presence. She looked out the window. High on the thatched roof of the cottage opposite, she saw a tiny silhouette against the glowing moonflowers. The flittermouse was home. And drifting down gently on the night breeze, landing softly on her windowsill, was a single, perfect, freshly bloomed moonflower petal. Sylvie picked it up. It hummed faintly with peaceful magic. She placed it beside her humming stones, a quiet reminder that sometimes the biggest mysteries have the smallest, gentlest hearts at their center, and that kindness and careful listening are the most powerful magic of all. As the fire crackled and the stones hummed their lullaby, Sylvie felt a deep, cozy contentment settle over her, knowing all was truly well in the gentle heart of Willowbrook. Sleep came easily, wrapped in the restored peace of the small magics. Story 19. The village of Willowbrook lay nestled in a valley perpetually kissed by mist. Its cobblestone streets wound like sleepy serpents between cottages with thatched roofs, each chimney puffing contented plumes of wood smoke into the perpetually damp air. Rain was not merely weather here, it was a constant companion, a gentle sigh that shaped the rhythm of life. For young Finn, the rain held a different melody. While others scurried indoors, Finn, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a perpetually thoughtful frown, felt the world open up. He loved the way the raindrops plinked on the old copper rain barrel, the way the moss on the stone walls deepened to emerald velvet, and the peculiar hush that fell over the woods beyond the village, a hush that seemed to whisper secrets only he could hear. Finn often felt like a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit the Willowbrook picture. While the other children played boisterous games in the brief dry spells, Finn preferred the company of his grandfather, Old Silas, who spoke of the woods with reverence and told tales of hidden wonders that thrived in the rain. Silas had passed the previous winter, leaving Finn a small, intricately carved wooden box. "For when the rain speaks loudest, lad," Silas had whispered, his voice thin as smoke. "Listen with your heart, not just your ears." Inside the box lay a single, smooth, milky white stone, cool to the touch. Silas called it a rainstone, a fragment of the sky's memory, but its purpose remained a mystery Finn hadn't yet unlocked. One afternoon, the rain fell not in its usual gentle curtain, but in a relentless, drumming downpour that turned the village paths into muddy streams. Finn sat by his window, tracing the raindrops' paths down the pane. The rainstone lay heavy in his pocket, its usual coolness tinged with a faint, unfamiliar warmth. Suddenly a sound cut through the drumming rain, a discordant note, sharp and jarring, like a snapped violin string. It came from the direction of the whispering woods. It wasn't thunder, it felt wrong. The rainstone pulsed against his leg, a single, insistent beat. Finn's heart hammered against his ribs. This was the loudest the rain had ever spoken. He knew with a certainty that felt as deep as the roots of the ancient oaks, he had to go into the woods. Pulling on his worn oilskin coat and sturdy boots, Finn slipped out the back door, the downpour instantly plastering his hair to his forehead. The village was deserted, curtains drawn tight against the gloom. The familiar path into the woods was transformed. Mud sucked at his boots, ferns drooped under the weight of water, and the canopy overhead roared with the impact of countless raindrops. Yet, guided by the rainstone's growing warmth and the occasional, jarring dissonance from deep within, Finn pressed on. The deeper he went, the stranger the woods felt. The air thickened, shimmering slightly, and the colors seemed richer, deeper the greens impossibly vibrant, the browns of the tree trunks almost glowing. He passed a cluster of luminous blue mushrooms that hadn't been there yesterday, pulsing gently like tiny hearts. Then he saw it. A curtain of shimmering water, like a vertical river, cascaded down from the branches of an impossibly large, ancient oak. It wasn't just falling water, it seemed woven from light and sound, a barrier humming with energy. The dissonant note shrieked again, louder, emanating from behind this liquid veil. The rainstone in Finn's pocket grew almost uncomfortably hot. Taking a deep breath, steeling himself against the roar of the water, Finn stepped forward. Instead of icy wetness, he felt a strange tingling sensation, like stepping through a bubble of cool air. He passed through the waterfall as if it were mist. On the other side, the world held its breath. The relentless drumming ceased. Finn stood in a hidden glade bathed in an ethereal, soft light that seemed to emanate from the very air. Rain still fell, but here it fell in slow, fat, silver drops that sparkled like diamonds as they descended, landing silently on moss so thick and green it looked like velvet. Towering flowers with petals like spun moonlight glowed softly. In the center of this magical clearing stood the source of the discordant sound, a structure unlike anything Finn had ever seen. It was a harp, but not made of wood and string. It seemed sculpted from living water, ice, and captured lightning. Its frame was crystalline, shimmering with trapped rainbows. Instead of strings, strands of pure, shimmering energy vibrated between graceful arches. Or rather, most of them vibrated, humming a low, harmonious thrum that resonated deep in Finn's bones. But one strand, thicker and glowing a troubled, flickering blue, was visibly frayed, vibrating wildly and emitting that awful, screeching dissonance. This, Finn understood with a jolt, was the true heart of Willowbrook's reign. This was the sky harp. A small, despondent figure huddled near the base of the harp. It was roughly Finn's height, but covered in soft, mossy green fur that shimmered with trapped raindrops. Large, luminous eyes, the color of deep forest pools, peered out from beneath a fringe of wet, leafy tendrils. It had long, delicate fingers that currently covered its large, pointed ears, flinching every time the frayed string shrieked. It looked profoundly sad and utterly overwhelmed. Finn froze. This was a creature from his grandfather's wildest tales. A mossling guardian of hidden places. Fear prickled his skin, but the creature looked more frightened than fearsome. Remembering old Silas's words, "Listen with your heart," Finn took a hesitant step forward. The mossling startled, scrambling back with a soft rustle, its luminous eyes wide with alarm. "Hello." Finn called out softly, his voice barely audible above the harp's troubled hum and the discordant shriek. I heard the sound. It sounded hurt." The mossling tilted its head, large ears twitching. It made a soft, burbling sound, like water over stones, pointing a trembling finger at the frayed string. Its large eyes welled with tears that looked like liquid crystal. "The harp?" Finn asked, taking another careful step closer. "It's broken." The mossling nodded vigorously, making a series of clicks and chirps that Finn couldn't understand, but its distress was palpable. It gestured frantically at the frayed string, then at the sky beyond the glade, miming the relentless downpour outside. Finn understood. The discord was causing the unnatural storm. But why? Finn murmured, more to himself. "What happened?" The mossling hesitated, then pointed towards a patch of disturbed earth near the harp's base. Finn moved closer, brushing aside some luminescent ferns. Embedded in the damp soil was a shard of dark, jagged stone, radiating a cold, unnatural energy that made the air prickle. It looked like obsidian but felt wrong, malevolent. He instinctively recoiled, his hand tightening around the warm rainstone in his pocket. As he did, the rainstone pulsed brightly, its milky light flaring for a moment. The obsidian shard seemed to vibrate faintly in response, a low, unpleasant hum emanating from it. The mossling flinched, making a distressed warble. It pointed at the shard, then mimed something falling from the sky with a crash, then clutching its head in pain. Finn pieced it together. This dark shard had fallen, perhaps a meteorite, striking the harp or the clearing, damaging the string and overwhelming the gentle mossling with its harsh, dissonant energy. The guardian was too sensitive, too attuned to the harp's natural harmony, to even approach the source of the discord, let alone fix it. It was trapped, helpless, listening to the world cry out in pain it couldn't mend. Looking from the terrified mossling to the shrieking string and the dark shard, Finn felt a wave of determination wash over his fear. He wasn't strong or loud or particularly brave, but he listened. He felt the rain, and he had his grandfather's stone. "My name is Finn," he said softly, kneeling to be closer to the mossling's level. "I want to help. I think this might help too." He slowly drew the rainstone from his pocket. It glowed warmly in the glade's soft light. The mossling's eyes widened, fixated on the stone. It crept a little closer, sniffing the air cautiously. It made a soft, questioning chirp, pointing at the stone, then at the frayed string. Hope flickered in its deep, sad eyes. Finn took a deep breath. He had no idea what he was doing. But the rainstone felt alive in his hand, humming in tune with the harp's deeper, harmonious notes and recoiling slightly from the dissonance and the dark shard. He stepped towards the sky harp. The closer he got, the more intense the vibrations became, the deep, calming thrum of the whole instrument, the painful shriek of the broken strand, and the cold, invasive buzz from the obsidian shard. It made his teeth ache and his head spin. He focused on the rainstone. Listen with your heart. He closed his eyes, shutting out the overwhelming sensations, and tried to feel the stone. It felt like a tiny piece of calm sky, a reservoir of gentle rain. He thought of the soft patter on his window, the smell of wet earth, the quiet peace of the woods after a shower. The rainstone warmed in his hand, its glow intensifying, pushing back against the chaotic energy. Holding the stone tightly, Finn reached out towards the frayed, flickering blue strand. The discordant shriek spiked, a physical force pushing against him. He gritted his teeth, pushing forward, the rainstone's warmth spreading up his arm like courage. His fingers brushed the vibrating energy. It wasn't solid, but it felt dense and chaotic, like touching a storm cloud. Pain lanced up his arm, sharp and electric. He almost recoiled, but the mossling made a soft, encouraging sound from behind him. Finn focused harder on the rainstone, pouring his will into it, imagining its gentle energy flowing into the frayed strand, calming its frenzy, mending the tear. He imagined the discord softening, smoothing out, blending back into the harp's beautiful song. The rainstone pulsed rhythmically, its light washing over the blue strand. The painful vibration lessened slightly. The shriek softened into a pained whine. It was working, but slowly, agonizingly slowly. The chaotic energy resisted, fueled by the dark shard nearby. He needed to remove the shard. But how? Touching it directly felt dangerous. He looked at the mossling. "Can you help with the dark stone?" The mossling looked terrified, shaking its head vigorously, covering its ears again as the harp whined. It couldn't bear the discordant energy near the shard. Finn understood. This was his task. Drawing strength from the rainstone, he turned towards the obsidian shard embedded in the earth. Its cold buzz intensified as he approached, a feeling of dread washing over him. It felt like touching pure negativity. He crouched down, the rainstone held like a shield before him. Its warm glow created a small bubble of calm around him, pushing back the shard's oppressive aura. He couldn't touch it. He looked around. Nearby lay a fallen branch from one of the glowing trees, sturdy and covered in soft, luminous lichen. Using it like tongs, Finn carefully wedged the branch under the shard. It vibrated violently, humming angrily. With a grunt of effort, Finn levered it out of the earth. The moment it was free, the harp's whine rose to a shriek again, the frayed strand flaring violently. The shard pulsed with dark light, trying to pull him towards it. Now, Finn yelled, more to himself than anyone. He couldn't hold it. He needed to get rid of it. He stumbled backwards, the branch with the writhing shard held at arm's length. He saw a patch of thick, luminous ferns near the edge of the clearing, near the shimmering waterfall veil. Summoning all his strength, Finn swung the branch and flung the dark shard towards the ferns. It flew through the air, trailing a wisp of black smoke, and vanished through the shimmering waterfall barrier with a faint hiss. Instantly, the oppressive cold vanished. The violent vibrations from the shard ceased. The clearing felt lighter, cleaner. The sky harp's discordant whine faltered, then stopped entirely. The frayed blue strand still flickered weakly, but the chaotic frenzy was gone. It hung limply, damaged but no longer screaming. Finn gasped, dropping the branch, his arm aching. He turned back to the harp. The mossling had crept closer, its large eyes wide with awe and tentative hope. It pointed at the frayed strand, then at Finn, then at the rainstone still glowing brightly in his hand. It made a soft, pleading sound. Finn nodded, exhausted but determined. He approached the harp again. The frayed strand was still broken, its light dim. He held the rainstone up to it. This time, without the dark shard poisoning the energy, the connection felt purer. He focused all his intention, all his love for the gentle rain, the quiet woods, the peaceful village into the stone. He imagined the rainstone melting, its essence flowing like liquid moonlight into the tear in the strand, weaving the energy back together. The rainstone glowed fiercely, its light enveloping the frayed strand. Finn felt warmth spreading from the stone up his arm and into his very core. He saw, with his eyes wide open, the shimmering energy of the strand begin to knit itself back together, threads of pure, cool blue light weaving through the frayed ends. The rainstone's glow dimmed as its light flowed into the repair. The milky whiteness faded, becoming translucent, then almost clear. Finn felt a strange sense of giving, of his own calm focus flowing into the harp. Finally, with a soft, resonant ping that echoed like a perfect raindrop hitting a still pond, the strand was whole. It pulsed once, a strong, steady blue light, then settled into a gentle, harmonious vibration, joining the song of the other strands. The sky harp sang. The sound was breathtaking. It wasn't music as Finn knew it. It was the feeling of gentle rain on leaves, the sigh of wind through pines, the gurgle of a clear brook, the deep, contented hum of the earth itself. It filled the glade, washing over Finn and the mossling like a wave of pure peace. The slow, silver raindrops falling in the glade seemed to dance in time with the melody. The luminous flowers swayed. The very air shimmered with contentment. Finn looked down at his hand. The rainstone was gone. In its place was a faint, warm tingling in his palm, a lingering sense of connection. He hadn't lost it, he had used it, become part of its purpose. He felt different. The familiar quietness was still there, but it was no longer a barrier. It felt like a deep well of calm strength. He had faced the discord, the fear, the alien world, and he had listened, and he had mended. The mossling bounded forward, no longer fearful. It chirped and trilled, a sound like joyful bells, and threw its mossy arms around Finn's legs in a surprisingly strong hug. Its large eyes shone with pure gratitude and relief. It pointed to the now harmonious harp, then to the shimmering waterfall barrier, miming the rain outside slowing down. Finn smiled, a real, wide smile that chased away the last remnants of storm clouds from his own eyes. He patted the mossling's furry head. It worked. Together they stood listening to the sky harp sing its restored song. The discord was gone, replaced by a profound, enveloping peace. Finn knew the relentless storm over Willowbrook would be easing, returning to its familiar, gentle rhythm. He had changed. He had discovered a hidden world, forged an unlikely friendship with a creature of magic, faced a terrifying mystery, and found his own strength not in loudness, but in quiet listening and the courage to mend what was broken. He understood now what his grandfather meant. The magic wasn't just in the stone or the harp, it was in the connection, in the gentle strength of friendship and understanding. After a timeless moment bathed in the harp's serene song, the mossling tugged gently at Finn's sleeve. It led him to the edge of the shimmering waterfall. It pointed through the veil, then back at Finn, making a soft, questioning sound. It was time to go back. Finn nodded. He felt a pang of sadness at leaving the magical glade and his new friend, but he also felt a deep sense of belonging, knowing this place existed, guarded by his gentle ally. He bent down. "Thank you," he whispered. "I'll remember, I'll listen." The mossling chirped happily, then did something surprising. It plucked a single glowing petal from one of the moonlight flowers. The petal shimmered with soft light. The mossling pressed it gently into Finn's palm. It felt cool and smooth, radiating a gentle warmth and a faint echo of the harp's song. A keepsake. A promise. With a final wave, Finn stepped through the shimmering waterfall veil. The roar of the downpour hit him instantly, but it was different now. It was lessening, softening. The drumming intensity was gone, replaced by the familiar, steady patter he knew so well. The unnatural darkness was lifting, replaced by the soft, gray light of a rainy afternoon clearing. He walked back through the whispering woods, the mud still slick underfoot, but the atmosphere transformed. The woods felt alive, breathing easily again. The dissonant dread was gone. Birds began to tentatively sing from the shelter of the trees. By the time Finn reached the edge of the village, the rain had settled into a gentle shower. He saw faces peering out from cottage windows, doors opening cautiously. People stepped outside, lifting their faces to the sky, relief washing over them as they felt the familiar, gentle touch of Willowbrook's true rain. Finn walked home, the glowing petal a secret warmth in his pocket, a tangible reminder of the hidden glade and the friend he had made. He didn't tell anyone about the sky harp, the mossling, or the dark shard. Some secrets were meant to be kept, treasures held close to the heart. But he was different. The quiet boy who loved the rain carried a new stillness within him, a deep well of calm and a quiet confidence. He helped his neighbors sweep water from doorsteps, his movements steady and sure. He listened to the rain on the roof that night, not just hearing the drops, but feeling the harmony beneath them, the song of the mended sky harp resonating deep within his soul. He knew the rainstone was gone, but its essence was part of him now, and part of the harp. He had learned that even the smallest, quietest voice could mend a broken song, that friendship could bloom in the most unexpected rain-soaked glades, and that true magic lay not in grand gestures, but in listening deeply, understanding, and having the courage to reach out and heal. The rain continued to fall on Willowbrook, its gentle rhythm a comforting lullaby. And Finn, listening with his heart, heard within it the quiet echo of a friendship that defied worlds, the triumphant song of a mystery solved, and the peaceful resolution of a storm calmed, both outside and within himself. He slept deeply that night, the glowing petal under his pillow, dreaming of silver raindrops and luminous green eyes, safe in the knowledge that the world was full of hidden wonders, whispering just beneath the surface of the falling rain. The gentle, constant rain was no longer just weather. It was a symphony he now understood, a lullaby sung by a mended sky, a reminder that even the quietest heart could hold the power to change the world. And so, cradled by the familiar song of his valley, Finn drifted into peaceful dreams, forever changed by the hidden world he had found, the friend he had made, and the quiet strength he had discovered within the rain. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Marin carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Marin often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Marin noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Maren many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Maren, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Maren's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow, and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Maren had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Maren approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. "Change is not to be feared, dear Maren," the wisps chimed softly. "It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves." Maren listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Maren thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. "I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart." The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. "Remember, Maren, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you." With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Maren lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Maren began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Maren, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Maren's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, with the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Maren found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky veined with starlight, lived a world unseen by human eyes. Here the mossy earth breathed secrets, and the boundary between earth and enchantment shimmered like heat haze. Young Pip, a hedgehog whose quills still held the softness of youth, burrowed beneath the frost-kissed roots of Grandmother Willow. Her trunk, wide as a cottage, pulsed with the slow heartbeat of the forest. "Listen, little thorn," murmured Fern, an elderly badger whose silver-streaked fur mirrored moonlit snow. Her claws traced patterns in the loam, a map of seasons. When winter overstays its welcome, the heartstone slumbers too deeply. She pointed toward the glimmering glade, where the first crocuses should have pierced the snow weeks ago. Instead, an unnatural chill clung, silencing brooks and frosting spiderwebs into crystal lace. The seasonal dance was faltering. Pip shivered not from cold, but from the forest's unease. He felt it in his paws, the stifled hum of roots craving thaw, the drowsy frustration of squirrels whose nut caches dwindled. But why, Fern? The frostfire moths always wake the heartstone. Each winter's end, these iridescent insects emerged, their wings shedding ember-bright dust to melt the glacial seal guarding the forest's magical core. This year their cocoons remained frozen in ice-locked birches. Fern's nose twitched, catching the metallic tang of lingering frost. The balance is askew, old tales whisper of this. When snow drowns spring's song, courage must thaw what magic cannot. She nudged a withered acorn toward Pip. "Seek Thistle the hare, her ears hear the wind's oldest stories." Thus began Pip's pilgrimage beneath a sky bruised purple with unseasonable cold. Crunching through snow like shattered quartz, he passed ice-encased ferns that tinkled like wind chimes. He inhaled the crisp scent of pine sap bleeding from frozen bark and touched hoarfrost that melted into dew on his paw pads. Near Mistfall Creek, now a ribbon of black ice, he found Thistle, her fur puffed against the chill. "The north wind gossips," she whispered, ears pivoting toward distant mountains. A rock slide buried the sunstone caves. No dawn warmth reaches the frostfire cocoons. Her eyes, liquid amber in the gloom, held generations of weather wisdom. Only warmth born within the woods can rouse them now. Pip's heart sank. How could tiny creatures stir such cold? Yet Thistle nudged him onward. Find Bramble the bear, his den holds the emberblooms. In a honeycomb cave veiled by icicles, Bramble snored amidst dried herbs. Pip hesitated before the mountain of fur, then sneezed from the dust of crushed petals, imbursant, smelling of cinnamon and sunlight. Bramble's rumble shook the earth. Emberblooms. He yawned, revealing teeth like ancient standing stones. Aye, they store summer's fire, but their glow fades without. He lumbered to a clay pot brimming with luminous orange petals. Song the frostfires hatch to cricket choruses, silence starves them. Threefold wisdom now braided in Pip's mind, thaw the cocoons with inner warmth, revive them with song, guide them with emberbloom light. But who could sing in this frozen hush? Pip remembered the fireflies, minstrels of the midsummer nights, dormant in their root-cellar haven. Digging through snowdrifts with Bramble's help, Pip reached the firefly grotto. Inside, 1,000 tiny bodies glittered like captive stars. "Wake," Pip pleaded, placing emberblooms among them. The petals pulsed, casting coppery light on translucent wings. One firefly, Zelda, flickered awake. "The long dark," she buzzed weakly. Pip explained, his breath fogging the air. "Sing spring back, for the crickets sleep too deeply." Zelda rallied her kin. Soon the cavern shimmered with bioluminescent music, a chorus of clicks and hums that vibrated through stone, up roots into the frozen birches. Pip led them out, carrying emberbloom bouquets in Bramble's woven grass satchel. Their combined light painted the snow in molten gold. At the cocoon grove, Pip pressed his small body against the ice-clad trunks. He thought of fern stories, sun-dappled ferns, the kiss of rain on petals. Warmth bloomed in his chest, radiating through his quills. Ice wept. cocoons split like ripe fruit. Frostfire moths struggled free, wings crumpled and damp. Zelda's choir swelled. The moths trembled, antennae lifting to the sound. Pip scattered imberbloom dust over them. It fused with their wings, igniting veins of liquid topaz. With a collective sigh, they took flight, a constellation ascending toward the Heartstone glade. Pip followed their comet trails. In the glade, the Heartstone, a monolith of mossy quartz, lay entombed in glacial blue ice. The moths circled it, shedding glowing dust that hissed where it touched frost. Pip joined them, pressing his paws to the ice, pouring every memory of warm earth and wildflower perfume into the stone. Cracks spiderwebbed. Light erupted, not blinding, but a gentle effulgence like dawn breaking underwater. Ice melted into rivulets that sang as they flowed. Snowdrifts sighed into moss. Crocuses erupted like violet applause. Fern arrived with thistle and bramble, their eyes reflecting the rekindled Heartstone. "Well done, little thorn," Fern rumbled, nuzzling Pip's head. "You wove many threads into one tapestry." As spring unfurled, crickets chirping, brooks babbling, leaves unfurling like shy green hands, the creatures gathered beneath Grandmother Willow. Pip nestled against Fern's flank, watching fireflies paint the dusk. "Balance isn't stillness," Fern murmured to all, "but the courage to mend what's broken. Remember, the forest's song needs every voice, the moth's glow, the firefly's tune, the hedgehog's warmth, even an old badger's tales." Stars blossomed overhead, their light filtered through newborn leaves. Pip closed his eyes, lulled by the symphony of peepers and rustling ferns. The Heartstone pulsed softly, its rhythm syncing with his breaths, a promise that in the whispering woods, harmony would always find its way home, season after season, as long as kindness kept watch beneath the ancient trees. And in that certainty, deeper than roots, sweeter than wild honey, every creature drifted into dreams woven with the quiet magic of renewal. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented cat. Chimneys puffed curls of wood smoke into the crisp autumn air, and the scent of cinnamon and nutmeg drifted from every window. Yet for 7 mornings, a peculiar chill had settled over the hearths and hearts of the villagers. Overnight, without fail, every loaf of bread, every muffin, and every crumbly scone turned as hard and dry as river stones. Not a single bite remained soft. Young Clara, whose bakery windows glowed golden at dawn, noticed something stranger still. Each morning a perfect circle of dewdrops shimmered on her flour-dusted work table, a tiny, glittering halo where no water ought to be. "Like fairy tears," she murmured, tracing the damp ring with her finger. When she mentioned it to old Master Hemlock, the village's retired stargazer, his bushy silver eyebrows knitted together. "Dew where dew shouldn't fall, that's no ordinary mischief," he said, stirring honey into his chamomile tea. "Nature leaves clues for those who look gently, Clara. Watch the small things." That night Clara stayed hidden behind her flour sacks, lantern dimmed. Moonlight spilled through the bakery window, painting silver stripes on the wooden floor. Just as the clock tower chimed midnight, a soft rustling came from the rafters. Down fluttered a dozen creatures no larger than acorns, their bodies woven from dried moss and milkweed fluff, wings like spun maple seeds. They hummed a melancholy tune as they landed near Clara's prized rosemary loaf. Where their tiny feet touched the crust, the bread instantly hardened and cracked. One mosskin brushed a dewdrop from its eyes, a tear that rolled onto the table, forming the very circle Clara had found. Her heart ached at their sorrow. Quiet as a falling leaf, she followed them at dawn's first blush, past the whispering creek and into the mosswood. There, beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, she discovered their home, a village of lichen-capped toadstools, now brittle and crumbling. The once gurgling spring that fed their glen had dwindled to a muddy trickle. "Our roots thirst," whispered the eldest mosskin, its voice like wind through reeds. "When we weep, the world dries with us." Clara rushed to Master Hemlock. Together they traced the stream uphill, finding its source blocked by a landslide of smooth, dark stones. "Observe," Hemlock murmured, tapping a stone with his walking stick. It rang hollow. Clara pressed her ear to it and gasped. A faint, rhythmic thumping echoed within like a tiny heartbeat. "Thunder eggs," Hemlock exclaimed. "Geodes sleeping deep in the earth. The landslide must have woken them, and their thirst is mighty. They've drunk the stream dry." The solution came in a flash of kindness. Clara gathered every villager to bake not bread, but honey-sweetened clay, a paste of river mud, wildflower nectar, and crushed quartz for sparkle. They sculpted dozens of hollow spheres, thin as eggshells, and carried them to the landslide. As the moskins sang their softest lullabies, the villagers nestled the clay orbs against the thunder eggs. The geodes, enchanted by the sweetness and song, eagerly drank the clay's moisture. Slowly, gloriously, water began seeping around them, rejoining the stream in a joyful babble. That night, Bramble Hollow's bread stayed pillow soft. And on Clara's windowsill, the moskins left a thank-you gift, a miniature loaf woven from dewy spider silk and edible moonbeams, forever fresh, forever sweet, a reminder that even the smallest tears, when heard with a gentle heart, can water the deepest wonders. As Master Hemlock would say, sipping his tea by the fire, the world whispers its mysteries, but only kindness turns them into song. And so the moskins' lullabies drifted through the woods once more, now bright as spring rain, weaving peace into every dream. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. The distant hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was usually a comfort to Kip, a small, fur-covered botanist from the mist-shrouded planet of Glimmerfell. Tonight, however, it felt thin and strained against the backdrop of the unfamiliar void. Kip clutched a sprig of luminous moon moss, its soft blue glow reflecting in their wide, dark eyes as they studied the ship's other occupant, Borvan. Borvan hailed from Xerxes Prime, a world of scorching sands and towering mesas. He was easily 3 times Kip's size, his body covered in plates of smooth, heat-resistant stone that shifted subtly with his movements. His eyes, deep-set in obsidian black, seemed to absorb the light. He was the ship's engineer, a stoic figure who communicated mostly in low rumbles and practical actions. They'd been assigned together for this deep space survey mission, Kip to catalog exotic flora, Borvan to maintain the ship, and the journey had been quiet. Too quiet. Kip found Borvan intimidating, his silence misinterpreted as disapproval. Borvan, in turn, found Kip's constant nervous fluttering and tendency to communicate in soft, complex patterns of bioluminescent flashes across their fur utterly baffling and slightly alarming. Approaching survey coordinates, System Zeta 7, the ship's comm AI announced. Planetary body designated Whisper shows promising atmospheric readings for non-sentient botanical life. Kip perked up, their fur rippling with hopeful green streaks. Finally, Whisper is said to have cryoblooms that survive in absolute zero. Imagine the adaptations. Borvan merely grunted, a sound like pebbles tumbling down a slope, and focused on the console. He tapped a sequence, and the ship shuddered violently. Warning lights flared crimson across the bridge. Gravimetric shear detected. The AI's voice lost its calm. Structural integrity compromised. Brace for impact. The universe tilted. Kip let out a high-pitched chirp, instinctively flashing frantic red patterns of fear. Borvan roared, not in anger but in effort, wrestling with the controls. Metal screamed. The view screen showed a swirling vortex of ice and debris. They'd hit an uncharted asteroid field, cloaked by Whisper's perpetual ice storms. With a final, sickening lurch, the Stardust Weaver slammed into something unforgivingly solid. The lights died, replaced by the harsh, intermittent strobe of emergency beacons. Silence descended, thick and cold, broken only by the hiss of escaping atmosphere and Kip's terrified whimpers. Borvan was the first to move, his stone plates scraping against the buckled deck. He located Kip huddled beneath a collapsed console, trembling violently, their fur pulsing erratic, frightened reds and oranges. Borvan reached out a massive hand. Kip flinched, flashing a bright, defensive yellow, a Glimmerfell signal for back off. Borvan froze. He misinterpreted the flash not as fear, but as aggression, a warning flare. On Xerxes, bright lights often signaled danger or territorial challenge. He rumbled low in his chest, a sound of confusion and frustration. He needed to get them both off this dying ship, but this tiny, flashing creature seemed determined to hinder him. Cold, Kip managed to whisper, their voice thin. So cold. Their breath misted in the rapidly dropping temperature. Whisper lived up to its name, a frozen ball of ice and howling winds. Borvan understood that word. He looked at Kip's thin fur, then at the jagged tear in the hull, revealing a landscape of blinding white and razor-sharp ice spires. Survival here required cooperation, however baffling his companion might be. Heaving a sigh that sounded like grinding rocks, he pointed a thick finger towards the emergency locker, then mimicked shivering. He then pointed firmly towards the exit hatch. Kip, teeth chattering, understood the gesture, if not the rumbling. Survival. They needed to get out. Nodding shakily, their fur dimming to a wary, pale blue, they scrambled towards the locker. Inside were thermal suits. Kip struggled with the bulky, human-sized suit. Borvan watched for a moment, then, moving with surprising gentleness, knelt and helped Kip fasten the seals, his large, stone fingers surprisingly deft. Kip flashed a hesitant, grateful turquoise. Borvan blinked, unsure what it meant, but the lack of aggressive yellow was a relief. Outside, the cold was a physical blow. The wind screamed, laden with ice crystals that stung like needles. The wreckage of the Stardust Weaver was already half buried in drifts. Borvan, his stone body naturally insulating, scanned the desolate landscape. Kip, bundled in the suit, pointed a shaky hand towards a dark smudge on the horizon, a cliff face, perhaps offering shelter. The trek was agony. Kip struggled through deep snow, their small frame battling the vicious wind. Borvan moved steadily ahead, breaking a path. Kip fell repeatedly, each time flashing bursts of exhausted purple and embarrassed pink. Borvan, glancing back, saw only confusing flashes. He mistook the purple for distress signals he didn't understand and the pink for something else entirely unknown. Frustration mounted. Why wouldn't this creature just say what it needed? Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath Kip with a sickening crunch. They vanished into a hidden crevasse, a yelp swallowed by the wind. Borvan lunged forward, peering into the dark fissure. Kip dangled precariously, held only by a tangle of frozen roots, their suits snagged on jagged ice. Their fur was flashing pure, terrified white. This flash Borvan understood implicitly. terror, immediate danger. Without a second thought, he lowered himself, bracing his immense weight on the unstable edge. Ignoring the biting cold and groaning ice, he stretched his long arm down. "Grab," he bellowed over the wind, the single word thick with urgency. Kip looked up, seeing not the intimidating stone giant, but a lifeline. They reached, their small gloved hand grasping Borvan's massive stone fingers. With a grunt that shook the ice, Borvan hauled Kip up, cradling them against his surprisingly warm chest plate for a moment before setting them down on solid ground. Kip's fur pulsed with warm, steady gold, the Glimmerfell color for profound gratitude and relief. Borvan felt a strange warmth spread through his own core, unrelated to the cold. He hadn't been thanked like that before. He nodded stiffly. "Careful," he rumbled, the word softer this time. They found the dark smudge the entrance to a vast ice cavern. Inside, the howling wind faded to a mournful sigh. It was still bitterly cold, but sheltered. Kip immediately spotted what Borvan had missed, strange, gnarled roots snaking across the walls and floor, glowing with a soft, internal light. Cryobloom roots. Kip breathed, their scientific fascination momentarily overriding fear. They generate heat, not much but some. Working together in silent, newfound understanding, they gathered dry, fibrous sections of the roots. Borvan used his strength to break off larger pieces. Kip used their knowledge to find the driest, most combustible parts. Borvan tried striking sparks from his stone knuckles. Kip, remembering basic survival training from their multi-species academy, pulled a small emergency igniter from their suit pocket. Soon, a small, precious fire crackled in a makeshift pit scooped from the icy floor. The warmth was meager but life-saving, painting dancing shadows on the cavern walls. As they huddled close, the shared fire became a bridge. Kip, emboldened by the rescue and the warmth, pointed to their own fur, now glowing a calm, steady blue. "Safe," they explained softly. They then flashed the earlier defensive yellow. Scared, not angry. They pointed at Borvan. Borvan stared, the pieces clicking. The flashes weren't nonsense or aggression, they were words. Feelings. He rumbled thoughtfully. He pointed to Kip's earlier golden glow. "That when pull up." "Thank you," Kip said, flashing the gold again. "Big thank you, friend." "Friend," Borvan repeated, the word unfamiliar, but the warmth it sparked undeniable. He tapped his own chest plate. Borvan thought light danger, on Xerxes bright light bad, mean attack. Kip's eyes widened. "Oh no, on Glimmerfell light is talk, like sound for you. Red is scared, blue is calm, gold is thanks, green is happy." They demonstrated small, gentle pulses. Borvan watched, fascinated. He tried to mimic a rumble, but it came out as a gravelly purr. Kip giggled, a sound like tiny bells, and flashed cheerful green. Borvan found himself making the purring sound again. Communication wasn't just about words spoken. It was about listening with more than ears. Over the next few cycles, measured by the dimming and brightening of the cryoblooms, not the unseen sun, they faced the frozen wilderness together. Borvan used his strength to carve ice blocks, building a windbreak around their fire. Kip discovered edible lichen growing near the warm roots and purified ice melt using salvaged filters. They took turns keeping watch, sharing stories not with perfect words, but with gestures, drawings in the frost, and the growing language of shared experience. Kip learned that Borvan's stoicism masked a dry wit and a deep loyalty. Borvan learned that Kip's nervous energy hid remarkable courage and resourcefulness. One day, while searching for more fuel, Kip ventured deeper into the cavern system. They found a breathtaking chamber where the cryoblooms weren't just roots, but full, crystalline flowers blooming in the darkness, radiating gentle warmth and bathing everything in soft, rainbow light. "Borvan, come see," Kip called, their voice echoing. Borvan lumbered in, his obsidian eyes widening at the spectacle. "Warm," he rumbled appreciatively. "Good." He noticed Kip gazing in awe at a particularly large bloom, its light shimmering like captured starlight. He saw the longing in their small frame. Without a word, Borvan carefully broke off a small, radiant crystal petal, ensuring he didn't harm the plant. He presented it to Kip. Kip took it reverently, the petal glowing in their hands, casting warm light on their fur. They looked up at Borvan, their eyes shining. They didn't flash a color. Instead, they reached out and gently placed their small hand on Borvan's massive, stone forearm. The touch was brief, warm, and spoke volumes. Borvan rumbled, a deep, contented sound. He understood. Their salvation came not long after. Kip, remembering their botany, suggested using the highly concentrated heat from a cluster of cryo-blooms, focused through a salvaged piece of reflective hull plating Borvan shaped, to create a powerful thermal signal. It was a long shot. They worked side by side, Kip directing the angle of the light, Borvan adjusting the reflector. For hours they sent their desperate beacon pulsing into the frozen sky, a silent plea woven from fire, ice, and newfound trust. Just as hope began to dwindle, a distinct, answering flare pierced Whisper's atmosphere a rescue shuttle. As the shuttle descended near their cavern, its engines a welcome roar, Kip and Borvan stood together. Kip held the glowing crystal petal. Borvan had carved a small, intricate representation of a cryo-bloom root from a piece of dark ice, a token for Kip. The rescue crew, a mix of species, stared in astonishment at the unlikely pair, the tiny, furred botanist and the towering stone engineer, standing side by side, not just surviving, but seemingly content. Back on the rescue ship, wrapped in thermal blankets and sipping warm broth, they sat together. The journey wasn't over, they still had to return to the bustling star base. But the vastness of space felt different now. "You stay on ship," Borvan rumbled, looking at Kip. "After repairs, new mission, maybe." Kip looked up, their fur glowing a soft, steady blue, interwoven with threads of warm gold. They placed their small hand back on Borvan's arm, where the stone felt familiar and safe. "Yes," Kip said simply, their voice filled with a quiet certainty. Together, friends watch each other's path. Borvan rumbled again, that deep, purring sound that had become their shared language of comfort. He didn't need flashing lights to understand the warmth radiating from the small being beside him, a warmth that had melted the ice not just outside, but within. It was the warmth of trust earned, differences understood, and a friendship forged in the coldest void, now burning bright enough to light their way home, and wherever else the stars might light. In the quiet hum of the rescue ship, surrounded by the gentle light of distant suns, they knew the true meaning of their bond wasn't just about surviving the storm, but about finding a shared fire that no darkness could extinguish. And as sleep finally claimed them, safe and warm, the memory of the ice cave bloomed in their dreams, a testament to the unexpected gardens friendship could grow, even on the frozen edge of forever. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The storm had raged for 3 nights, pounding the cliffs of Pebbleton with fists of salt and wind. When dawn broke on the 4th morning, the sea lay exhausted, surrendering treasures it had swallowed centuries ago. Among the splintered wood and barnacled chains, young Finn discovered the compass. Not brass or iron, but carved from driftwood as pale as moonlight, its glass face clouded like a sleepy eye. When Finn touched it, warmth spread through his fingers, and a voice like wind chimes whispered, "Seek what is hidden." Finn lived in a cottage where the chimney smoke curled like gray cats into the sky. His grandfather, a fisherman with hands like knotted ropes, warned of the sea's hunger. It swallows dreams, he'd rumble, mending nets by firelight. But the compass pulsed against Finn's palm, humming a melody only he could hear, a song of caves where starfish glowed and tides danced to moon song. That night, as waves lulled the village to sleep, the compass glowed. Its needle spun wildly before settling not on north, but on the jagged silhouette of Devil's Maw, a sea cave where children dared each other to venture, and none ever did. Gathering his courage and a lantern, Finn crept past sleeping cottages. The path to Devil's Maw was treacherous, slick with kelp and secrecy. At the cave's entrance, waves hissed like angry serpents. Yet the compass glowed brighter, casting liquid gold light on the walls. Deeper he went, through tunnels dripping with phosphorescent algae, until the air turned sweet with salt blossoms, flowers that bloomed only in eternal darkness. Here the needle quivered and stilled. Before him yawned an abyss, but not of rock. It was a curtain of liquid sapphire, shimmering like a mirage. The compass whispered, "Trust." Heart drumming, Finn stepped through. Cold kissed his skin, yet he breathed easily. He stood in an underwater cathedral. Coral spires rose in candied pinks and blues, schools of fish like living jewels darted through kelp forests, and lantern jellies bobbed, casting soft bioluminescent blooms. This was the Sea of Whispers, where currents carried secrets and anemones sang in chorus. Yet something felt amiss. The coral bore gray scars, the fish moved sluggishly, and the water hummed with a discordant note, a deep, grieving thrum. A shadow darted behind a brain coral. Finn followed, compass aloft, until he cornered a creature unlike any he'd imagined. It had the slender body of an otter, but shimmering scales instead of fur, and wings like spun seafoam. Eyes like liquid amber widened in fear. "You're dry," it gasped, voice like bubbles rising. "I'm Finn," he said, bowing slightly. "The compass brought me." He showed the driftwood artifact. The creature tilted its head. "I am Tidal, you hold the Heartseeker. It chooses only those pure of intent." She explained the Sea of Whispers was dying. The Pearl of Tides, a living stone that pulsed in harmony with the moon, had cracked. Its 3 shards, scattered by a quake, dimmed the sea's magic. Without them the coral would bleach, the songs fade, and the sea would become a silent tomb. Finn's journey unfolded in 3 trials. The first shard lay in the Garden of Echoes, where sentient anemones guarded it with hypnotic songs. "They reflect your fears," Tidal warned. As Finn waded through, the anemones swelled, projecting visions. His grandfather's boat capsizing, the village mocking him as a fool. The compass warmed, whispering, "Courage is truth," sung loud. Finn sang back, a simple shanty about mending nets under stars. The anemones stilled, then harmonized, revealing the shard nestled in a conch shell. The second shard rested in the Grotto of Lost Things, guarded by Kalin, a giant crab whose shell was crusted with centuries of shipwrecked treasures. "Many come to take," he clacked, pincers snapping. None listen. The compass murmured, "Wisdom is in stillness." Instead of fighting, Finn sat, recounting tales of surface world wonders, how autumn leaves blazed, how snow silenced mountains. Kalen's eyes softened. "I had forgotten beauty," he rasped, gifting the shard, a chip of opal fire from his hoard. The third shard proved hardest. It lay in the abyssal well, where the water thickened with sorrow. Here the source of the discordant thrum emerged, an ancient leviathan, its body woven from midnight and sorrow, tangled in ghost nets. "It mourns its kin, hunted to extinction," Tidal whispered. The compass glowed fiercely. "Compassion is the deepest tide." Finn swam closer, ignoring the beast's mournful roars. With trembling hands he cut the nets, singing the lullaby his mother once crooned. The leviathan stilled. A tear solid as pearl fell from its eye, the final shard. At the heart of the Sea of Whispers, they placed the shards upon the cracked pearl. Light erupted, not blinding but gentle as dawn. Coral flushed vibrant, fish darted in joyous spirals, and the water thrummed with a pure, resonant chord. Tidal pressed her forehead to Finn's. You mended more than the pearl, you wove two worlds with kindness. As Finn returned through the sapphire curtain, the compass dimmed. Back in Devil's Maw, dawn painted the sky peach and gold. In his pocket he found not the driftwood compass, but a smooth moonstone, Tidal's parting gift. That evening, as fishermen grumbled about empty nets, Finn stood on a dune. The sea isn't hungry, he declared. It's grieving. He showed them Moonstone, which glowed when held over poisoned waters. Skeptical, they followed him to a cove choked with refuse. Where the Moonstone shone, fish returned in silver clouds. Pebbleton changed. Nets were woven wider to spare young fish, boats skimmed trash from waves, and children planted salt blossoms on cliffs. Finn's grandfather, mending nets one twilight, chuckled. That compass of yours, it sought a different north, didn't it? Finn smiled, touching the Moonstone. It sought the heart's true harbor. Years later, Finn captained his own boat. On still nights, he'd anchor near Devil's Maw. Sometimes a shimmer would breach the waves, a fleeting glimpse of seafoam wings. And in his dreams the Sea of Whispers sang its melody a promise, where kindness flows, no world is ever truly hidden. The Moonstone, warm against his chest, hummed back in perfect harmony. For Finn had learned that the greatest magic lies not in compasses or pearls, but in the courage to listen, and the wisdom to heal what others cannot see. The evening mist clung to the hills like a silver shawl when Oliver first noticed the path. It wasn't the familiar dirt track leading to the village, nor the winding deer trail through the woods behind his cottage. This path, almost hidden beneath a curtain of weeping willow branches, glowed with a soft, internal light, like moonlight trapped in dewdrops. A strange, sweet scent, like crushed mint and honeycomb, drifted from its entrance. Oliver's heart, usually steady as the old grandfather clock, gave a curious little skip. Where could it lead? Curiosity, that gentle tug on the soul, proved stronger than the lure of his warm hearth. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped onto the luminous path. The moment his foot touched the glowing stones, the world shifted. The familiar rustle of oak leaves transformed into a chorus of tiny chimes. The air hummed not with sound, but with a feeling of vibration of pure, quiet wonder. He was in the Glowmoss forest. Trees unlike any Oliver had ever seen arched overhead, their bark shimmering with patterns of sapphire and emerald light that pulsed slowly, like sleepy hearts. The ground was carpeted in velvety moss that radiated a warm, golden glow, illuminating clusters of translucent mushrooms that chimed softly when the breeze touched them. Fireflies, but not ordinary ones, drifted like living sparks. Some were miniature lanterns, others tiny winged cats made of pure light, purring a soft, luminous rumble. Oliver walked, his footsteps silent on the radiant moss, his eyes wide with awe. He felt no fear, only a swelling sense of peaceful enchantment. Soon the path widened into a small clearing dominated by an ancient, twisting tree whose trunk seemed woven from strands of moonlight. Beneath its lowest branch sat a cluster of large, smooth river stones, each one softly humming a different, harmonious note. As Oliver approached, the stones stopped humming. A dozen pairs of large, luminous eyes blinked open on their surfaces, eyes the color of twilight and starlight. They weren't scary eyes, but curious, ancient ones. "Lost little wanderer," a voice chimed, seeming to come from all the stones at once. It sounded like water trickling over smooth pebbles. "Not lost," Oliver replied, his voice hushed with reverence. "Just exploring. This place is beautiful." "Are an explorer," the stones chorused, their eyes blinking in sequence. But explorers need guidance. The whispering falls lie ahead, and they only speak to those who listen truly. Can you hear the music of the forest? Oliver closed his eyes. Beyond the chime of the mushrooms and the purr of the light cats, he strained his ears. He heard the soft sigh of the glowing leaves, the distant drip of water echoing like a far-off flute, and beneath it all, a deep, resonant hum from the earth itself. He hummed back a low, steady note, trying to match the earth's vibration. The stones chimed in approval. Good, remember that hum, it is the forest's heartbeat. When the falls whisper, listen not just with your ears, but with the hum inside you. Now, walk on, explorer. Mind the stepping stones across the laughing brook. Thanking the watching stones, Oliver continued. The path descended towards the sound of rushing water. He reached the laughing brook, a stream that bubbled and gurgled with genuine mirth, its water sparkling like liquid topaz. Smooth, flat stones dotted its surface, leading to the other side. But as Oliver stepped onto the first stone, it wobbled alarmingly and let out a high-pitched giggle. "Oh dear," chuckled the stone. "Forgot to introduce myself, I'm Wibble, bit ticklish." The next stone, "I'm Wobble, careful, I like to dance," indeed began to jiggle slightly. Oliver smiled. This was a challenge, but a gentle, playful one. He couldn't force his way across, he had to move with the stones. He stepped lightly onto Wibble, letting his foot settle gently before shifting his weight. "Nice to meet you, Wibble," he murmured. The stone steadied. He stepped onto Wobble, bending his knees slightly to absorb its jiggle. "Lovely dance, Wobble," he said kindly. The stone seemed to calm its movements. One by one he met Pebble, Shimmer, and Glint, each with their own little quirk, crossing the brook not by force, but by friendship and careful attention. The brook's laughter seemed warmer, more welcoming as he reached the far bank. Beyond the brook, the air grew cool and moist. The glow of the moss deepened to an emerald green, and the sound of falling water grew louder. He entered a cavern draped with curtains of glowing lichen, like jade waterfalls frozen in time. In the center, cascading down smooth, dark rock into a pool of liquid moonlight, were the whispering falls. The water didn't roar, it sighed. It murmured secrets in a language Oliver couldn't understand. He remembered the watching stone's advice. He stood quietly near the pool's edge, closed his eyes, and focused inward. He found the low, steady hum within himself, the one that matched the forest's heartbeat. He let that hum fill his mind, a deep, calming resonance. As he did, the sighing whispers of the falls began to weave themselves into his hum. They weren't words but feelings, a sense of ancient peace, the quiet joy of growth, the gentle strength of roots reaching deep into the earth. They spoke of the courage it takes to grow towards the light, even in the deepest shade. They spoke of connection, the moss to the stone, the brook to the sea, the wanderer to the wonders he finds. Oliver stood there, bathed in the fall's luminous spray and profound quiet, feeling the subtle message seep into his bones. True courage isn't the absence of fear, but the quiet decision to step forward anyway. True exploration begins with an open heart and listening ears. You are part of this vast, beautiful hum. When he opened his eyes, the falls seemed to shimmer brighter. Reflected in the pool of moonlight, he saw not just his own face, but a subtle glow around him, like the soft light of the path. He felt lighter, calmer, filled with a quiet understanding. The journey back felt like a gentle farewell. The stepping stones greeted him by name, their movements steadier now. The watching stones hummed a soft lullaby of approval as he passed. The glowing trees seemed to lean in, their light patterns forming shapes like friendly waves. Even the light cats brushed against his legs, their purrs vibrating with warmth. He emerged from beneath the weeping willow branches, just as the first true stars began to pierce the twilight sky. The luminous path behind him faded, leaving only the ordinary, comforting darkness of the familiar field. The sweet scent lingered for just a moment, then was gone. Oliver walked back to his cottage, the cool night air feeling fresh on his face. He slipped into his bed, pulling the quilt up to his chin. The familiar creak of the floorboards, the sigh of the wind in the chimney, the distant hoot of an owl, they were all the same, yet somehow different. He carried the Glowmoss forest within him now, the deep hum, the gentle lessons of the stones and the brook, the profound peace of the whispering falls. As he drifted towards sleep, a contented smile touched his lips. He knew the enchanted path might not appear again, or it might. But that didn't matter. The real magic, he realized, wasn't just in finding a glowing forest, but in discovering the quiet courage to seek the unknown, the kindness to befriend the strange, and the wisdom to truly listen to the world's gentle whispers. And that was a light he could carry anywhere, even into the deepest, coziest dreams. The warmth of his blanket felt like the golden moss, and the silence of the night hummed its own familiar, comforting song. He was home and he was changed, all wrapped in the soft, safe embrace of the night. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed, and Silas understood this was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the Locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the Locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the keeper of whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. "Take this locket," she murmured, "and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed. Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. "Wisdom, little traveler," the badger whispered. "Not force." Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the Locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. "Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away," Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. "They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket, it's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch." He held up the music box. Its light swirled, showing the keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. "Sometimes," Silas added, "letting go is how we keep things alive." The keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. "You carry old wisdom in young bones," the keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. "Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place." Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present, the four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. "The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma," Silas whispered. "It's in us, and now we have a new one to share." That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys, the gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end, they bloom inside you forever. The world beyond Thistle's familiar burrow was usually painted in the comforting greens and browns of the sun-dappled meadow. But tonight, drawn by the unusually large silver moon hanging low in the velvet sky, the little rabbit felt a peculiar tug in his chest. A whisper on the cool night breeze seemed to call him towards the edge of the ancient whispering woods, a place his elders spoke of in hushed tones, filled with unseen wonders and moonlit secrets. Taking a deep breath, his soft white fur ruffled by the night air, Thistle hopped forward, his heart a tiny drum against his ribs. The moment he crossed the mossy threshold beneath the first towering, ancient oak, the air changed. It grew cooler, sweeter, carrying the scent of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and something else entirely, like starlight made into perfume. The familiar chirping of crickets faded, replaced by a gentle, chiming sound, as if thousands of tiny crystal bells were swaying in an unfelt breeze. Looking up, Thistle gasped. High in the branches, glowing softly like captured moonlight, were clusters of luminous, bell-shaped flowers. They chimed softly as they moved, casting shifting patterns of silver light on the forest floor below. This was the Glimmerwood. The path ahead was carpeted not with leaves, but with soft, bioluminescent moss that pulsed with a gentle green light beneath his paws, guiding him deeper. Strange mushrooms like tiny lanterns dotted the undergrowth, casting warm amber and violet glows. Curiosity, warm and bright, began to outpace Thistle's initial nervous flutters. He hadn't gone far when a soft, blue light flickered near a cluster of giant, glowing toadstools. It zipped closer, resolving into a creature no bigger than Thistle's paw. It had delicate, translucent wings like spun glass, and a body that glowed with an internal, shifting blue luminescence. Its large, kind eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. "Lost your way, little traveler," it chimed in a voice like tiny bells, surprisingly clear despite its size. I'm just exploring," Thistle replied, his voice a little shaky. "It's so beautiful here. What are you?" "I am a glimmerfly," it hummed, doing a little loop in the air. "We tend the moon petals and light the paths for those who wander kindly. You seem kind. Would you like to see the heart of the Glimmerwood? Few venture so far." The invitation sent a fresh thrill through Thistle, mixed with a prickle of apprehension. The heart of the Glimmerwood. It sounded vast and unknown. But the Glimmerfly's gentle light and kind eyes felt reassuring. "Yes, please," he said, his courage finding its voice. Their journey led them deeper. They crossed a bridge woven from living, glowing vines that hummed softly beneath their feet. They passed a clearing where tall, slender reeds swayed, playing hauntingly beautiful melodies as the night wind passed through their hollow stalks the singing reeds. Thistle paused, mesmerized, feeling the music vibrate gently in his own chest. The path eventually opened into a breathtaking vista. Before them lay a vast, perfectly circular pool, its surface mirror-still and reflecting the star-strewn sky above with impossible clarity. But the stars weren't just reflected, they seemed to dance within the water itself, swirling slowly. Around the pool grew the largest, most radiant moonpetals Thistle had ever seen, their chime song a deep, resonant harmony that filled the air. This was the Starlight Pool, the heart of the Glimmerwood. As Thistle approached the water's edge, awestruck, the surface rippled. Not from wind, but from beneath. Smooth, obsidian-black stones rose silently, arranging themselves in a perfect stepping-stone path across the shimmering expanse. They led to a small, moss-covered island in the very center, where a single ancient tree stood, its bark shimmering with embedded flecks of starlight. "The Starlight Keeper awaits," the Glimmerfly chimed softly. "But only those who walk with quiet courage and a gentle heart can cross the path of reflection." Thistle looked at the smooth, dark stones floating on the star-filled water. They looked slippery. The distance seemed suddenly vast. What if he fell? What if the stars swallowed him? His earlier apprehensions swelled. He glanced back towards the familiar path, the pull of his safe, warm burrow strong. But then he looked at the Glimmerfly hovering patiently, its light steady and calm. He remembered the wonder of the chiming flowers, the beauty of the singing reeds, the kindness in the little creature's eyes. This place wasn't scary, it was magical. It asked only for respect and a brave heart. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Thistle placed one cautious paw onto the first stone. It felt warm and solid beneath his pad. Step by careful step, focusing only on the next stone and the gentle glow of his tiny guide, he made his way across the path of reflection. He didn't rush, he moved with quiet confidence, his small frame steady. The stars swirled beneath him, beautiful and vast, but no longer frightening. Reaching the island, Thistle found himself before the ancient starlight tree. Its gnarled roots cradled a being formed of shifting constellations, points of light, connected by threads of pure starlight, vaguely rabbit-shaped but vast and ancient. Its eyes were swirling nebulae, kind and infinitely deep. "Welcome, small one," the keeper's voice resonated, not in the air, but within Thistle's own mind, warm and comforting like sunlight on fur. "You walk the path with courage born not of fierceness, but of wonder and trust. That is a rare and precious strength." The keeper didn't offer grand treasures or powerful secrets. Instead, it gently nudged a smooth, ordinary-looking pebble resting among its roots with a tendril of starlight. The pebble rolled towards Thistle. As he picked it up, it felt warm and hummed faintly. Instantly a wave of profound peace washed over him, a deep sense of belonging not just to his meadow burrow, but to the vast, starlit night itself. He understood without words that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to step forward with kindness and curiosity anyway. And that true exploration often leads you back to yourself, carrying a little piece of the wonder you found. Carry this warmth, the keeper's voice echoed softly. It is the memory of the Glimmerwood's heart, and the knowledge that you carry your own light within. The journey back felt different. The glimmerfly guided him, but Thistle felt he knew the luminous path. The chiming flowers seemed to chime a little sweeter for him, the singing reeds played a softer melody. He felt lighter, braver, filled with the quiet warmth of the pebble in his paw and the keeper's words in his heart. As he stepped out of the whispering woods, the first pale hints of dawn were lightening the eastern sky. The giant silver moon was setting, casting long, soft shadows. He looked back once at the Glimmerwood, now seeming like an ordinary, though deeply peaceful, forest in the pre-dawn light. Had it all been a dream? But the warm, humming pebble nestled safely in his paw was real. Thistle hopped back towards his burrow, the familiar sense of clover and warm earth welcoming him. He didn't feel smaller for returning, he felt larger inside. He had seen the stars dance in water, walked on light, and spoken with constellations. He had faced the unknown with a quiet heart, and discovered that courage was simply the willingness to follow wonder, one careful step at a time. Curling up in his soft nest of dried grass, the humming pebble tucked close, Thistle closed his eyes. The gentle chime of the moon petals echoed softly in his memory, a lullaby of starlight and courage, promising that even the smallest creature, filled with kindness and curiosity, could find magic in the velvet dark and carry its comforting warmth home. Sleep wrapped around him as gently as the Glimmerwood's light, deep, peaceful, and filled with the quiet joy of a journey beautifully made. Deep in the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and streams giggled over polished stones, lay the village of Twinkle Hollow. Its cottages nestled inside toadstools with candy-striped roofs, and cobblestone paths glimmered with crushed stardust. Here lived Pip, a sparrow-sized boy with ears that wiggled when he was excited, and pockets always full of talking acorns. His best friend was Fig, a bashful badger who wore a waistcoat embroidered with snoozing snails and sneezed clouds of glitter when surprised. One dewy morning, Pip discovered the village's heart, the gleaming gear garden, in disarray. Giant clockwork sunflowers drooped, their petals rusted shut. The giggling gears that powered Twinkle Hollow's twilight dances lay silent, coated in sticky, purple goo. Without their nightly waltz, the fireflies couldn't weave their luminous stories across the sky, and gloom settled like a damp quilt. Fig sneezed a nervous puff of silver glitter. "Oh crumbs, the Moonberry Festival is tomorrow. Without the gears, the fireflies' ballet will be a soggy pancake." Pip's ears did a frantic jig. "Fear not, Fig will find the source of this gummy gloom." Their quest began at the Sugar Spruce Library, run by Mistress Nettle, a tortoise with a monocle and a hat made of teapots. She tapped a map with her cane. "The goo comes from the sorrowful swamp, dear beans, but beware, it's guarded by the moat monster, who sighs so deeply he blows his own hat off." Armed with feather dusters for tickling troubles away, and jars of Fig's sneeze glitter, guaranteed to spark giggles, they tiptoed into the swamp. Trees wept caramel tears, and the air smelled of forgotten birthdays. There sat the moat monster, a shaggy, blue-furred creature with rain clouds for eyebrows, sobbing into a puddle. Each tear splashed as sticky purple goo. "Nobody likes my lullabies," he wailed, accidentally inhaling a passing butterfly. Pip's ears wiggled merrily. "Why, we adore music. Sing for us." The moat monster hiccuped, then crooned a tune so off-key, frogs covered their ears. But Pip and Fig applauded wildly. "Bravo, encore." Encouraged, the monster belted out a ballad, his tears turning clear and sweet as lemonade. The goo vanished. "You're brilliant." Fig cheered, sneezing a rainbow over the swamp. Flowers burst into bloom, singing backup. Back in Twinkle Hollow, the gears whirred to life, spinning faster than ever. Pip had a twisty idea. Let's invite the moat monster to conduct the fireflies. At the festival, under a sky dusted with peach-colored stars, the monster waved a licorice baton. Fireflies spiraled into giggling constellations, while clockwork sunflowers clanged cymbals made of cookie tins. Villagers waltzed on marshmallow clouds, and Fig sneezed a finale of diamond dust that settled over everyone like cozy pajamas. As the last note faded, Pip curled in a hammock woven from moonbeams, Fig snoring softly beside him. The moat monster, now the maestro of merriment, conducted the stars in a soft, humming lullaby. Twinkle Hollow shimmered, a promise that even the bluest sighs could become songs, and friendship was the stickiest, sweetest magic of all. And with that thought, dreams bloomed like shy violets in the heart of the night. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions. Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs. Twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away? Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place. From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it. The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. But now, the stag continued, the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust. With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled. And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. Deep in the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than winter quilts and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, older than the stones in the creek bed. It was a place where the boundaries between the world and something more were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web kissed by dawn dew. Among the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak named Old Man Thistle lived a community of mosskin. Small folk barely taller than a buttercup, they wore tunics woven from spider silk dyed with crushed berries and lichen. Their leader was a gentle elder named Birch, his face as lined and wise as the bark of his home tree. Birch's granddaughter, a bright-eyed sprite named Fern with hair the color of sun-dappled ferns, was known for her boundless curiosity about the Whisperwood's deepest secrets. The Whisperwood thrived on a delicate balance, a symphony conducted by the seasons. In spring, the lumina petals bloomed, their soft, internal light painting the forest floor with constellations that mirrored the sky above. Their sweet, honeyed scent summoned the dreamwing butterflies, whose iridescent wings scattered pollen carrying whispered wishes and gentle dreams. Summer brought the rain singers, tiny frog-like beings who lived in the crystal-clear pools. When clouds gathered, they climbed onto lily pads and sang complex, rhythmic songs that coaxed the rain down gently, drop by drop, ensuring no seedling thirsted. Autumn saw the leaf weavers, industrious squirrels with coats the color of russet leaves, meticulously guiding each falling leaf to blanket the earth, insulating roots and nurturing the soil with their decay. Winter belonged to the frost sprites, ethereal beings formed from the first breath of cold air. They danced silently on the frozen streams, tracing intricate, glittering patterns that held the promise of spring's return deep within their icy hearts. Fern loved listening to Birch recount the old ways beside their glowing hearth mushroom. The warm, earthy smell of the mushroom mingled with the comforting scent of cedar bark burning low. Birch's voice, soft as rustling leaves, wove tales of the great heartwood tree, rumored to stand at the very center of the Whisperwood. It was said to be the source of the forest's magic, its roots drinking deep from hidden springs of starlight, its leaves capturing the moon's silver song. The heartwood's rhythm pulsed through the forest, unseen but felt in the thrum of life, the unfurling of a bud, the steady beat of a woodpecker's drum. "Balance, little fern," Birch would murmur, the firelight dancing in his kind eyes, is the forest's truest magic. Each creature, each season, each drop of rain and ray of sun plays its part. We listen, we respect, and we give back. That is the wisdom carried on the wind through countless turnings of the seasons. One unusually crisp autumn morning, Fern felt a strange unease prickling beneath her skin, like static before a storm, but without the storm's promise. The air, usually crisp and scented with ripe nuts and damp earth, felt thin, brittle. The lumina petals, usually fading gently as autumn deepened, seemed to dim prematurely, their soft glow flickering weakly. Worse, the rain singer's songs, normally a comforting counterpoint to the rustling leaves, sounded thin and faltering. The streams, fed by their magic, ran lower than they should. "Grandfather," Fern whispered, her voice small against the sudden quiet of the woods, "something feels wrong. The magic feels thin, like stretched spider silk." Birch's face, usually serene, creased with deep concern. He closed his eyes, placing a gnarled hand on the trunk of Old Man Thistle. Fern watched as a faint tremor ran through his fingers. "You feel truly, child," he murmured, his voice heavy. "The rhythm, the heartwood's song, it's fading. The balance is shifting." A ripple of worry spread through the Moskin community. The leaf weavers reported finding patches of earth where leaves crumbled to lifeless dust instead of nourishing the soil. The dreamwing butterflies fluttered listlessly, their colors muted. Even the frost sprites glimpsed early near the shaded creek banks seemed less substantial, their icy patterns melting too quickly. Birch gathered the Moskin elders under the vast canopy of a weeping willow, its long fronds brushing the moss like gentle fingers. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a scent that now held an undercurrent of anxiety. "The heartwood weakens," Birch announced, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the rustling fronds. "The ancient pact, the flow of magic that binds us all, is faltering. We must discover why." Fern stepped forward, her small frame trembling but her voice surprisingly steady. "I'll go, Grandfather, to the great heartwood. I can follow the old paths, the ones you told me about." Her heart hammered against her ribs, but the image of the dimming lumina petals and the rain singer's strained songs spurred her on. Birch looked at his granddaughter, seeing not just the child, but the spark of the forest's future. He nodded slowly. "The journey is long and the paths are guarded by the forest's oldest memories. Go with the wisdom of the wind, little fern. Listen to the whispers of the trees, the guidance of the stones. Seek the keeper." Equipped with a pouch of nourishing seed cakes, sweet with wild blueberries, a cloak spun from shimmering moth wings for warmth, and a tiny lantern crafted from a hollowed firefly abdomen that glowed with a soft, steady light, Fern set out. The deeper she ventured into the whisperwood, the stronger the sense of imbalance grew. The air tasted stale. The usual chorus of bird song was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the dry rattle of leaves. The scent of healthy decay was overpowered by a faint, acrid tang, like metal left in the rain. She crossed a meadow where lumina petals lay scattered, their light extinguished like fallen stars. The sight filled her with a profound sadness. Guided by Birch's teachings, Fern listened intently. She pressed her ear to the cool, damp bark of an ancient yew tree. A deep, sorrowful groan vibrated through the wood, speaking of choked roots and poisoned soil deeper within the forest. A cluster of smooth river stones, warmed by a rare patch of sunlight, hummed a warning of tainted water seeping from the direction of the distant mountains. A family of badgers, their faces etched with worry, spoke of strange, bitter smells carried on the wind from the north, where human settlements edged the forest. After days of travel, guided by the fading pulse of the forest's magic, and the subtle signs Birch had taught her to read the way moss grew thicker on one side of a tree, the specific constellation of mushrooms pointing the way Fern reached a hidden valley. It was shielded by towering, impossibly old sequoias whose bark felt like warm, living stone beneath her tiny hand. The air here was still thick with unease, but beneath it, Fern sensed a deep, resonant thrumming, weak but persistent. It was the heartbeat of the heartwood. In the center of the valley stood the great heartwood tree. It was magnificent beyond words, its trunk wider than a dozen Moskin homes, its branches reaching towards the sky like open arms, cradling the clouds. But Fern gasped. Great swaths of its bark were cracked and gray, like parched earth. Its leaves, normally a vibrant tapestry of emerald and silver, hung limp and dull, many already fallen, carpeting the ground in a sorrowful blanket. The air around it vibrated with a palpable sense of exhaustion and pain. The scent here was complex, the rich, ancient smell of deep wood, overlaid with the sickly sweetness of decay and a harsh, metallic tang that made Fern's eyes water. At the base of the immense trunk sat the keeper. Not a towering giant, but a figure woven from living vines, moss, and shifting shadows, shaped vaguely like an ancient, wise badger. Its eyes were pools of deep, still water reflecting the fading light. It radiated immense age and profound weariness. Little listener, the keeper's voice was the sound of wind sighing through deep canyons, low and resonant, echoing slightly in the quiet valley. You feel the fading song, you have journeyed far. Fern bowed low, her heart pounding. Keeper, the whisperwood is ill. The lumina dims, the rain singers falter, the balance breaks. We felt the heartwood's pain. What harms it? The keeper shifted, vines rustling like dry parchment. Its watery eyes seemed to gaze far beyond Fern. The harmony is frayed. From the north, beyond the stone-teeth mountains, comes a slow sickness. Humans dig deep, seeking bright stones that burn. They poison the earth's blood, the water that feeds my roots. They cut the ancient sentinels whose roots spoke to mine, whose leaves sang with the wind. The connection weakens, the magic starves. A deep sigh, like stones grinding together, escaped it. The old ways are forgotten, the pact of respect fades. Fern felt a chill deeper than winter's touch. But what can we do? We are so small, and the sickness comes from so far away. The keeper's form seemed to gather the fading light. Small you are, but connected. The heartwood's strength lies not just in itself, but in the web of life it sustains and which sustains it. The pact is not broken, only strained. The magic sleeps, it does not die. It needs remembrance. It needs the song. The song. Fern asked, hope flickering like her tiny lantern. The heart song, the keeper murmured. The song of belonging, of gratitude, of connection, sung not by one but by all. Sung with pure intent, it resonates with the heartwood's core, reminding it of the life that depends on its rhythm, strengthening the frayed threads. It is the oldest magic, passed down since the first leaf unfurled. Your elder knows the seed of it. Fern remembered. Birch on quiet evenings would hum a simple, wordless melody, a tune that felt like roots sinking into cool earth, like sunlight warming moss. He called it the forest's lullaby. But how can all sing? Fern wondered, looking at the vast, suffering tree. The creatures are scattered, frightened. The song starts small, the keeper whispered, its voice growing fainter, its form seeming to blend more with the shadows at the heartwood's base. Like a single raindrop finding the stream, it needs a conductor, a focus of pure heart, carry the seed back, plant it with belief. Let the forest remember its own voice. Go now, little listener. Time flows like the tainted stream. Fern didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, the image of the dying heartwood burning in her mind, the keeper's words echoing, remembrance. The song. All. The journey back felt longer, the forest's distress more acute. The metallic tang seemed stronger, the silence heavier. When she finally stumbled into the Moskin hollow beneath Old Man Thistle, weary and coated in forest dust, Birch was waiting. The worry on his face deepened as he saw her expression, but also a flicker of hope. Fern poured out her tale, the dying heartwood, the poisoned earth's blood from the north, the forgotten pact, and the keeper's words about the heart song. A heavy silence fell over the gathered mosskin, the only sound the crackle of the hearth mushroom and the sigh of the wind through thistle's branches, carrying the scent of distant decay. The heart song. Birch breathed, his eyes distant. I remember the tune passed from my grandmother's grandmother, but it is a whisper, Fern. How can a whisper reach the heartwood now? The keeper said it needs to start small, Fern insisted, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. But it needs to grow. It needs all of us. And it needs belief. We need to remind the forest who it is, what it means to be connected. Birch looked at his granddaughter, then at the worried faces of his people. He saw the dimming light of their own hearth mushroom. He saw the resolve in Fern's eyes, mirroring the determination he'd carried in his youth. He nodded slowly, a spark rekindling in his own gaze. Then we begin, here now, we sing the seed. Gathered under the protective boughs of Old Man Thistle, as the first true snowflakes of winter began to drift down like frozen whispers, the mosskin formed a circle. Birch closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cold, pine-scented air, and began to hum. It was the simple, ancient melody, the forest's lullaby. It started soft, hesitant, a fragile thread of sound in the vast, troubled woods. Fern joined in, pouring all her love for the whisperwood, all her hope, all her belief in the keeper's words, into the notes. Her clear voice wove around Birch's deeper hum. One by one, the other mosskin added their voices, timidly at first, then stronger. The song wasn't loud, but it was pure. It spoke of cool moss underfoot, the scent of rain on hot earth, the taste of wild strawberries, the comforting darkness of a tree hollow, the joyful dance of fireflies on a summer night. It was a song of home, of belonging, of gratitude for the sheltering branches and the nourishing soil. As they sang, something remarkable happened. The hearth mushroom's glow brightened, casting warmer, steadier light. The falling snowflakes seemed to dance gently to the rhythm. A family of field mice, drawn by the sound, peeked from their burrow, their tiny eyes wide. A weary robin huddled on a branch, puffed out its chest, and added a tentative, sweet trill to the melody. Word traveled, carried by the wind, by the chattering squirrels, by the silent flight of an owl. Fern, guided by the mosskin elders, journeyed to the rain singer's pools. She hummed the melody to them. Their large, luminous eyes blinked, and then one brave singer climbed onto a half-frozen lily pad. Its song, usually reserved for rain, now wove the mosskin's melody into its own complex rhythms, creating a new, hopeful harmony that rippled across the water. The sound carried far. Fern visited the leaf weavers in their autumn-gilded dens. She sang the heart song's core. The squirrels, initially skeptical, found the tune settling into their busy hearts. As they worked, guiding leaves to the earth, they began to hum it, a steady, grounding rhythm that vibrated through the soil. The decaying leaves seemed to settle with more purpose, releasing their nutrients with a sigh of contentment. She sought out the frost sprites near the icy streams. Communicating through feelings and gentle touches on their shimmering forms, Fern shared the song's essence, warmth not of fire, but of connection. The sprites, embodiments of quiet winter, began to trace their frost patterns in time with the melody, their icy spirals holding the promise of the song within their delicate structures. The mosskin sang every dusk and dawn under Old Man Thistle. The rain singers added their watery harmonies from their pools. The leaf weavers hummed as they worked. The frost sprites danced their silent symphony. Birds picked up the tune, weaving it into their calls. Even the wind seemed to catch the melody, sighing it through the branches. It started as scattered notes across the vast whisperwood, like the first stars appearing at twilight. But gradually the notes found each other. The forest began to remember its own voice, its own deep connection. The pure collective intent, the gratitude, the belonging, the shared love for their home began to resonate. Deep in the hidden valley, the great heartwood tree shuddered. The weak, faltering pulse within its ancient core began to steady. A faint, silvery light, unseen for seasons, flickered deep within its cracked bark. The metallic tang in the air lessened, replaced by the faint, sweet smell of sap beginning to stir, even in winter's heart. The keeper, a shadowy figure at its base, lifted its head. The pools of its eyes reflected not just fading light, but a burgeoning spark. A deep, resonant thrum, felt more than heard, vibrated outwards from the heartwood, a counterpoint to the forest's growing song. The change wasn't instant, nor was it a cure for the deep sickness creeping from the north. But the balance, the vital harmony, began to knit itself back together, thread by shimmering thread. The lumina petals didn't suddenly blaze, but their fading light steadied. The rain singers found strength returning to their voices. The streams, while still low, flowed with a cleaner sound. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative but growing chorus of the heart song, woven through the natural sounds of the forest. Back under Old Man Thistle, the mosskin sang with renewed vigor as the first true thaw began. Tiny green shoots, brave and bright, pushed through the snow near their hearth mushroom. The air, crisp and cold, carried the clean scent of melting snow, and underneath it, the undeniable fragrance of life stirring, of resilience. Birch placed a gnarled hand on Fern's shoulder as they sang, their voices blending with the drip of melting ice and the distant chorus of the forest. He looked not just at the returning green, but at his granddaughter, whose courage and belief had carried the seed of the song. The wisdom of generations, whispered under mossy roots, had found fertile ground in a young heart. The magic of the whisperwood hadn't died. It had merely been sleeping, waiting to be remembered, waiting for the pure, shared song of belonging to awaken it once more. The heart song continued, a gentle, constant hum beneath the rustle of leaves and the babble of streams. It was a lullaby for the forest itself, a reminder of the deep, unbreakable connection binding root to rock, creature to tree, season to season. And as the first fireflies of the coming spring blinked their tiny lanterns in the velvet dusk, they blinked in time with the song, a constellation of hope echoing the ancient rhythm of the great heartwood tree, strong and steady once again. The whisperwood breathed, its magic a soft, resilient glow in the gathering twilight, a testament to the enduring power of harmony, remembrance, and a song sung together. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moonhaven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leela, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Leela lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lila turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lila," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the Heartwood today?" Lila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. "Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery." The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. "The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp," they explained. "It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost." Intrigued, Lila asked, "What could be lost that the melody seeks?" "The wind harp song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance," the sprites continued. "Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales." Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. "Mr. Thistle," Lila began, "have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately?" The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing." "Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began?" Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. "Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished." Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain. The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. Very well, it said finally. I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination. Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it. A reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. Milo had always found comfort in the sameness of things. Each morning he'd rise with the first blush of dawn, pull on his worn green tunic, and pad quietly across the dew-kissed grass to the ancient oak tree at the edge of whispering woods. Its bark felt like a familiar friend beneath his small hands, rough, warm, and deeply grooved. He'd climb to his favorite branch, wide as a bench, and watch the village wake, smoke curling from chimneys like sleepy thoughts, the baker's son whistling as he swept his step, the distant chime of the blacksmith's hammer. This routine was his anchor, a shield against the swirling currents of a world that felt too big, too loud, too eager for change. Especially now, as his 10th birthday neared, whispers of growing up made his stomach flutter like trapped moths. Lately, though, his oak seemed restless. Its leaves, usually a vibrant tapestry of emerald through summer, were turning brittle and gold far too early, drifting to the mossy carpet below like fallen stars. A strange chill clung to its trunk, even on warm afternoons. Milo pressed his palm against the wood one misty morning, frowning. "What's wrong?" he whispered. The wind sighed through the canopy, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke, but no answer came. Only a single perfect acorn dropped into his lap, cold as river stone. He tucked it into his pocket, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. That afternoon, seeking solace, Milo wandered deeper into whispering woods than usual. Sunlight filtered through the high canopy in dusty gold shafts, illuminating fluttering moths and painting patterns on the fern-covered floor. The air hummed with the drowsy song of crickets and the soft gurgle of a hidden stream. It was here he met Pip, a plump squirrel with fur the color of toasted hazelnuts and eyes like polished obsidian. Pip was chattering excitedly, trying to dislodge a particularly stubborn walnut wedged in the crook of a birch tree. "Blasted thing," Pip squeaked, tugging with all his might. Stuck tighter than old man Hemlock's frown. Milo, without thinking, reached up and gently wiggled the walnut free. It tumbled into Pip's waiting paws. "Oh." Pip blinked, startled. "Well, aren't you a useful sort? Thank you, little sapling." He tilted his head, studying Milo's troubled face. "You look like you've lost your favorite acorn. What's nibbling at you?" Milo sighed, sinking onto a mossy log. He told Pip about his oak tree, the early fading, the unnatural chill, his own unease about birthdays and growing taller and the world shifting around him. "It feels like everything's slipping away," Milo confessed, tracing the whorls in the bark beside him. "My tree shouldn't be changing like this. It's always been strong." Pip nibbled thoughtfully on the walnut. "Change, eh? Tricky business. My great-aunt Twitchdale used to say change is just life stretching its roots." He hopped onto Milo's knee. "Your oak, it's a whispering oak, you know, special. They listen, they feel. Maybe it's feeling what you're feeling, all tangled up inside." Milo's eyes widened. He'd heard stories, of course, tales whispered by elders about the woods reflecting the hearts of those who truly loved them. But he'd never quite believed them. "What do I do?" he asked, his voice small. "Find Hazel," Pip declared, whiskers twitching. "She lives in the cottage where the moonflowers bloom. She knows the language of roots and rainbows. Come on." And with a flick of his bushy tail, Pip scampered off, leading Milo along a path dappled with sunlight and the scent of wild thyme. Hazel's cottage was nestled in a clearing carpeted with velvety moss and luminous blue moonflowers that glowed softly even in daylight. Smoke curled merrily from a crooked chimney shaped like a toadstool. Hazel herself answered the door, her face as wrinkled and kind as a well-loved apple, her eyes the clear green of forest pools. She wore a shawl woven with threads that shimmered like spider silk catching the sun. "Ah," she smiled, seeing Pip perched on Milo's shoulder, and the worry etched on the boy's face. "The oak keeper and his acorn heart, come in, the kettle's just singing." Inside, the cottage was pure comfort, shelves overflowing with jars of luminous berries and dried herbs, a fat ginger cat purring by the hearth, and the rich aroma of chamomile and honey filling the air. Hazel settled them by the crackling fire, its warmth seeping into Milo's chilled bones. Milo poured out his fears again, the tree, the dread of change, the acorn in his pocket that felt like a heavy secret. Hazel listened, her gaze gentle and unwavering. She took the cold acorn from him, holding it up to the firelight. It seemed to pulse faintly with a dim, inner light. "Whispering oaks," Hazel explained softly, her voice like rustling leaves, "are mirrors, dear boy, not of our faces, but of our spirits. They grow strong with courage, blossom with joy, and yes, they fade when fear wraps too tightly around the heart." She placed the acorn back in Milo's palm. Its chill had lessened slightly. "This acorn is a promise, a seed of what could be, but it needs the right soil to grow. Your fear of change, Milo, it's like a frost settling on your oak's roots. It makes the leaves think winter has come too soon." Milo stared at the acorn. "But how do I stop being afraid? Change feels scary, like falling." Hazel chuckled, a sound like pebbles in a brook. "Change is a kind of falling, but think of a seed falling into the earth. Is it the end, or is it the beginning of something new, something strong enough to reach the sun?" She leaned forward. "Instead of fearing the fall, Milo, learn to trust the ground that catches you. Trust the friends who walk beside you. Trust the strength growing inside you, even if you can't see it yet." Over the next days and weeks, guided by Hazel's gentle wisdom and Pip's cheerful encouragement, Milo began a quiet journey of discovery. He still visited his oak every morning, but instead of just sitting, he tended. He cleared fallen twigs from its base, singing simple songs Pip taught him, songs about brave little acorns and patient roots. He talked to the tree not just about his worries, but about small, new things. The vibrant orange of a sunset he'd never really noticed before, the funny way the blacksmith's daughter could whistle like a bird, the exciting flutter in his chest when he learned to whittle a simple bird from a piece of driftwood Hazel gave him. He helped Pip gather nuts, marveling at the squirrel's fearless leaps between branches. He helped Hazel in her moonlit garden, learning how delicate seedlings needed both shelter and space to stretch towards the light. He noticed the woods changing around him, the shift from summer's lush green to autumn's fiery gold and crimson, and instead of dread, he began to see a breathtaking kind of magic in the transformation. The air grew crisper, smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, and the rustle of leaves sounded less like a sigh of loss and more like a contented whisper. One blustery evening, a storm swept in from the mountains. Wind howled like a lost wolf, and rain lashed the village. Milo lay in his bed, heart pounding, thinking of his oak standing alone in the fury. The fear surged back, cold and sharp. It's changing too fast. It might break. But then he remembered Hazel's words, "Trust the ground that catches you." He remembered Pip's fearless leaps. He remembered the warmth of the fire in Hazel's cottage, a symbol of constant comfort amidst change. Driven by a newfound courage, Milo pulled on his boots and cloak and ran out into the storm. Rain stung his face, and the wind tried to push him back. He stumbled through the muddy path to the oak. In the flashes of lightning it looked terrifying, branches whipping like angry arms, leaves ripped away. He pressed himself against its massive trunk, feeling the ancient wood vibrate with the storm's power. It wasn't the same sturdy anchor. It was alive, wrestling with the wind, bending but not breaking. "It's okay," Milo shouted over the roar, his voice thin but steady. He poured all his newfound understanding into his words. It's just a storm, it's just change. You're strong, we can bend together, just like Pip leaps, just like seeds grow. He held the acorn, now warm in his hand, tight against the rough bark. As suddenly as it began, the wind lessened. The rain softened to a gentle patter. The clouds parted, revealing a sky dusted with stars, impossibly bright after the tempest. Exhausted, Milo slid down the trunk, sitting on the sod and moss. He looked up. Where storm-tossed branches had been, the moonlight now revealed something astonishing. Tiny buds, glowing with a soft, silvery light, were unfurling along every branch. Not ordinary leaves, but luminous, shimmering silver foliage that caught the starlight and reflected it like liquid mercury. The air filled with a sweet, clean scent, like rain-washed air and blooming jasmine. The unnatural chill was gone, replaced by a gentle, comforting warmth radiating from the tree itself. Pip scampered down from a higher branch, his fur plastered down but his eyes shining. See, told you, it just needed to remember it could shine. Hazel appeared at the edge of the clearing, her shawl shimmering in the moonlight. She didn't speak, just smiled, her eyes reflecting the silver glow of Milo's transformed oak. Milo touched one of the radiant leaves. It felt smooth and cool, humming with a quiet energy. He looked at the acorn in his palm. It was no longer cold stone, but warm wood, and a tiny, determined silver shoot had cracked its shell and was reaching upwards, fragile but unafraid. A deep sense of peace washed over him, warm as the hearth fire, steady as the ancient roots beneath him. He wasn't afraid of growing taller, of the world changing around him. He understood now. Change wasn't an ending, it was the soil where new wonders took root. It was the storm that revealed hidden strength. It was the quiet unfurling of a silver leaf in the moonlight. He was changing just like his beloved oak, and instead of a cold dread, he felt only a gentle, awe-filled curiosity for the person and the magic he was becoming. He nestled the sprouting acorn carefully into the soft earth at the base of the glowing tree, a promise to the future, and leaned back against the warm, radiant trunk, listening to the peaceful whisper of silver leaves in the starlit night. The world was changing, and he was ready to grow with it, one shimmering leaf at a time. The rain whispered secrets against the window pane of old Mr. Thimblebee's clockwork shop. Inside, the air hummed with the steady tick-tock of 100 timepieces and smelled of oiled brass, polished wood, and the faintest hint of cinnamon from the tea mister Thimblebee always kept brewing. His apprentice, a quiet boy named Leo with ink-smudged fingers and a head full of cogs and springs, was sorting through a dusty box of forgotten parts. He sighed. Nothing but broken mainsprings and chipped gears. Then his fingers brushed something smooth and cool beneath the tangle of metal. He pulled out a teacup. Not brass or porcelain, but something else entirely like polished moonlight held in a curve. It felt impossibly light, yet solid. Delicate swirls like captured smoke danced just beneath its surface. Leo held it up, utterly bewildered. How had this ended up in a box of clock parts? He carried it to Mr. Thimbleby, who peered over his spectacles. "Ah," the old man murmured, his voice like a well-oiled gear. The luminous cup thought it was lost to the dust bunnies years ago. He didn't seem surprised, only thoughtful. Not for telling time, that one, for finding things. Finding things. Leo echoed. "Lost things, Mr. Thimbleby clarified, tapping the cup gently. Pour warm tea into it, see what appears." Intrigued, Leo filled the small kettle, lit the spirit lamp beneath it, and selected Mr. Thimblebee's special chamomile blend. As the water heated, filling the shop with its gentle, floral scent, he placed the luminous cup carefully on the workbench. He poured the steaming tea. Instantly, the liquid inside the cup began to shimmer, not reflecting the lamplight, but glowing with its own soft, internal light. Wisps of steam curled upwards, forming shapes. Leo gasped. Within the steam, he saw a miniature image not of the shop, but of a sun-dappled forest path. And there, lying half-buried in fallen leaves beside a gnarled oak root, was the tiny, perfect image of his most treasured possession, his father's old brass compass, lost weeks ago during a walk in the whispering woods. His heart leapt. "Mr. Thimbleby, it shows the compass, in the woods," Leo exclaimed. The old clockmaker smiled faintly. "It shows what the heart seeks most when lost, but the cup only shows the where. Finding it, that's the journey, and journeys are best not taken alone, especially into the whispering woods near dusk. Be mindful, Leo. Wisdom sees clearer than haste." Leo understood. He filled a small thermos with the fragrant tea, carefully wrapped the luminous cup in soft cloth, and set out. The rain had softened to a mist that clung to the cobblestones as he left the cozy glow of the shop. The image in the cup led him towards the edge of town, where the neat houses gave way to the ancient, towering trees of the whispering woods. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth, pine resin, and secrets. His first helper appeared near the old stone bridge. Mrs. Nettle the baker was wrestling with a sack of flour that had tipped precariously from her cart. She was a woman built like a sturdy loaf herself, cheeks rosy and perpetually dusted with flour. "Blast this stubborn thing," she huffed. "Can I help, Mrs. Nettle?" Leo offered. She beamed. "Bless you, lad, strong arms are welcome." Together they righted the sack. Seeing Leo glance towards the woods, she asked about his journey. He showed her the cup, pouring a little warm tea into it. The swirling steam reformed, showing the compass nestled by the oak root, deeper in the woods. Mrs. Nettle's eyes widened. "Lost things finding their way back, that's a bit of magic, that is. Here." She rummaged in her cart and handed him a small, warm parcel. "Hazelnut shortbread for the path. And remember, lad," she added, her voice softening, "sometimes the loudest problems crumble like pastry if you give him a gentle touch, not a shove." Her kindness was like the warmth from the thermos against his chest. Deeper into the woods, the mist thickened, and the light grew dimmer. The path became tangled and confusing. Doubt began to creep into Leo's heart. Had he taken a wrong turn? He poured a little more tea. The image flickered, the compass still waiting, but the path around it seemed obscured by shifting shadows. Suddenly, a soft, rhythmic clink-clink echoed nearby. Following the sound, Leo found Mr. Filbert, the lamplighter, perched precariously on a ladder, carefully cleaning one of the rare glass lanterns that marked the safe paths through the deeper woods. He was a thin, quiet man who moved with deliberate grace. He saw Leo's worried face and the glowing cup. "Lost, young master?" "Mr." Filbert asked, his voice as soft as lamplight. "Not lost," Leo said, showing him the cup's image. "But the path seems hidden now." Mr. Filbert studied the steam picture, then the surrounding gloom. "Ah, the glimmer moss is thick here after the rain, tricks the eyes, makes straight paths seem crooked and safe ground look treacherous." He descended the ladder. "Come, I'll walk with you a ways. These old lamps need tending deeper in, regardless." Walking beside the quiet lamplighter was calming. Mr. Filbert pointed out things Leo would have missed: the safe stepping stones across a gurgling stream, the subtle notch on an ancient birch tree marking a fork, the way the fireflies gathered where the ground was firmest. "The woods speak," Mr. Filbert murmured, polishing a lantern globe as they walked. "Not in words but in signs. Moss grows thickest where the earth is solid. Birdsong falters near hidden water. Patience listens, young master. Patience sees what haste rushes past." His quiet wisdom was a lantern itself in the growing dusk. Finally, guided by the lamplighter and the occasional sip of tea to renew the cup's vision, they reached the great gnarled oak. And there, just as the image showed, half buried in damp leaves, gleamed Leo's brass compass. Relief washed over him. He knelt to retrieve it. But as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a low, rumbling growl echoed through the trees. A massive shadow detached itself from the deeper gloom beneath the oak. It was a guardian stag, its coat the deep brown of ancient bark, its antlers like tangled branches tipped with points of sharpened moonlight. Its eyes, intelligent and wary, fixed on Leo and the compass in his hand. It stood squarely over the path Leo needed to take back. Leo's heart hammered. He remembered Mrs. Nettle's words about gentle touches and Mr. Filbert's advice about patience. He remembered Mr. Thimbleby's warning, wisdom sees clearer than haste. Force wasn't an option against such a majestic creature. What did it want? Why was it guarding the path? He looked at the luminous cup, still warm in his hand. He had one last measure of tea in the thermos. An idea sparked. He poured the tea slowly into the luminous cup. The steam swirled, but instead of showing the compass, Leo focused his thoughts, his deepest wish. Show me what the guardian needs. The steam shimmered, shifted, and reformed. This time it showed not an object, but a scene. The guardian stag limping slightly, its powerful flank marred by a deep, angry gash tangled with thorny vines. The image pulsed with the creature's pain. Understanding dawned. The stag wasn't guarding the path out of malice. It was protecting itself, wounded and vulnerable. Mr. Filbert, Leo whispered urgently, do you have anything sharp, but small? The lamplighter, understanding instantly, pulled a tiny, precise folding knife from his pocket used for trimming wicks. Leo took it gratefully. He held up the luminous cup, showing the stag the image of its own wound. The great beast snorted, its eyes fixed on the glowing steam. Slowly, cautiously, Leo approached, not towards the path, but towards the stag's flank. He spoke softly, words he didn't fully understand, but that felt calm and reassuring, like the ticking of a well-made clock. The stag remained tense but didn't move away. With painstaking care, using the tiny knife, Leo gently began to cut and unwind the cruel thorns biting into the creature's hide. It took time. He moved slowly, deliberately, whispering apologies whenever the stag flinched. Mr. Filbert stood quietly nearby, his presence a steady anchor. Finally, the last thorn came free. Leo stepped back. The guardian stag shook its massive head, then lowered it. Not in threat, but in what looked remarkably like gratitude. It nudged Leo gently with its velvet nose, then turned and limped away, disappearing silently into the trees, leaving the path clear. Leo's hands trembled, but his heart felt light. He had his compass, cold and reassuring, in his palm. He looked at the luminous cup. The steam had faded, leaving only the dregs of chamomile tea. Its magic felt spent for now, but its lesson glowed warmly within him. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The mist still curled, but it seemed softer. The sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl felt like companions, not mysteries. Mr. Filbert walked beside him, his lanterns casting warm pools of light on the path, his quiet presence a comfort. They parted ways at the edge of the woods, the lamplighter heading back to his rounds with a nod and a soft, well-found young master. Back in Mr. Thimbleby's warm, ticking shop, the smell of cinnamon and brass was a welcome embrace. Leo placed the brass compass carefully on the workbench and set the now cool, ordinary-looking luminous cup beside it. He told the old clockmaker everything: the finding, the woods, Mrs. Nettle's kindness, Mr. Filbert's guidance, the guardian stag, the thorns. Mr. Thimbleby listened, polishing a gear with a soft cloth. When Leo finished, the old man nodded, a slow, satisfied smile spreading across his face. Extraordinary secrets hide in ordinary things, lad, he said, his voice a soft rumble. But the greatest magic isn't always in the object. Sometimes it's what the object helps us find within ourselves. wisdom, patience, kindness, and the courage to use them. He poured fresh tea chamomile into 2 ordinary mugs. You found more than a compass today, Leo. You found your own true north. Leo sipped the warm tea, the gentle floral taste soothing. He looked at the luminous cup, now just a beautiful, silent vessel on the bench. It had shown him the way, but the journey, the helpers, the gentle wisdom to overcome the challenge that had all been his own. The steady tick-tock of the clocks filled the cozy room, a comforting rhythm marking the peaceful end of an extraordinary day. Outside, the night was still and quiet, holding its secrets close, while inside, warmed by tea and accomplishment, Leo felt a deep sense of calm settle over him, as soft and sure as the moonlight finally breaking through the clouds outside the window. He had journeyed, he had discovered, and he had returned, not just with a lost treasure, but with a quiet understanding that would tick steadily within him, like the most reliable clock of all. Sleep, when it came, would be deep and dreamless, wrapped in the cozy certainty that even in a world of hidden wonders, kindness and wisdom were the truest magic. The little town of Bramblewood nestled in a valley where mist curled like sleepy cats around the chimneys each morning. In this quiet place lived a boy named Leo, whose greatest joy was exploring the dusty corners of his grandmother's sprawling, cluttered attic. While others saw only old furniture and forgotten things, Leo saw possibilities. He believed quite firmly that every object held a whisper of a story, a secret waiting to be discovered. One rainy afternoon, while searching for a missing jigsaw puzzle piece, Leo pushed aside a heavy trunk draped with a faded tapestry. Behind it, tucked into a shadowy nook, sat a small, unassuming object. It was a wooden music box, no larger than Leo's hand. Its dark wood was smooth with age, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight, even in the dim attic light. There was no key, no visible winding mechanism, just a simple latch. Intrigued, Leo lifted it gently. It felt surprisingly warm. He carried it to the dormer window, where gray light filtered through the rain-streaked glass. With a soft click, he opened the lid. Inside, instead of a metal cylinder with pins, lay a bed of smooth, deep blue velvet, like a tiny night sky. And nestled within that velvet was a single, perfect, iridescent feather, shimmering with colors Leo couldn't quite name: blues, purples, and hints of gold. It looked impossibly soft. Leo frowned. No music. He touched the feather lightly. As his fingertip brushed against the impossibly soft barbs, a sound filled the air. But it wasn't music from the box itself. It was music inside Leo. A melody sweet and clear as a mountain stream sprang unbidden into his mind. It was a tune he'd never heard before, yet it felt instantly familiar, warm, and comforting, like sunlight on his face. He gasped, pulling his hand away. The melody stopped. He touched the feather again, and the song resumed, weaving through his thoughts like a silken thread. This, Leo realized with a thrill that chased away the rainy day gloom, was no ordinary music box. It played the music of feeling, of pure, unspoken joy. He named it the Heart Song Box. For days, Leo experimented. The feather played different melodies depending on what he felt. Happiness brought bright, dancing tunes. Quiet contentment summoned gentle, flowing harmonies. Even a flicker of frustration produced a low, rumbling counterpoint before resolving into something calmer. The box didn't amplify his feelings, it translated them into beautiful sound. It was a secret he treasured, a private symphony. But one evening, as Leo held the box after a particularly happy day spent building a model ship, the melody shifted unexpectedly. A single pure high note pierced the joyful tune, sharp and clear, like a bird's call. Then another, lower, mournful note followed. It wasn't Leo's feeling, it felt like a message from the box. The feather itself seemed to glow faintly. A wave of longing washed over him, a deep, resonant ache that wasn't his own. It was the box's longing. It wanted to go home. This began Leo's journey. He knew the box was special, and its home couldn't be the dusty attic. He showed it to his grandmother, who peered at it with her kind, faded eyes. She murmured, tracing the mother of pearl. That pattern reminds me of the starwood glade deep in the whispering hills. Folks say things there are different. Old Mrs. Thimblewick, who lives near the edge of the woods, knows more about such things than anyone. Her eyes twinkled. But mind the roots, Leo, they trip the unwary. So, with the heart song box tucked safely in his worn satchel, Leo set off towards the whispering hills. His first helper appeared almost immediately. As he crossed the old stone bridge marking the town's edge, a small, scruffy terrier with one floppy ear trotted up to him. He had bright, intelligent eyes and smelled faintly of damp earth and biscuits. Lost, the dog asked, his voice a cheerful rasp. Leo jumped. Talking dogs weren't common in Bramblewood. Going to the Starwood Glade, Leo stammered. Ah, excellent choice, name's Digby, the dog announced, tail wagging furiously. I know every sniff and snuffle path through those hills. Also excellent at digging up interesting things and avoiding nettles, mostly. Digby became Leo's cheerful guide, his keen nose leading them along hidden animal trails, his boundless optimism a counterpoint to Leo's growing nervousness as the woods grew thicker and the light dimmed. Deep within the hills, where the trees grew tall and moss hung like ancient beards, they met their second helper. Perched on a gnarled branch was a tiny owl, no bigger than Leo's fist. Her feathers were the color of dusk, and her large, round eyes gleamed with startling wisdom. You carry a song that seeks its source, young one, she hooted softly, her voice like wind through dry leaves. She introduced herself as Lumina. The glade is near, but its heart is guarded by silence. Listen not just with your ears, but with your spirit. Lumina flitted silently ahead, her dark eyes seeing paths invisible to Leo and Digby, guiding them around treacherous sinkholes disguised by ferns, and warning them with a soft hoot when the air grew too still. Finally, after a day of walking guided by Digby's nose and Lumina's sight, they reached the edge of the Starwood Glade. It was unlike any place Leo had ever seen. Ancient trees, their bark silvered and smooth, formed a wide circle. The air shimmered faintly, smelling of ozone and crushed pine needles. Sunlight, dappled and golden, streamed through the canopy, illuminating motes of dust dancing like tiny stars. In the very center stood a pedestal of pure, polished moonstone, waiting. But between Leo and the pedestal stood the challenge. The glade wasn't empty. Standing sentinel around the moonstone pedestal were three figures carved from living wood tall, elegant guardians with faces like wise, ancient masks. They didn't move, but the air around them hummed with a palpable energy. It wasn't hostility, Leo sensed through the heart song box, which now played a complex, questioning melody. It was vigilance. Deep, unwavering protection. Digby growled low in his throat. Guardians, look fierce, Leo, show 'em your teeth. He bared his own small, sharp ones. Lumina landed softly on Leo's shoulder. Force will only make them roots you to the spot, young one. Remember the silence. Remember the song. Leo looked at the silent wooden figures, then down at the heart song box in his hands. It was playing a melody of yearning now, pure and strong, directed towards the pedestal. The guardians remained impassive. How to reach them? Wisdom, not force. Leo closed his eyes, shutting out Digby's nervous panting and the shimmering light. He focused on the box. Not just on the melody it played for his feelings, but on the song within it, the song of the feather itself, the pure note of longing he'd first heard. He poured his understanding into that feeling, his recognition of its purpose, his desire to help it find its home. He didn't just listen, he felt the feather's story, its separation, its deep connection to this sacred place. Slowly, he opened the box. He didn't try to approach the pedestal. Instead, he simply held the open box towards the silent guardians. The feather glowed softly. The melody that flowed out wasn't just in Leo's mind this time. It resonated in the very air of the glade, a pure, wordless song of homecoming, of belonging, woven with Leo's own empathy and respect. The air hummed louder. One of the wooden guardians shifted, its head turning slowly towards the sound. Its eyes, deep knots in the wood, seemed to soften. The rigid posture relaxed. A low, harmonious hum, like the deepest note of a cello, emanated from the guardian, harmonizing with the Heartsong box's melody. The other two guardians followed suit, their wooden forms seeming less rigid, more fluid. The humming grew, filling the glade with a sound that vibrated in Leo's bones, a sound of ancient approval and welcome. The path to the moonstone pedestal was clear. Leo walked forward slowly, reverently, Digby quiet at his heels, Lumina watching from his shoulder. The air felt warm and welcoming now. He placed the open Heartsong box gently onto the smooth moonstone. The iridescent feather seemed to pulse with light. The melody swelled, triumphant and achingly beautiful, filling the glade completely. Then the feather detached itself, lifted gently by an unseen breeze. It floated upwards, spinning slowly, shedding tiny motes of iridescent light like falling stars, before dissolving into the shimmering air above the pedestal. The music faded, leaving a profound, peaceful silence. The box remained, the blue velvet empty. But Leo felt no sadness. He felt a deep, resonant peace. The box had fulfilled its purpose. The song was home. As he looked at the empty box, a new, gentle warmth spread through him, the warmth of gratitude, of connection, of having helped something precious find its place. The wooden guardians bowed their heads slightly towards Leo. A sense of ancient blessing settled over him. He picked up the now ordinary, yet still beautiful, wooden box. It felt lighter. Lumina hooted softly. A song returned, a balance restored. Well done, listener. Digby nudged Leo's hand. Right mission accomplished. Now, about those biscuits I smell back in Bramblewood. The journey back felt different. The wood seemed friendlier, the sunlight warmer. Leo carried the empty box, but his heart felt fuller than ever. He understood now that the real magic wasn't just in the feather, but in the connection it fostered, the connection to his own feelings, to the ancient magic of the glade, and to the helpers who had guided him. He had learned to listen deeply, not just to music, but to the silent language of longing and the wisdom found in stillness and empathy. That night back in his room, Leo placed the empty Heartsong box on his windowsill. Moonlight streamed in, catching the mother of pearl. It was just a box now, beautifully made. But when Leo touched the smooth wood, a faint warmth remained. And sometimes in the quietest moments just before sleep, he thought he could hear the faintest echo of pure, joyful melody, not in his mind, but carried on the night air, a lullaby from the starwood glade, a reminder that kindness and listening unlock the deepest magic, and that even an empty vessel can hold the profound comfort of a journey completed and a song finally home. He drifted to sleep, wrapped in the peaceful resonance of understanding, knowing that wonder often hides in the quietest corners, waiting for a gentle heart to discover it. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom. but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend Finn. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trillfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. Leo always believed the woods behind his cottage held secrets. Not the ordinary kind, like where squirrels hid their acorns, but deeper, older mysteries. Every evening he'd sit by his window, watching fireflies blink like fallen stars above the ferns. But lately the lights had dimmed, leaving the forest cloaked in an unsettling gloom. On his 10th birthday, Leo's grandmother pressed a smooth, milky white stone into his palm. "This," she whispered, her eyes crinkling like dried apple peels, "is a moonstone. It belonged to your great-great-grandmother, who could see what others couldn't. Keep it close when the world feels too dark." That night, unable to sleep, Leo crept into the woods, the moonstone warm against his skin. As moonlight filtered through the oaks, the stone began to glow, softly at first, then brighter, painting silver veins across the moss. Suddenly a path shimmered into view, woven from cobwebs and starlight, winding toward the ancient willow-heart tree. Its trunk, wider than Leo's cottage, pulsed with a faint, golden light. Heart pounding, Leo touched the bark. It rippled like water, and he tumbled through into a world drenched in twilight hues. Here, the air smelled of crushed mint and damp earth. Giant mushrooms glowed violet, and rivers of liquid amber flowed between roots. But the fireflies, now enormous, with wings like stained glass, drifted listlessly, their light sputtering. A small creature darted from behind a toadstool. No taller than Leo's knee, it had velvety fur the color of moss, ears like fern fronds, and anxious, lantern-yellow eyes. "You're human," it gasped, voice like rustling leaves. "I'm Pip, and you shouldn't be here. The glimmer is fading." Pip explained that this realm, the Valewood, thrived on light, especially the firefly's glow, which fueled the magic keeping the Valewood hidden. But a creeping chill was devouring the light, withering flowers and silencing the crystal crickets. "It started when the Shadowkin arrived," Pip murmured, pointing to Inkai smudges staining the tree trunks. "They're not evil, just lost, and terribly cold." Leo held up the moonstone. Its light flared, pushing back the nearest shadow. Pip's eyes widened. "The Heartstone, legends say it can mend broken light." Together they devised a plan: follow the Amber River to the Crystal Peaks, where the oldest fireflies nested. Perhaps there they'd find answers. Their journey was a tapestry of wonders and perils. They crossed the Bridge of Whispers, made of singing reeds that hummed warnings when shadows neared. In the moss grove they met elderly tortoises whose shells glittered with embedded quartz, who spoke in riddles. "To warm what's cold, seek not the blaze, but the spark within the haze." Deeper in the Valewood they faced the Shiverwind, a gust that stole warmth from bones. Leo shared his woolen scarf with Pip, wrapping them both tight, while the moonstone glowed like a tiny hearth. "Friendship," Pip chirped through chattering teeth, "is a good shield against the cold." One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow log, Leo noticed Pip shivering, wings drooping. "Your light's dimming too," Leo realized, horrified. Pip nodded. "The Shadowkin drain warmth just by being near. They're lonely, I think. Loneliness can make you cold." Leo remembered winters by his grandmother's fire, how stories and hot cocoa thawed his own solitude. An idea sparked. What if we helped them? At the Crystal Peaks they found the firefly nests, great geodes pulsing with frail light. But curled beside them was a Shadowkin. Unlike the smudges in the trees, this one had a shape, a wispy, wolf-like creature made of swirling smoke, with eyes like frozen ponds. It whimpered, reaching toward the fireflies, but recoiling as their light guttered. It's hurting them by accident, Leo breathed. Stepping forward, Leo raised the moonstone. Instead of driving the shadowkin away, he focused on the warmth Pip had kindled in his chest, the warmth of trust, of shared laughs under glowing mushrooms, of Pip braiding starflowers into his hair. The stone blazed, not with harsh light, but with a gentle, golden radiance. The shadowkin flinched, then stilled as the glow washed over it. Slowly its smoky form softened, revealing fur as white as birch bark, and eyes thawing into warm amber. "You see me," it rasped. Its name was Frost, and it had wandered into the Valewood through a crack in the mountains, drawn by the firefly's glow but cursed with a chill that extinguished light. "I only wanted to be near something warm," Frost whispered. "But my touch brings frost." Leo understood then, Frost wasn't a thief, but a prisoner of its own nature. The trio huddled together, Leo's arms around Pip and Frost. Frost trembled. "I'm so tired of being cold." Pip placed a tiny paw on Frost's muzzle. "Let's share our warmth." Leo pressed the moonstone to Frost's chest. He poured every memory of kindness into it, grandmother's stories, Pip's laughter, the tortoise's wisdom. The stone pulsed, and Frost's fur began to shimmer. Not with borrowed light, but with a soft internal glow, like dawn breaking through mist. As Frost's new warmth spread, the fireflies stirred. One by one their wings brightened, casting prismatic rays across the peaks. The shadowkin smudges on the trees dissolved, revealing woodpeckers with emerald feathers and squirrels that glowed like coals. The Valewood itself sighed, roots uncurling, rivers running clear and bright. "You mended the glimmer," Pip breathed. But the moonstone's light was fading. Leo knew his time here was ending. At the willowheart tree, Frost nuzzled his hand. "Thank you for seeing me." Pip pressed a luminous flower into Leo's palm. "Whenever you feel lost, this will glow, so you remember." Leo stepped through the rippling bark, emerging into his own woods just as dawn pinked the sky. Back home, the fireflies danced brighter than ever. Leo kept the moonstone on his windowsill. Some nights when the moon was full, he'd glimpse a moss-eared silhouette waving from the ferns, or feel a warm breeze that smelled of amber and mint. He'd smile, touching the now dull stone. It had taught him that light wasn't just to banish darkness, it was to welcome what lingered there, to offer warmth instead of fear. And in the quiet moments before sleep, Leo would whisper stories into the dark, knowing somewhere in the Valewood, a creature with birch bark fur and gentle amber eyes was listening, finally warm at last. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where the mountains cupped it like gentle hands. Every cottage had smoke curling from its chimney, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke hung in the crisp autumn air. Young Felix, with eyes as bright as polished acorns, loved Bramble Hollow's quiet rhythms, until the morning the mysteries began. First, it was the pies. Mrs. Thistlewick's famous blackberry pie, cooling on her windowsill, vanished overnight, save for one perfectly triangular slice left on a porcelain plate. The next day, Mr. Oakenshaw found his prize-winning pumpkin missing a single, seedless wedge. Then the village sundial's shadow began tracing nonsensical patterns, pointing toward the whispering pines at noon and the duck pond at sunset. Soft, silvery giggles echoed down the lanes after twilight, leaving no footprints in the dew-kissed grass. Felix, wrapped in his patchwork scarf, decided to investigate. He carried a notebook and a pocketful of hazelnuts, useful for bribing woodland informants. His first stop was the mossy cottage of Old Fern, a gardener whose braided hair smelled of rosemary and rain. "Hum," Fern murmured, tending her moon petals that glowed faintly in the shade. "Magic's like a shy hedgehog, Felix. Poke too hard and it rolls up tight. Watch instead." She gifted him spectacles made of dandelion fluff and spider silk. These see what wishes to stay hidden. With the spectacles perched on his nose, Felix noticed shimmering trails, like heat ripples, leading from the missing pies toward the enchanted glade. There, beneath a grandfather oak, sat a family of luminous squirrels. Their fur sparkled like crushed stars, and they nibbled acorns with tiny, polite bites. "Oh, the slices," chirped the eldest, her tail twitching anxiously. "We only take what's offered to the wind. The crumb caller sings at midnight, and the treats appear on toadstool platters. We thought it was a gift." Felix's mind whirred. If not the squirrels, who? That night he hid behind a barrel near the sundial, Fern's spectacles gleaming. As the clock tower chimed 12, the giggles returned. The sundial's shadow quivered, then a small, translucent creature materialized. It resembled a cross between a dragonfly and a cloud, with wings like spun sugar and eyes like molten honey. It held a crumb of pie in its tiny hands, humming as it placed it precisely where the shadow pointed due east. "Hello," Felix whispered. The creature zipped behind a holly bush, vibrating with fear. "I won't hurt you. Are you the crumb caller?" Slowly it emerged, a crumble sprite, Fern explained later, drawn to forgotten treats and lost time. "I'm Pip," it peeped. "I tidy up crumbs so ants don't quarrel over them. But the sundial, it looked so lonely, stuck in one place forever. I thought if I fed it crumbs at happy moments, it might dance." Pip's wings drooped. "Instead, I broke it." The pieces clicked. Pip's crumb offerings were meant as sundial snacks, but each crumb absorbed a moment. Mrs. Thistlewick's sigh of contentment as she baked, Mr. Oakenshaw's chuckle when he harvested his pumpkin. When Pip placed them on the sundial, it replayed those emotions, spinning its shadow in joy. The giggles. Pip's flustered apologies when crumbs tumbled. Felix smiled. "You didn't break it, you made it feel." Together, they devised a plan. At the next village feast, everyone left a crumb on a windowsill for Pip. The sundial, now fed with shared laughter, settled peacefully. Pip became Bramble Hollow's keeper of small delights, polishing dewdrops and arranging fallen leaves into cozy beds for beetles. And every full moon, the villagers leave a triangular slice of pie on a toadstool, where Pip and the luminous squirrels share stories under the grandfather oak, their laughter blending with the wind. The mysteries ended, but Bramble Hollow glowed warmer, its quiet rhythms now woven with the soft hum of a sprite's wings and the contentment of things lovingly mended. Felix drifted to sleep each night to the sound of the sundial's gentle shadow sweeping across the stars like a lullaby. The little village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced through sycamore leaves, and the air always smelled of damp earth and wild thyme. In this quiet corner of the world lived a boy named Leo, whose favorite pastime was combing the pebbled shores of the singing river. Leo had eyes the color of storm clouds and a habit of noticing things others overlooked, the way dew clung to spiderwebs like diamond necklaces, or how the old stone bridge hummed when the wind blew just so. One misty morning, Leo's fingers closed around a pebble unlike any other. It was no larger than a hazelnut, milky white, with a single amber streak swirling through its center. As he wiped away the river silt, the stone pulsed warmly against his palm. Then, clear as birdsong, a tiny voice whispered, "Carry me to the whispering woods." Keeper Leo nearly dropped it in surprise. The pebble, it seemed, was no ordinary stone. It was a heartstone, a fragment of the world's oldest magic, and it had chosen him. That night the heartstone glowed like captured moonlight beneath Leo's pillow. Its voice, soft as dandelion fluff, explained its purpose. The woods are fading, their songs grow faint. You must restore the balance. Leo packed a satchel with crusty bread, a wedge of cheese, and his coziest woolen scarf. With the heartstone nestled in his pocket, radiating gentle warmth, he slipped into the dawn-lit forest. The Whispering Woods had always been a place of rustling secrets, but now an unsettling silence hung between the birches. Leaves curled brown at the edges, and mosses lay dull as faded velvet. Leo's first helper appeared as he tripped over a gnarled root. "Mind the ankles, young traveler," chuckled a voice like dry leaves. A badger named Bramble emerged, stout, gray-muzzled, and wearing spectacles perched precariously on his snout. Bramble, a historian of forest lore, explained the crisis. The wood's heart song, a melody woven from roots and rain, had frayed. "Something stolen its harmony," he sighed, polishing his spectacles anxiously. Their path led deeper, where shadows pooled like ink. Here they met Piper, a kingfisher whose feathers shimmered teal and copper. Piper could hear the faintest vibrations in the air, the music of the unsane, she called it. "The sadness comes from the crystal caves," she trilled, landing on Leo's shoulder. "But the way is guarded by the thicket of thorns, it bites." True enough, ahead loomed a wall of brambles, each thorn glistening like black ice. The thicket wasn't merely sharp, it was sorrowful. As Leo approached, the heartstone pulsed, translating the vine's mournful creaks. "Alone, always alone, no sun, no song," Piper fluttered nervously. "We could find a way around, it might take weeks." Bramble suggested digging under, but the roots ran fathoms deep. Leo knelt, heartstone glowing in his cupped hands. Wisdom stirred within him, not force but understanding. "They're not guarding the caves," he realized softly. "They are lonely." He placed the heartstone gently against a gnarled stem. Instantly the vine trembled, its thorns retracting slightly. Leo hummed the lullaby his mother sang, a simple tune of comfort. Bramble joined in with a rumbling bass, Piper with a fluting descant. Slowly the thicket parted, not in submission, but in relief. Vines curled like welcoming fingers, revealing a path dappled with sudden sunlight. "You listened," murmured the vines, their voices now soft as ferns uncurling. "No one ever listens." Beyond lay the crystal caves, where geodes sparkled like frozen starlight. But the caves wept. Tears of liquid quartz dripped from the ceiling, pooling in silent misery. At the center stood the source of the woe, the harmony spire, a crystal column that usually pulsed with light. Now it was fractured, its glow dimmed. Perched atop it was a small, shivering creature, a rock wren named Shale, whose nest had crumbled in a tremor. Each time she shifted, her claws scraped the spire, deepening its cracks. "My home," she chirped desperately. "All broken." Piper darted forward. "Shoo, silly bird, you're hurting the woods." But Leo raised a calming hand. He felt the heartstone's warmth spread through him, weaving together the threads of what he'd learned. Bramble's lore, Piper's attunement, the thicket's loneliness, and now Shale's fear. Force would only shatter the spire further. Wisdom whispered a different solution. "Your home isn't gone, Shale," Leo said gently, pointing to a crevice brimming with soft moss. "It's waiting for you." He placed the heartstone at the spire's base. Amber light bloomed, touching the fractures. "Bramble, tell her the story of the Cave of Echoes, where nests never fall." As Bramble spun tales of resilient stone nests, Piper trilled a soothing melody. Shale cocked her head, curiosity replacing panic. She hopped toward the mossy niche, and as she settled, the spire's cracks sealed with a sound like chimes. Light swelled, warm and gold, flooding the caves. Outside, the woods sighed. Leaves unfurled emerald bright, mosses plumped like velvet cushions, and the air thrummed with 1,000 rustling harmonies, oak bassoons, fern flutes, brook babble percussion. The heart song was restored. As thanks, the woods gifted Leo. Bramble presented him a spectacles cloth woven from spider silk, for seeing clearly. Piper dropped a blue kingfisher feather, for hearing deeply, and Shale chirped a new lullaby into his heart. Leo returned to Willow Brook as dusk painted the sky lavender. The heartstone, its amber streak now a contented glow, nestled once more in his pocket, a quiet guardian. That night, as crickets sang outside his window, Leo understood. Magic wasn't in grand spells or roaring power. It lived in listening, in kindness that mended broken things. He fell asleep smiling, the forest's lullaby woven through his dreams, knowing the world hummed with secret wonders waiting for a gentle heart to hear them. And in the whispering woods, if you press your ear to the oldest birch, you might still hear three friends, a badger, a kingfisher, and a boy, singing the world whole again. The village of Willowwood nestled in a valley where the mist lingered like sleepy thoughts each morning. Its cobbled streets wound past cottages with thatched roofs, smoke curling from chimneys, carrying the scent of pine logs and baking bread. And in the quietest corner, beneath the protective boughs of an ancient oak, lived Silas. Silas loved routine. He knew the exact creak of his garden gate, the precise angle of sunlight that warmed his favorite stone bench at noon, and the dependable cycle of the seasons that governed his beloved moon-petal flowers. Each year he nurtured the same silvery blooms in neat, unwavering rows. Change, Silas felt, was like a sudden gust of wind, unsettling, unnecessary, and best avoided. He watched the world from his tranquil garden, a comfortable island in a stream that flowed ever onward. But this spring felt different. A subtle shift hung in the air, a whisper carried on the breeze that rustled the oak leaves with a new urgency. Silas felt it in his bones, a restlessness he couldn't name. His trusted moon petals, usually bursting forth with predictable vigor, seemed hesitant, their buds tightly furled long past their usual time. He knelt in the soft earth, tracing a cool, unopened bud with a calloused finger. "What troubles you, old friends?" he murmured, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. Was it him? Had he changed somehow? One mist-drenched morning, Silas found a small parcel tied with twine resting on his garden bench. It bore no name, only a pressed oak leaf. Inside, nestled in moss, lay a single seed unlike any he'd ever seen. It was the color of twilight, shimmering faintly with an inner light, cool and smooth as river stone. Curiosity warred with his ingrained caution. A new seed meant change, the unknown. He almost tucked it away in a drawer. But the shimmer seemed to pulse, a soft, gentle rhythm that echoed the disquiet in his own heart. With a sigh that felt like letting go of a long-held breath, Silas carefully planted it in a small terracotta pot near his kitchen window. The seed did nothing. Weeks passed. Silas tended his moon petals, coaxing them with familiar routines, but they remained stubbornly closed. His restlessness grew, mirroring the stillness of the mysterious seed. He felt adrift, the comfortable anchor of his routine seeming less substantial. One afternoon his neighbor Eris stopped by. Eris, whose laugh was like wind chimes and whose hands were always stained with paint or ink, embodied the very change Silas shunned. She noticed the pot on the sill. "Ooh, what's this, Silas?" Eris leaned in, her bright eyes catching the seed's faint shimmer. "It feels alive, like it's waiting." "Waiting for what?" Silas grumbled, wiping soil from his hands. "It refuses to grow, just like the moon petals. Perhaps the garden knows something I don't." He hadn't meant to voice the fear aloud. Eris touched his arm gently. "Maybe it's not refusing, Silas. Maybe it's waiting for you, for a different kind of tending." She didn't press, leaving him with a warm loaf of honey bread and the echo of her words. That night Silas sat by his small hearth, the fire crackling companionably. He stared at the dormant seed in its pot. Waiting for me. He thought of the moon petals, his own unease. The fear wasn't just about the plants, it was about himself. He felt stuck like the seed, trapped in a shell of his own making. What if he wasn't meant to tend only moon petals forever? What if there was more? The thought was terrifying, like stepping off a well-worn path into deep woods. He decided to try something different. Instead of his measured watering can, he carried the pot outside the next morning during a soft, warm rain. He placed it where the first rays of dawn would touch it. He hummed an old, half-forgotten lullaby his grandmother used to sing, his voice rough and hesitant. He spoke to the seed not about routines, but about the feeling of the rain, the scent of wet earth, the strange flutter in his own chest. He confessed his fear of the unknown, his love for the familiar, and the confusing sense that something needed to shift. The next morning, a tiny, impossibly green shoot had pierced the soil. It was no bigger than a blade of grass, but it pulsed with the same soft light as the seed. Silas gasped. It felt like a direct response, a mirror to his tentative opening. Encouraged, he continued. He experimented, placing the seedling where afternoon sun dappled through the oak leaves. He brought it inside when the nights grew too chill. He watered it not on a schedule, but when the soil felt dry. He shared his thoughts, his worries about the moon petals, his memories, his small hopes. As Silas nurtured the seedling, something shifted within him too. The rigid knot of resistance began to loosen. He found himself noticing things he'd long taken for granted, the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the different songs of birds at dawn and dusk, the way Eris's laughter lifted his spirits. He even visited Elder Thistle, the village herbalist known for her quiet wisdom and shelves overflowing with strange, fragrant plants. "The world breathes, Silas," Thistle said softly, handing him a cup of fragrant chamomile tea. Her cottage smelled of dried herbs and warm stone. "And so must we, holding too tightly to what can make us brittle. Your moon petals, perhaps they feel your own tight grip, and this new friend of yours." She gestured to the seedling, now sporting its first two delicate leaves, glowing softly on her windowsill. "It thrives on your honesty, your willingness to listen." The seedling grew steadily, its stem thickening, leaves unfurling like miniature velvet pennants. It seemed to respond to Silas's moods. On days he felt uncertain, it drooped slightly. When he felt a spark of wonder watching a butterfly, its light brightened. It was a living barometer of his inner world, a magical reflection of his own unfolding. He named it Whisper for the quiet way it communicated. Meanwhile, his moon petals remained obstinately closed. The sight pained Silas, a reminder of his perceived failure. One crisp autumn morning, he found frost had touched the outer buds. His heart sank. He sat heavily on his stone bench, the cold seeping through his clothes. He felt defeated. Perhaps he couldn't nurture growth, old or new. Eris found him there, shoulders slumped. Without a word, she sat beside him, her presence warm and solid. "Look," she said softly, pointing not to the moon petals, but to Whisper. The plant had grown tall and strong in its pot, crowned with a single, tightly furled bud that glowed with a deep, sapphire light. "It's almost ready, just like you, Silas." "Like me?" Silas asked, his voice thick. "You've changed," Eris said simply. "You listen more, you notice more, you let the world in even when it's scary. That's growth, it's beautiful." She placed a hand over his. "The moon petals might need to change too, in their own way. Maybe they need to rest differently this year. It doesn't mean you failed them." Her words were a gentle balm. Silas looked at Whisper's glowing bud, then at the frosted moon petals. He realized he had been clinging to the idea of the moon petals blooming as they always had, refusing to accept that perhaps this year their cycle was different. His fear wasn't just about change, it was about loss. But Eris was right. Resting wasn't dying. Changing wasn't disappearing. It was transforming. That evening, Silas built a small fire in the hearth. He brought Whisper's pot close. The sapphire bud trembled. He sat quietly, feeling the warmth of the fire, the cool night air at the window, the quiet thrum of his own heart, no longer fighting itself. He thought of the seedling's journey, his own small steps into the unknown, the support of arras and thistle. He thought of the moon petals resting beneath the frost, gathering strength for a different spring. As the village clock struck midnight, a soft chime filled the room. Whisper's bud unfurled. It wasn't a flower, but a bloom of pure, soft light sapphire blue at its heart, shifting to violet, then to a gentle silver at the edges. The light pulsed gently, filling the cottage with a cool, soothing radiance that held the peace of deep night and the promise of dawn. It didn't dazzle, it illuminated. It shone on Silas's face, reflecting the quiet wonder in his eyes, and spilled out the window, touching the frosted moon petals in the garden. Under that gentle, magical light, something miraculous happened. The frosted moon petal buds, so tightly closed for months, began to soften. Slowly, hesitantly, then with growing confidence, their silvery petals unfurled. They didn't bloom with their usual vigor, but with a deep, serene beauty, their fragrance mingling with the cool night air, a scent of acceptance and quiet strength. Silas watched, tears warm on his cheeks. The magical light from Whisper hadn't forced the moon petals. It had simply created a space of peace, a gentle reminder that growth takes many forms. His rigid fear had been the frost, and his own unfolding, mirrored by Whisper's journey, had been the gentle warmth that allowed both the new light and the old flowers to find their way. Whisper's light bloomed for one perfect hour, bathing everything in its serene glow, then slowly dimmed, leaving the fully opened moon petals shimmering under the real moonlight. The plant itself didn't wither. It settled, its leaves a deep, contented green, the spent light bloom leaving behind a single, perfect seed nestled within its center. The next morning, Willowwood awoke to the unexpected sight of Silas's moon petals blooming gloriously, albeit later than ever before, their silver petals dewed and radiant. And Silas himself seemed different. There was a stillness about him, not the stillness of resistance, but the calm of deep-rooted peace. He moved through his garden with the same care, but his eyes held a new light, reflecting the world around him with quiet joy. He tended the moon petals, appreciating their enduring beauty, and he tended Whisper, now a sturdy, glowing plant holding the promise of new beginnings in its seed. He shared the seed with Arras, who planted it in her sunniest window, and with Elder Thistle, who nodded with wise approval. He even gave one to young Finn, who had always been too shy to speak to him, and watched the boy's eyes light up with the same wonder Silas now felt. Silas learned that personal growth wasn't about becoming someone entirely new, but about unfolding into the fullness of who you already were, layer by layer, like Whisper's luminous bloom. It required listening to the whispers of your own heart, to the wisdom of friends, to the subtle rhythms of the world. Change wasn't a storm to be weathered, but a season to be lived, with its own unique beauty and necessary rests. The magic, he realized, hadn't been just in Whisper's light, but in the courage to plant the seed, to nurture it differently, and to accept the transformation within and without. Now, as the fire crackled low in his hearth, and the scent of moon petals drifted through the open window, Silas felt a profound sense of comfort. He was still the keeper of the garden, the lover of quiet routines. But his world had grown larger, softer, illuminated from within. He touched the cool, smooth seed nestled in his palm, Whisper's legacy, ready to plant it when the time felt right, knowing that every ending held a beginning, every change held a quiet magic, and the most beautiful growth often bloomed from the gentle courage to embrace the unknown. The village slept under the watchful stars, and in the cottage beneath the ancient oak, peace reigned deep and complete. The first time Sam noticed the shimmer in the woods behind Gran's cottage, it was mid-October, when the air smelled of damp earth and cinnamon bark. 10 years old and perpetually lost in daydreams, Sam often sat on the creaky porch, swing-tracing patterns on a tarnished silver locket, the only keepsake from parents they barely remembered. That evening, as amber light slanted through sugar maples, a flicker of emerald green danced between the oaks. Not firefly light, but deeper, like sunlight through stained glass. When a faint melody followed wind chimes playing a tune, no human hand composed, Sam tucked the locket beneath their sweater and stepped into the forest's embrace. Moss cushioned each footfall, and the ordinary woods transformed. Ferns unfurled silver fronds that chimed softly. Birch trunks gleamed with embedded starlight, and the path ahead rippled like water. Deeper in, where shadows should have pooled, Sam found a clearing bathed in perpetual twilight. Velvet-soft grass shimmered with dew that tasted of honey when Sam knelt to touch it. And there, curled beneath a weeping willow with laves of liquid moonlight, was the creature. It resembled a fox crossed with a dragonfly, no larger than a rabbit. Translucent wings, veined like stained glass, lay folded against fur the color of crushed violets. One foreleg was bent unnaturally, and its breathing came in shallow hitches. "You're hurt," Sam whispered, hand hovering. The creature's eyes snapped open, twin pools of molten gold. It tried to scramble away, whimpering like rustling parchment. "Easy now," Sam soothed, voice softer than dandelion fluff. "I won't touch if you don't want." Slowly Sam unwrapped their woolen scarf, blue as a jay's wing, and laid it nearby. For warmth. The creature blinked, nostrils flaring. After a trembling moment, it nudged the scarf with its nose. Sam smiled. "I'm Sam, what's your name?" A series of chimes answered, 3 high notes, too low. "Pip." The creature chirped, a sound like raindrops on crystal. Friendship bloomed in that glade, fragile as a spiderweb, sealed when Pip allowed Sam to gently splint its leg with a twig and bind it with blades of singing grass. Pip revealed the hidden world, Sylvan Hollow, a realm woven from forgotten dreams and twilight. Its magic stemmed from the heartwood tree, whose roots drank starlight and whose leaves hummed with ancient songs. But the heartwood was fading. Colors dulled at the edges, flowers lost their glow by dawn. "The luminous key is lost," Pip chimed sorrowfully, gesturing with its good paw toward Sam's locket. "Your metal sings with old magic. It is kin to the key." The locket, warm against Sam's chest, clicked open at Pip's touch. Inside, where Sam expected a photo, lay a single seed carved from opal. It pulsed with soft light, matching the rhythm of Sam's heartbeat. "This," Sam breathed. Pip nodded urgently. Without the key in the heartwood's roots, Sylvan Hollow fades, forever. The weight of the seed felt immense, a tiny thing holding up a world. Their journey began at moonset. Pip rode on Sam's shoulder, wings brushing their ear with soft chimes. They traversed forests where trees walked on roots like tangled knees, their bark etched with stories that shifted as Sam passed. They crossed the river of whispers, its waters murmuring secrets Sam almost understood, stepping stone to stone on the backs of giant, sleepy turtles. Sam, who once hesitated to speak in class, now bartered passage with the Moss King, a towering figure of lichen and patience offering stories of the human world, in exchange for safe passage through his caverns. Pip translated, their chimes weaving Sam's tales into something richer, stranger. Challenges tested them. In the valley of echoing fears, shapeless shadows whispered Sam's deepest anxieties. "You'll fail them all, too small to matter." Sam's knees trembled, but Pip pressed close, a warm vibration against their neck. "Echoes lie," Pip chimed fiercely. Sam clutched the locket, feeling the seed's steady pulse. "My name is Sam," they declared, voice ringing clear. "And I'm helping my friend." The shadows recoiled, melting into mist. They faced the treacherous Glimmer Gorge next, spanned only by a bridge of solidified moonlight. It flickered perilously. Halfway across, a section dissolved beneath Sam's foot. Pip darted down, wings a frantic blur, catching Sam's sleeve with surprising strength. Dangling over an abyss of swirling nebulas, Sam locked eyes with the terrified creature. "Let go, save yourself," Sam rasped. Pip's golden eyes blazed. "Hold," they chimed, a command woven with pure trust. Summoning strength they never knew, Sam swung their other arm, grasping a solid beam of moonlight. Together they scrambled to safety. The bridge solidified fully behind them. "You caught me," Sam panted, heart hammering. Pip nuzzled their cheek. "We caught each other." Days blended into an endless, magical twilight. Sam learned to listen to the language of rustling leaves, to taste direction on the wind. They shared meals of starlight berries bursting with cool sweetness, drank from springs that bubbled with laughter. Sam told Pip about school, about grand cinnamon rolls, about the quiet ache of loneliness. Pip chimed stories of sky dances among firefly swarms, of tending bioluminescent orchards, of the Hollow's collective worry. A bond formed, deeper than words, a shared heartbeat between human and sylvan. Finally, they stood before the Heartwood. It was magnificent, a colossal oak woven from living light, but its glow was sickly, dimming like a guttering candle. Great roots thick as cottage walls pulsed weakly where they met the earth. At the base lay a depression shaped exactly like Sam's opal seed. "The key's home," Pip chimed, voice thick with hope and dread. As Sam approached, the air thickened, resisting. Thorned vines, dark and thorny, erupted from the ground, the last defense of the dying magic. One lashed out, snagging Sam's ankle. Pain shot up their leg. Pip darted forward, wings buzzing angrily, nipping at the vine. "Hurry, Sam." Sam gritted their teeth, pulling free. Another vine whipped towards Pip. Without thinking, Sam threw themselves in front of their tiny friend. The thorn grazed their arm, drawing blood like liquid starlight. Ignoring the sting, Sam lunged the final steps, the pulsing seed clutched tight. Kneeling at the Heartwood's base, Sam pressed the opal seed into the waiting hollow. It fit perfectly. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then a tremor ran through the earth. Light erupted from the seed, pure and blinding, flowing up the Heartwood's trunk like liquid sunshine. Leaves blazed emerald green, then sapphire, then gold. The thrumming song Sam had first heard in the woods swelled into a glorious symphony wind, water, leaf, and star singing as one. The dark vines crumbled to ash. Color flooded back into Sylvan Hollow, richer and more vibrant than before. Flowers unfurled in explosive rainbows, trees straightened with groans of relief, and the very air shimmered with renewed vitality. Pip soared, looping joyful spirals around the radiant Heartwood, their chimes blending with the world's song. They landed gently before Sam, eyes glowing brighter than ever. "You saved us, Sam." Sam, cradling their stinging arm, looked around at the reborn paradise. "We saved us, Pip, together." The wound on Sam's arm, touched by the Heartwood's new light, sealed instantly, leaving only a faint, star-shaped scar, a mark of courage given and received. The journey back felt different. Sylvan Hollow welcomed them. Walking trees bowed creakily. Fireflies formed glowing archways. The river of whispers sang a clear, grateful melody. At the edge of the ordinary woods, Sam and Pip paused. The shimmering boundary pulsed steadily now. "It will always be here," Pip chimed, understanding the unspoken question. "For you, the key chose its bearer." They nuzzled Sam's hand. "Friend." Gran noticed the change immediately. "You seem taller, Sprout," she remarked, her eyes crinkling as Sam helped knead bread dough with newfound vigor. The quiet child who lingered in corners now spoke of constellations with quiet confidence, their eyes holding a depth that hadn't been there before. Sam wore the locket openly now, the opal seed warm beneath their shirt, a secret anchor to another world. loneliness was a forgotten ghost. Every evening as the sun dipped low, Sam would sit on the porch swing. Sometimes they'd simply listen to the wind sighing through the maples. Other times a familiar shimmer would dance between the trees, accompanied by the faint, joyous chimes of a tiny friend emerging for a twilight stroll. Sam would step onto the mossy path, greeted by Pip's leap onto their shoulder, the violet fur soft against their neck. They'd walk together in the ordinary woods that now held an extraordinary secret, sharing stories in the language of rustles, chimes, and comfortable silence. Sam learned that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it. They learned that true friendship could bridge impossible worlds, built on trust as delicate and strong as a dragonfly's wing. And they learned that even the smallest heart, like a single seed or a quiet child, could hold magic potent enough to heal a world. Back in their small room, the scent of grand cinnamon rolls drifting up, Sam would trace the star-shaped scar on their arm, a quiet smile playing on their lips. Outside, the woods stood sentinel, holding the gentle luminescence of Sylvan Hollow close, a hidden world humming just beyond the veil, waiting for the next shared adventure beneath the watchful, loving stars. The locket rested warm against their heart, a silent promise of twilight wonders and the enduring melody of an impossible friendship. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight fell in dappled coins through ancient oaks, there existed a village unseen by human eyes. Mossy cottages with roofs of woven ferns clustered around a clearing, where moonflowers bloomed by day and fireflies scribbled stories in the dusk. Here lived Marlowe, a hedgehog with quills like frosted cinnamon sticks, who tended the library of roots, a labyrinth of tunnels where stories grew as living vines, their blossoms releasing tales when touched. One crisp autumn morning, Marlowe noticed the amber leaves falling too fast, piling knee-high before their time. The forest's breath, a breeze that usually carried the scent of pine and petrichor, now tasted metallic like a storm with no rain. High in the cedar spire, an old badger named Thistle stirred from her slumber, her silvered muzzle twitching. "The season threads are fraying," she murmured, recalling legends whispered by her grandmother. Long ago, elemental sprites had woven the fabric of the seasons on looms of starlight, but now their magic waned, neglected by creatures who'd forgotten the old songs. Marlowe approached Thistle, acorn cap clutched in his paws. "The maple saplings are shivering," he said, "and the river's song has gone flat." Thistle nodded, her claws tracing a map in the soil, a path to the sylvan glade where the last weavers of seasons dwelled. "We must mend the threads before the solstice," she declared, "but the way is perilous. The bramble wastes guard the glade, and shadows have teeth there." Their journey began at the hour of dewfall, when spiderwebs glimmered like constellations. Fireflies lit their path through valleys, where mushrooms glowed with bioluminescent sighs. Marlowe marveled at ice-blue lichen that chimed when brushed, while Thistle taught him to read the stories written in bark grooves and birdsong cadences. "Every creature holds a verse in the forest's poem," she said, her voice blending with the creak of ancient trees. In the hollow of echoes they met Juniper, a fox whose fur held the russet hues of sunset. She'd been stranded when the autumn winds stalled, leaving her without the zephyrs that usually guided her home. "The air's gone still as a held breath," Juniper fretted, her tail stirring eddies of crimson leaves. Together they devised a plan. Juniper would use her knowledge of hidden trails, Thistle would navigate by star moss patterns, and Marlowe would coax directions from the library's story vines, now twined through his satchel. The bramble wastes rose before them, a snarled sea of thorns that hissed like angry serpents. Marlowe spied pale blossoms among the spikes, moonclery flowers whose nectar could soften even the cruelest bramble. But the blooms shriveled at touch, their healing essence lost unless harvested with perfect care. Like stories, Marlowe realized, they need gentle hands. Holding his breath, he plucked a petal, singing the lullaby his mother had hummed when he was a kit, a tune older than the oldest oak. the thorns stilled. As twilight painted the sky in lavender washes, they reached the sylvan glade. There, beneath a cathedral of interlocked branches, 3 sprites hovered over a crumbling loom. Spring's sprite flickered weakly, her hair a wilted cascade of cherry blossoms. Summer's flames dimmed to ember glow. Autumn's crown of wheat had unraveled into straw. "We've forgotten the rhythm," sighed the autumn sprite, her voice like rustling parchment. "The dance requires 4. Thistle's eyes widened with understanding. From her pouch she produced a vial of hoarfrost collected from the first winter morning, a memory preserved for generations. Marlowe added a story vine blooming with tales of snowfall, while Juniper offered a tuft of her fur, imprinted with the scent of crisp air. The sprites wove these into the loom alongside fallen leaves, sunbeam fragments, and raindrop pearls. Suddenly, the glade shimmered. Winter's sprite emerged from the frost vial, a being of crystalline breath and snowflake lace. The loom hummed as seasons flowed anew. Spring buds pushed through thawing soil, summer rains danced in prismatic arcs, autumn's harvest swelled golden, and winter's quiet wrapped the world in reflective peace. The sprite's laughter tinkled like icicles in sunlight, weaving harmony into every thread. Returning home, the forest greeted them with restored balance. Maple leaves drifted lazily, each descent a waltz. The river's song bubbled with renewed vigor, carrying echoes of the sprite's loom. Juniper found her zephyrs waiting, playful gusts that tousled her fur like old friends. Thistle retired to her cedar spire, content that the old wisdom had taken root in Marlowe's heart. That winter, when the first snow blanketed the whispering woods, creatures gathered in the moonflower clearing. Marlowe unspooled a new story vine, this one glittering with frost patterns, and shared the tale of how fragile threads hold the world together. Fireflies traced the words in the air as he spoke, their light reflecting in countless dewdrop lenses. And high above, unseen but deeply felt, the seasons turned in their eternal dance, not as rulers but as partners, each giving way to the next with grace. The lesson of the loom became hearthside lore, that balance is not stillness but the art of harmonious surrender, and that even the smallest creature, with gentle paws and a listening heart, could mend the frayed edges of the world. As the final words settled like snowflakes, the forest sighed contentedly. Somewhere a sprig of moonclory bloomed through the frost, its petals holding the soft glow of stories yet to be told. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley, where twilight lingered like a contented sigh. Every chimney puffed cinnamon-scented smoke, and lanterns shaped like dandelion seeds cast buttery light on cobblestone paths. Young Milo, with eyes like polished acorns and a patchwork satchel always at his side, first noticed the strangeness one dewy morning. Overnight, every front gate in the village had sprouted identical clusters of moon-pale mushrooms not harmful, but perfectly circular, glowing faintly as if storing starlight. Like tiny fairy tables. Mrs. Gable whispered, brushing flour from her apron as villagers gathered, murmuring in puzzlement. 2 nights later, the mystery deepened. All the copper wind chimes hanging from porches played the same 3-note lullaby at dawn, though no breeze stirred. Old Man Hemlock's prize-winning sunflowers now faced west instead of east, their golden heads bowed as if sharing a secret. A gentle unease settled over Bramble Hollow. "It's not mischief," declared Milo, tracing a glowing mushroom cap with his fingertip. "It feels thoughtful, like someone's trying to say hello but forgot how." Milo decided to solve the riddle. That evening he packed his satchel with a honey cake wrapped in wax paper, a woolen blanket, and his most important tool, grandfather's magnifying glass, its brass rim warm with memory. He nestled beneath the ancient whispering willow by the duck pond, its leaves sighing advice only patient ears could hear. As moonlight silvered the pond, ripples formed without wind, swirling into intricate spirals. Suddenly, a small creature emerged no taller than Milo's hand with skin, like river-smooth pebbles and hair of woven reeds. It carried a hollowed acorn cup, dipping it delicately into the water. Milo held his breath. A water nymph. Grandfather's stories were true. The nymph froze, eyes wide as dewdrops. Milo slowly unwrapped the honey cake, breaking off a crumb and placing it on a lily pad. The nymph tilted its head, then skated across the water to claim it. With gestures as fluid as the current, it pointed toward the northern woods, then mimed, dropping tiny seeds. "You're planting the mushrooms," Milo whispered. The nymph nodded, then vanished beneath the surface, leaving only a shimmer. The next clue came from Orla, the moss-bearded tortoise who napped by the library's warmth vents. "Saw shimmer dust near the wind chimes," she rumbled, blinking slowly. "Not pixies, too quiet." Following her advice, Milo sprinkled fine oat flour around Widow Peony's porch that night. At dawn, delicate, webbed footprints glowed in the flour, leading straight to the hollow oak near the sunflower patch. Inside the oak's knotted trunk, Milo found his mentor, Thistle, an ancient hedgehog whose spines held fragments of quartz that caught the light. "Ah, young observer," Thistle rasped, brewing pine needle tea over a glowworm lamp. "You seek the pattern weaver. She's shy, that one. Came from the crystal caves after the great rumbling shifted her home." Thistle explained the nymph was only helping a lonely friend who adored Bramble Hollow's cozy order, but didn't understand human ways. She rearranges things to make them more beautiful, by her lights. Armed with understanding, Milo prepared. He left gifts where the footprints appeared, a smooth blue marble by the wind chimes, a spool of silver thread near the sunflowers. That night, under a plum-colored sky, he saw her. Perched on a sunflower, a tiny figure with moth-wing sleeves hummed softly. As her fingers brushed a wind chime, it chimed the same 3 notes a melody Milo suddenly recognized as the village's bedtime bell. She was copying what she loved. "Hello," Milo whispered, holding out a mushroom-capped plate with a single blueberry. The sprite, her skin like opal, eyes like liquid amber, gasped but didn't flee. "Your patterns are lovely," Milo said gently. "But our gardens, they're like stories we've written ourselves." He sketched Bramble Hollow's map in the soil, showing how each garden was cherished just as it was. The sprite, whom he learned was named Lumina, trembled. "I only wanted to help the pretty sounds and colors stay," she chimed in a voice like tinkling ice. The solution came at dawn's first blush. Milo gathered the villagers. "Lumina needs a place to weave her patterns," he announced. In the communal meadow, children offered smooth stones, gardeners donated seeds and misses, Gabe baked seed cakes. Together they built Lumina a glittering mosaic courtyard, stones arranged in spiraling constellations, wind chimes tuned to her lullaby, and soil where moon mushrooms could glow freely. Lumina wept shimmering tears that sprouted into tiny, glowing flowers. "You made me a story," she whispered to Milo. Now, Bramble Hollow's twilight hums with new magic. Lumina's mosaics shift daily, telling tales of starlight and deep earth. The wind chimes sometimes play her lullaby just for sweet dreams, and sunflowers turn to watch children's laughter dance across the meadow. And every night, as Milo drifts to sleep, he sees a tiny opal hand placing a perfect, glowing mushroom cap on his windowsill, a silent thank you glowing in the dark, a secret shared between friends under the watchful, kind stars. All is calm, all is understood, and Bramble Hollow dreams on, cozier than ever before. The little village of Willowbrook nestled between misty hills and whispering rivers, where chimney smoke curled like gray ribbons against the evening sky. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows lived a quiet boy named Ben. While others rushed through their days, Ben noticed things, the way dew clung to spiderwebs, how sunlight turned dust motes into dancing stars, and the secret patterns in old wooden floorboards. Yet he often felt invisible, like a forgotten bookmark in a well-loved story. One rain-slicked afternoon, while helping his grandmother tidy the attic, Ben discovered a small brass chest beneath a pile of moth-eaten quilts. Inside lay an object that seemed utterly ordinary, a magnifying glass with a handle of worn oak and a lens as thick as a dragonfly's wing. But when Ben lifted it, the attic bloomed with warmth. The lens didn't just enlarge things, it revealed hidden layers. Faded ink on a dusty letter shimmered into glowing words, "Seek where shadows kiss the light, and answer what is kept from sight." Beneath the words, a map unfurled in delicate gold lines across the parchment, showing a path deep into the whispering woods. Ben's heart fluttered like a trapped bird. Here was magic, not the roaring, flashy kind from tales, but quiet and patient, waiting to be noticed. That night, as owls hooted outside, he packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and the magnifying glass. At dawn he slipped into the woods, the map glowing faintly in his mind. The journey began gently. Sunlight filtered through emerald leaves, painting dappled patterns on mossy stones. But soon the path vanished, swallowed by thorny vines as thick as Ben's wrist. He lifted the magnifying glass. Instantly the thorns shimmered, revealing tiny, glowing runes carved into their stems. Before he could decipher them, a soft voice rasped from below. "Patience, child, rushing scratches the story." Beneath a toadstool sat a tortoise with a shell patterned like aged parchment. His name was Thorn, and he moved with the slowness of melting honey. "Those runes," he wheezed, "ask a question. What grows without rain, shines without flame, and heals without touch? Answer wrong, and the thorns tighten." Ben frowned. He traced the runes with the magnifying glass, watching them shift like living ink. Kindness, he guessed. The thorns remained. Starlight. Still no change. Then he remembered his grandmother's voice, humming lullabies when he was ill. "A smile," he whispered. The vines sighed and unraveled like loosened thread. Thorn blinked his milky eyes. "Wisdom blooms in stillness. Walk with me." For days, Thorn guided Ben, teaching him to read the language of lichen and the songs of streams. The woods deepened, shadows stretching long and cool. One evening, as dusk painted the sky lavender, a tiny light zipped past Ben's ear, a firefly named Pip, whose glow pulsed like a cheerful heartbeat. "Lost your way." Pip chimed, her voice a tinkle of bell-like notes. "I know every hidden glade, follow my light." With Pip darting ahead, casting pools of gold in the gathering dark, and Thorn offering slow, steady counsel, Ben felt less alone. The magnifying glass revealed wonders, flowers that hummed melodies only visible as swirling colors in the lens, stones etched with stories of ancient rains, and a brook whose current spelled out riddles in liquid silver. But the map led them to the cavern of echoing stone, where the air grew cold and still. Inside, the challenge wasn't a monster. It was a towering door of obsidian, seamless and silent. Carved into it was a single, enormous rune. When Ben raised the magnifying glass, the rune fractured into 1,000 shimmering fragments, each a different question. Why do stars fall? Where do forgotten dreams go? How do you mend a broken trust? Overwhelmed, Ben sank to the floor. Pip landed on his shoulder, her glow dimming. "So many questions, but no answers fit," she fretted. Thorn nudged Ben's hand with his nose. "The door isn't locked by knowledge alone. Look deeper." Ben closed his eyes, breathing in the scent of damp stone and earth. He thought of Willowbrook, the baker sharing warm rolls with the hungry, his grandmother stitching quilts for newborns, neighbors tending each other's gardens after storms. He lifted the magnifying glass not to the rune, but to his own heart. The lens warmed, projecting a soft, golden light onto the door. It wasn't an answer that flowed out, but a feeling, a tapestry of gratitude, hope, and the quiet courage of small daily kindnesses. The obsidian dissolved like mist, revealing not treasure, but a garden. Moonflowers glowed with inner light, their petals etched with constellations. At its center stood a figure made of woven shadows and starlight, the guardian who had slept for centuries, waiting. "You woke me not with force," it murmured, its voice like wind through reeds, "but by showing that wonder lives in gentle hearts. My task is done." The guardian faded, leaving behind a simple clay pot filled with seeds that shimmered like captured twilight. "Plant these where shadows kiss the light," whispered the fading voice. The journey back was a blur of joy. Pip lit their path with exuberant loops, Thorn shared tales of stars, and Ben carried the pot like a promise. In Willowbrook he planted the seeds in the village square, where the old oak's shadow met the setting sun. Overnight a garden sprang forth, flowers that sang soft lullabies at dusk, herbs that healed with a touch, and vines bearing fruit sweeter than honey. Ben wasn't invisible anymore. Villagers sought his quiet wisdom, his knack for seeing what others missed. But the greatest change was inside him, a deep, humming certainty that magic wasn't in distant mountains or flashing spells, but in noticing, in kindness, and in the extraordinary secrets hidden in ordinary things. Now, as fireflies dance outside your window and the moon climbs high, remember Ben's magnifying glass. Hold it in your heart tonight. Look closely at the world around you, the fold of your blanket, the shape of shadows on the wall, the rhythm of your breath. Wonder is waiting, patient and bright, in the quiet spaces between dreams. Sleep softly, little one. Tomorrow's ordinary moments hold their own gentle magic. Leo had always been curious about the old oak tree at the very edge of his grandmother's garden. Its gnarled branches seemed to reach out like welcoming arms, and its leaves whispered secrets on even the stillest days. His grandmother called it the listening tree, but she always cautioned him against venturing too close to the hollow nestled within its massive trunk. "Some doors," she'd say with a twinkle in her eye, "are best opened when you're ready for the journey beyond." One crisp autumn afternoon, the scent of wood smoke and fallen apples heavy in the air, Leo felt ready. A gentle breeze carrying the scent of damp earth and something else, something sweet and unfamiliar, tugged at him. He approached the hollow. Instead of the dark space he expected, shimmering light, like trapped sunshine filtered through honey, spilled out. Taking a deep breath of the cool, sweet air, Leo stepped inside. The light enveloped him, warm and soft as spun gold against his skin. When it cleared, he found himself not in darkness, but standing on a path of smooth, moon-pale stones, winding through a forest unlike any he'd ever seen. This was the Whisperwood. The trees weren't merely tall, they soared like cathedral pillars, their bark a mosaic of silver and deep violet. Their leaves weren't green, but shimmering shades of sapphire and emerald, casting dappled light that danced on the path like living jewels. Bioluminescent flowers, shaped like tiny bells and glowing with soft blues, pinks, and golds, carpeted the forest floor, pulsing gently as if breathing. The air hummed with a low, melodic thrum, like a giant, contented cat purring, and carried the scent of crushed mint, vanilla orchids, and warm stone after rain. Overhead, creatures that looked like floating dandelion seeds, but glowing with soft internal light, drifted lazily on unseen currents. Leo felt a thrill of pure wonder tingle from his scalp down to his toes. He hadn't walked far when a soft chime sounded beside him. A cluster of tiny winged creatures, no bigger than his thumb, hovered near a large, glowing mushroom. They looked like they were spun from spun glass and starlight, with delicate, iridescent wings that hummed faintly. Their large, luminous eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. These were the glow sprites. One darted forward, leaving a trail of shimmering dust that smelled faintly of cinnamon, and chimed again, a sound like tiny crystal bells. It seemed to be pointing towards a fork in the path where a large, moss-covered stone partially blocked the way. Leo understood. "Thank you," he whispered, bowing slightly. The sprites chimed happily, swirling around his head for a moment in a shower of sparkling dust before flitting back to their mushroom. Approaching the mossy stone, Leo saw the problem. The path forked, but the right-hand way was almost completely obscured by thick, velvety moss cascading from the stone and hanging vines heavy with luminous purple berries. He needed to clear it gently. As he reached out to push aside the moss, it shifted. A pair of large, sleepy eyes blinked open from within the moss itself. A creature resembling a small, incredibly fluffy bear entirely covered in the softest, deepest green moss yawned, revealing a tiny pink tongue. It stretched, mossy limbs extending, and regarded Leo with calm, ancient eyes. This was a moss bear, Leo instinctively knew. He remembered his grandmother's advice about respecting the quiet places. Instead of pushing, he bowed again. "Excuse me, please," he said softly. "I don't mean to disturb your rest, but I'm trying to pass this way." The moss bear studied him for a long moment, then slowly, deliberately, shifted its bulk just enough to clear the path. It gave a soft, rumbling purr that vibrated through the ground and settled back down, its eyes closing peacefully. Leo carefully stepped past, brushing a gentle hand over the cool, soft moss on the creature's back. "Thank you," he murmured. The path led downwards now, towards the source of the melodic thrumming he'd heard earlier. It opened into a breathtaking clearing. A wide, shallow river flowed here, its water crystal clear and shimmering with every color imaginable like liquid rainbow catching the light. But the most astonishing sight was the riverbed itself. It was covered in smooth, polished stones, but these stones weren't inert. They glowed softly, each radiating its own unique hue: deep amethyst, fiery topaz, serene aquamarine. And they were singing. Not with voices, but with pure, resonant tones that vibrated through the air and water, creating the forest's harmonic hum. Leo knelt at the water's edge, dipping his fingers in. The water felt cool and silky, tingling slightly. The stones beneath shimmered brighter at his touch. He saw that the stones closest to the bank seemed dimmer, their songs fainter, almost sad. Gently, carefully, he began picking up the dimmer stones from the shallows and placing them back into the deeper, faster-flowing current in the center of the river. As each stone touched the stronger flow, it flared brightly, its song swelling back to full strength, joining the glorious chorus. He didn't know why they'd become displaced, perhaps by playful water creatures or gentle floods, but helping them felt right. As he worked, the entire clearing seemed to brighten, the hum becoming richer, sweeter, vibrating warmly in his chest. He felt a profound sense of peace and connection. Leaving the singing river behind, the path began to climb again, winding between enormous tree roots that formed natural arches. The light shifted, becoming softer, duskier. Ahead, nestled in the cradle of three colossal roots, stood a structure that took Leo's breath away. It was a cottage, but not made of wood or stone. It seemed woven from living vines heavy with night-blooming flowers that glowed with soft, white light. The roof was a canopy of enormous, luminous leaves. Warm, inviting light spilled from a round window. As Leo approached, the door, made of intertwined willow branches, creaked open silently. Inside, the air was warm and fragrant with the scent of baking bread and lavender. An old woman sat by a hearth where a fire of cool, blue and green flames crackled merrily, casting dancing shadows. Her hair was like spun moonlight, and her eyes held the depth and kindness of the forest itself. She wore a robe that seemed woven from shifting shadows and starlight. "Welcome, Leo," she said, her voice like wind through leaves and chimes on a breeze. "The whisperwood speaks of your gentle heart." She gestured to a plump cushion woven from glowing reeds. "Rest your feet, the listening tree sent word you might find your way here today." Over cups of steaming, sweet-smelling tea that tasted of wild honey and summer berries, the weaver, for that was her name, she who tended the stories of the Whisperwood, listened as Leo shared his journey, the glow sprites, the moss bear, the singing stones. She smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening like the rings of an ancient tree. You listened, she said softly. To the sprite's chime, to the moss bear's quiet, to the stone's fading song. You met the unknown not with fear, but with respect and kindness. That is true courage, young explorer. It is not the absence of fear, but the choice to act gently despite it. Leo felt a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with the tea. He hadn't thought of himself as brave, he'd just been curious and careful. The weaver nodded as if hearing his thoughts. Curiosity guided you, kindness was your compass, and quiet courage cleared your path. Remember this feeling. She handed him a small, smooth stone from a bowl on her table. It was warm to the touch and pulsed with a soft, golden light, humming a single, pure note. A stone from the river, singing its thanks. Keep it close. It will remind you that even the smallest light can brighten the dark, and even the quietest step can lead to wonders. As the weaver's hearth fire burned low, casting long, comforting shadows, Leo felt a gentle tug, a sense of completion. He thanked the weaver, who simply smiled and gestured towards the door. The path home is always open to those who walk it with a light heart. Stepping outside, he saw the moon-pale path glowing softly before him, leading back the way he came. The Whisperwood seemed to sigh contentedly around him. The moss bear was still peacefully asleep, a soft green mound by the path. The glow sprites chimed a gentle farewell as he passed. The singing river's chorus swelled in a harmonious wave as he crossed a natural arch of glowing roots above it. Soon he stood before the shimmering light spilling from the listening tree's hollow. He stepped through the warm honey-gold radiance and found himself back in his grandmother's garden, the familiar scent of wood smoke and autumn apples washing over him. The sun was just dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of orange and purple. He looked down at his hand. The warm, golden, softly humming stone was still there, pulsing gently against his palm, a tangible piece of magic and a reminder of his quiet bravery. He heard his grandmother call from the kitchen door, her voice warm and familiar. Leo ran to her, the stone safely tucked in his pocket, its gentle warmth a comforting secret against his leg. He flung his arms around her. "Grandmother," he whispered, his heart full of the Whisperwood's song, "I found a door, and I walked through it." She hugged him back tightly, her own eyes twinkling with understanding deeper than words. She smoothed his hair, breathing in the lingering scent of mint, vanilla, and starlight that clung to him. "Ah, my little explorer," she murmured, her voice thick with love. "I thought you might be ready. The best journeys always begin with a single step, taken with a brave and gentle heart. Come inside now. The fire's crackling, and there's warm milk with honey." She led him towards the cozy glow of the cottage windows, the stone in his pocket humming its soft, reassuring song, a lullaby of courage found, wonders witnessed, and the comforting certainty that the world held more magic than he could ever imagine, waiting patiently for those willing to listen and step gently into the unknown. The scent of baking bread mingled with the wood smoke, wrapping around him like a warm blanket, and the gentle purr of the cat by the hearth seemed to echo the Whisperwood's own contented thrum, lulling him into a deep, peaceful sense of belonging, both here and in the memory of that enchanted place. The adventure was over for now, but the warmth, the light, and the quiet courage it had kindled within him would remain, a glowing ember in his heart forever. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons painted the world with gentle strokes. Spring brought carpets of bluebells, summer hummed with drowsy bees, autumn cloaked the hills in fiery hues, and winter tucked everything under a soft white quilt. Yet within this constant dance of change, young Silas felt like a stone in a rushing stream. He watched the world transform around him, buds bursting, leaves swirling, snow melting, with a quiet ache in his heart. Change felt overwhelming, unpredictable, and he clung fiercely to the familiar comfort of routine, his small cottage garden a meticulously ordered sanctuary against the valley's wild beauty. Silas possessed a peculiar magic, though he rarely used it beyond coaxing his prize-winning roses to bloom a week early. He could sense the inner life of plants, a gentle hum in his fingertips when he touched a leaf, a whispered feeling of thirst from the soil. But lately his magic felt stuck, like sap hardened in winter. It mirrored his own stillness, his resistance to the shifts within himself as he grew older. He longed for the simplicity of childhood, a time that now felt as distant and unchanging as the old oak on the hill. His closest friends, Kaelin and Mara, noticed his quiet withdrawal. Kaelin, whose laughter was as bright as sunbeams, bounced with the energy of a mountain stream, always eager for new adventures. Mara, thoughtful and serene like the deep forest pools, observed the world with quiet wisdom. One crisp autumn afternoon, as they sat beneath the ancient oak, its leaves shimmering gold and crimson, Kaelin nudged Silas gently. "You've been quieter than a hibernating hedgehog, Silas," Kaelin remarked, tossing an acorn into the air. "Even the squirrels are chattier. Is it the garden? Did those prize cabbages finally stage a rebellion?" Silas managed a small smile, tracing the rough bark of the oak. "No rebellion, it's just everything feels so loud. The leaves changing, the geese flying south, even Mistress Alara talking about turning her herb garden into a winter greenhouse. It's all movement. It makes my head spin." Mara reached over and placed a cool, smooth stone she'd found into Silas's palm. "Change is the valley's breath, Silas. It's how it lives. Like this stone," she said softly. "It seems unchanging, but look closer." She pointed to tiny flecks of mica catching the light. "Even the stillest things hold shifts within them, reflections of the world around." Silas sighed, closing his fingers around the stone. "I wish my magic felt like that. It used to feel flowing. Now it's thick like mud, and trying to make anything new happen." He shuddered, remembering a recent failed attempt to encourage a late-blooming clematis. The vine had merely trembled and dropped a few leaves, echoing his own frustration. "The whispering glade," Mara said suddenly, her eyes thoughtful. "Grandmother used to say it's a place where the valley's heart speaks, where magic listens to what's inside, not just what you try to force out. Maybe it could help you understand yours." The Whispering Glade was a place of legend, tucked deep within the oldest part of the woods. Few ventured there, speaking of strange lights and murmurs on the wind. Silas felt a familiar resistance coil in his stomach venturing into the unknown, leaving his ordered garden. But the ache of his stagnant magic and the patient, hopeful looks of his friends nudged him. He nodded, a small, hesitant movement. Their journey took them beyond the tended orchards and into the embrace of the ancient forest. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the moss-covered ground in gold and green. Silas felt his breath catch with every unfamiliar rustle, every gnarled root he hadn't memorized. Kaelin bounded ahead, pointing out interesting fungi and chattering about bird calls, his energy a counterpoint to Silas's creeping anxiety. Mara walked beside Silas, her presence a steady anchor. "Listen," she murmured. "Not just with your ears. Feel the forest breathe." As they walked deeper, Silas began to sense it. Not the individual hums of specific plants, but a vast, slow presence. It wasn't threatening, but ancient and deep, like the roots of the mountains themselves. It felt patient. They reached a small clearing where the trees formed a protective circle. Sunlight streamed down onto a carpet of the softest moss, dotted with tiny, star-shaped white flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air hummed faintly, a sound felt more than heard. This was the Whispering Glade. "All right," Silas whispered, his voice swallowed by the immense quiet. "What do I do?" "Just be," Mara suggested. Let the glade feel you as you feel it. Kaelin plopped down onto the moss. Yeah, maybe try not trying. Silas took a deep breath, the scent of cool earth and something sweet and indefinable filling his lungs. He sat gingerly, crossing his legs, and closed his eyes. He focused on the feeling of the moss beneath him, cool and yielding. He listened to the silence, which wasn't silence at all, but a tapestry of tiny sounds, the rustle of a beetle, the distant drip of water, the sigh of wind through the highest branches. He felt the vast, slow pulse of the forest life around him. He thought about his fear. The fear of becoming someone he didn't recognize, of losing the comfort of the known. He thought about his magic, feeling stuck like a seed that refused to sprout. As his anxieties swirled, a curious thing happened. The gentle glow of the starflowers near him dimmed slightly. A patch of moss under his hand felt cooler, almost damp with sadness. He gasped, opening his eyes. The glade seemed to mirror his inner state. When he felt a surge of frustration, a nearby fern curled its fronds inward defensively. When a wave of his old resistance rose, the air in the glade grew still and heavy. His magic wasn't gone, it was deeply connected to everything here, reflecting his inner landscape back at him. "It sees you, Silas," Mara whispered, her voice barely audible. "It shows you what you feel." Tears pricked Silas's eyes. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding inside. He took another deep breath, focusing this time not on the fear of change, but on the memory of his garden's quiet joy. He thought of the first rosebud unfurling under his care, the satisfaction of rich soil between his fingers. He thought of Kaelin's infectious laugh, Mara's quiet wisdom, the unwavering support of his friends walking beside him into the unknown. As warmth spread through him, a feeling of gratitude replacing the icy knot of fear, the glade responded. The starflowers near him brightened, their glow pulsing softly like gentle fireflies. The moss warmed beneath him, feeling welcoming and alive. A tendril of ivy from a nearby oak stretched out slowly, almost shyly, and brushed against his arm. It wasn't demanding, just connecting. He understood. His magic wasn't about forcing things to be still or forcing them to change rapidly against their nature. It was about connection. About sensing the true rhythm, the inner life, and nurturing that. Like Mara's stone, he could be still on the surface, holding his core, while still being part of the changing world, reflecting its light. Change wasn't an enemy to be fought, it was the natural state of living things, including himself. His resistance, his fear, was what had clogged his magic, making it feel like mud. By accepting his feelings, by finding his center even amidst the flux, he could flow again. He reached out, not with a command, but with an open heart, towards a cluster of the glowing starflowers. He didn't ask them to change color or grow taller. He simply felt their delicate life force, their quiet contentment in the dappled light. He sent back a wave of appreciation, a sense of shared peace. In response, the flowers pulsed brighter, and a soft, golden light, warm and comforting, drifted from their petals and settled over Silas like a gentle, shimmering cloak. It didn't transform him, it felt like an affirmation, a recognition of the shift within. The walk back to Willowbrook was different. Silas still noticed the changes, the deeper autumn hues, the sharper bite in the air, but they didn't overwhelm him. He felt the forest's pulse alongside his own, a rhythm that included both stillness and movement. He carried the warmth of the glade's golden light inside him, a quiet hum of acceptance. Days turned into weeks. Silas didn't become like Kaelin, bursting with constant new energy. He still cherished the quiet routines of his garden. But something fundamental had shifted. When Mistress Alara asked for help transforming her herb garden for winter, instead of feeling a spike of anxiety, Silas felt curiosity. He walked through her plot, sensing the lingering vitality of the summer herbs, and the sleepy readiness of the soil for its winter rest. He didn't force anything. He simply helped her understand what the plants needed to transition comfortably, suggesting protective mulches and hardy winter varieties that resonated with the soil's quiet strength. His magic flowed easily now, a clear stream of connection guiding his actions. One frosty morning, Silas stood in his own garden. Winter was truly settling in. His prized roses were dormant, their stems bare. But in a corner, where he'd planted some late-blooming bulbs on a whim after returning from the glade, a cluster of deep purple crocuses had pushed bravely through the thin layer of frost. They glowed faintly, a soft echo of the starflower's light. He hadn't forced them, he'd simply planted them and trusted the season, trusted the life within them. Kaelin and Mara found him there, sipping steaming chamomile tea. "Look at that," Kaelin exclaimed, pointing to the crocuses. "Brave little things blooming in the cold." Mara smiled, her breath misting in the air. "They found their moment, didn't they? Just like someone else we know." Silas smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him, more comforting than the tea. He looked at the crocuses, then at the dormant roses, then at the snow-dusted hills beyond. He felt the slow, sure pulse of the sleeping earth and the quiet hum of his own magic, no longer stuck, but flowing in harmony with the world's beautiful, inevitable rhythm. He didn't need to be a rushing stream or an unmoving stone. He could be Silas, rooted yet flexible, finding his own unique way to grow and glow within the ever-changing, ever-beautiful dance of life. The frost sparkled, the crocuses glowed, and the quiet peace of acceptance settled over the garden like the softest blanket, promising that even in stillness, transformation was always possible, always beautiful, and never truly alone.